Hey, how's it going out there? You are live on Patriots Inside The Wire. Jim is right here. We have a lineup tonight. I'm not even going to get into it. We're going to start rolling. Go share with your friends. Go let everyone know we are on multiple channels, literally every social media platform. Let's roll.
Giving a voice to the voiceless. We share the stories behind our freedoms and the ultimate sacrifice of those who protect us all. This is Patriots Inside The Wire.
Someone who was willing to give his life for his country and served honorably in Iraq.
Beautiful thing to see the family and friends come together and honor his life and his service to our country.
Great to see you guys out here. This is awesome, really.
Welcome to the Patriots Inside The Wire broadcast, hosted by Gold Star mom, Tracy Two-Step.
Hello. And we have to add, hosted by Gold Star dad, Jim McCollum. Welcome to Patriots Inside The Wire. We are on multiple channels. Very important night out there tonight. We have multiple guests, so I'm going to ask you to all stand by here. I see the comments coming already. We've got Vegas. We've got Pennsylvania in the house. We've got Texas. We've got New York. But right now, I know that the spaces are set up. If you don't know what X is, let me slow down for you. X was formerly Twitter. Now there are spaces. I'm not that old, but there used to be MySpaces. So if you took Twitter with MySpaces and have a baby, now you have X Spaces. You can jump in there and get all sorts of information like a podcast. Right now, we are a live broadcast. We will turn it into a podcast for you. Every social media channel, Jim, and do you know why?
Do I know why?
Yes.
Because we got to get the word out.
Well, that too. But there is we did an X Space last night. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. As I said, there is a director with us, and the film is The Man You Don't Know. He's with us right now. He's the director of the film, and this film is a documentary. We want to give you a little bit about what's going on with that from Triple Martini Productions and as well. So we're going to go ahead and bring up Chris Martini, and of course, remember, we do have Miss Stephanie Phillips, Miss Yadusha Jones. She is in the house. Cannot wait. So, Jim, here you go, everyone. The Man You Don't Know, Mr. Chris Martini from Triple Martini Productions. How are you tonight?
I'm great, you guys. Thank you for having me. I'm sitting in my car in Brooklyn, New York, with this light shining on me. People are walking by. It's very awkward, but I'm glad to be here with you guys. So this is an important little live stream. So I'm glad to be here.
Likewise, pleasure to meet you, sir.
Very, very nice to see you
Honored.
in person. Very
Honored,
nice
you guys.
to see you. Well, you know, Chris and I did a X Space. It was his first meeting on X Spaces. We got to do a space together, and I'm like, here we go, Chris, let's jump in here. If you have not done that, the reason I bring up X quite a bit right now is because The Man You Don't Know, this is the director, Triple Martini Productions. And Chris, what I'd like to do is just let you roll. You know how to do this. You're a director. You really can tell me what to do tonight.
Well, if you hire the right people, you don't have to tell them what to do. That's the one thing I've learned about directing. It's all about hiring, casting, and then you just, you let the professionals do their work. So I guess I'll talk about how this project started.
Mhm.
It actually goes back to the film before this. So I've been making movies for a long time. My whole family's in the film industry. I went to NYU Film School, but in 2019, when the pandemic hit, I had to shut down my production company because just everything just stopped. And You know, I was sitting in DC during the pandemic with my wife. My wife was pregnant with my son, and you know, I was sitting there looking at my cameras, and you know, it occurred to me that I should just start filming something, a documentary. And what was going on at the time was, you know, the COVID. It was like the Twilight Zone. How did we get to this point? It was very awkward. Nothing, you know, everything just seemed strange, didn't make sense. But you know, I think it was the George Floyd riots put me over the top. You know, it really pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie, and you know, just seeing politicians, you know, sort of fomenting this violence, you know, across the country, seeing our cities destroyed, it really upset me. And that's when I decided to come out as a conservative. So I come from a liberal film family. I was a Democrat at one point. I don't even remember when that was, but I think around 9/11 was when I switched parties, because I started working with veterans and I started telling the veteran story. So a lot of my films projects have dealt with military or veterans, and you know, that really changed my life. You know, because I got to see sort of a glimpse of how, you know, through the veteran story you can see what's going on in the world, because veterans were there, veterans saw it firsthand. And you know, then I saw how they were treated when they came home. So I, you know, and I wanted to do something about it. And I also love my country. My grandfather served, but it was during the George Floyd riots that I really decided to speak up, because I could see our you know, our freedom, our liberty just dwindling away, people wanting to destroy it, the globalists, and you know, and so that's when I met Scott Lebedo. It's a funny story. My landlord is a Trump supporter, a conservative here in Brooklyn. You know, we're few and far between out here, and you know, he introduced. What's that? Let's hope not. Yeah, you're right. Well,
I am going to stay positive. If we can, too, with our other guests, please take a look at the chat area if you're with us in the studio. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, so I started filming Scott Lebedo's story. Scott's a conservative artist. He does a lot of, he helps veterans, law enforcement. He stands up for our flag. So to make a long story short, I spent 4 years shooting that film. We premiered it at Mar-a-Lago. Global Ascension Studios, led by Joshua Machello, was the one who picked up that film. And we premiered it. We released it in theaters in June, and then you know, they asked me to direct Trump's documentary, and that's sort of how I got here. You know, and you know, I started writing this Trump documentary in July. We were shooting by August, and it was in theaters in October, which means from start to finish, we made a feature documentary in under 2 months. But you guys, that is like when you know you have a country to save, you work twice as fast and you work your ass off. We wanted to use this film to put him in office, and that's that. I believe we did it. It was in theaters all over the country. Look, we got censored. We fought through the censorship. The theaters didn't want us in there. You know, we kept pushing, and then Elon Musk shared it on X, and we're almost at like 50 million views. So I know that this film has influenced the election. So I didn't serve, but this was how I could do something for my country, making this film, putting it out so quickly. This story tells the side of Donald Trump that's been suppressed. You know, it tells all the remarkable things he did. Look, we know he's a hardcore businessman. We know he's a tough New Yorker. No one's perfect, but all the stuff that he's done for people has been completely buried. Google even removes articles of good things that he's done. And this movie tells our side of the story. And, I'm getting hate messages. I'm being accused of being like a propaganda filmmaker. But, the irony is that it's not propaganda when they do a movie attacking Donald Trump, but I do a movie for him, and I'm called, a propagandist. So I don't believe that at all. We told an incredible story. Josh was instrumental, my producer, in sort of making this project happen. Lynn Patton set this whole thing up. We had the Trump children, we had his good friends and celebrities that knew him, and I think we told a really good story. Anyways,
I know you did. You really did, actually, Chris. So let me back up here. The Man You Don't Know is out, and it's on X, and I'll get into that in a second, Chris. But I do want to welcome to the stage here. We have Miss Stephanie Phillips, U.S. Senate candidate and wonderful friend, and as you can tell, a very wonderful Trump supporter. Welcome to the show, Stephanie.
Thanks for having me. Hey, everybody.
Nice to have you. Mrs. Yadusha Jones, Mrs. Jones. Welcome to the show, Patriots Inside the Wire, Moms for Liberty. All of your titles, we will get into that in just a little bit. She has a lot of titles, and I just love these two ladies, Chris, know exactly what you're talking about, so I had to pull them up. Let's go back to The Man You Don't Know. 2 months, Chris. Now, that in itself, to put out a film, literally a film for the theaters, is huge.
Well, I first want to thank you for having these two incredible women on with me. Each of them stands for things that I hold really dear, really important to me. I have a kid now, and so the education system is like it's all I think about every day, sort of what he's getting at school, and Stephanie representing our government. I mean, we have to fix this country. So it's remarkable, this lineup that you have with me. So I thank you for that.
It is for you, and it's for the people. It's for the country. So that is what tonight stands for right here on this screen, representing our country. Chris, the Man You Don't Know, if anyone would like to go see it, it's still recorded on X. If not, stick with us live. This will also go into an audio podcast. The Man You Don't Know, can you tell a little bit just about, this went into the theaters, literally, like AMC. Tell me the other, was it Regal?
AMC, Regal, Cinemark. And it was really interesting because Marcus Theater chains also picked us up. I think that's run by a conservative, but they didn't take my last movie. And I think it was because of Scott Lebato's foul mouth. So those are the theater chains,
Well, what bothers me, Chris, is and Jim, you know this one, you know me, you're the same way, freedom of speech. Yep. Listen, there are films, documentaries on the worst people in the world. The fact that this film, not only was it banned in New York,
right.
We got to let you you're going to tell the Maui story. I was just like, Maui, seriously? And New Jersey? And whoa, Chris, when someone sent you to me, they sent you because they heard your story. You've done some work here in Texas, and they said, who really will tell the truth about Trump? Who's actually worked with Trump, literally because of her son? And they said, we'll let her have it. And I'm like, heck yeah, bring it on. I'll have it. Are you kidding me? Donald Trump, as a gold star, and for everyone out there, active duty service members that are serving. Stephanie Phillips has an active duty service member right now. I thank him for his service. I think your grandfather, Christopher, Mrs. Jones, I know you have family there that's done their part too. Jim Riley, part of the Afghanistan 13, minus Sergeant Two-Step, all behind me. And it was President Donald Trump. My son was under each administration. I have experienced the administration on in because of what happened to not only my son and the border agent who are no longer living. So between Javier Vega Jr., Sergeant Two-Step, Riley McCollum, they were all actively serving. When you work for the government in the military, it's not like you're getting a break. It's not like you're at a desk. Well, you could be, and that's great. My son's the fighting, like Jim. It's infantry all the way.
Yep.
Let's go. And they stand up for things. And I think, Jim and I, we taught our kids a little like tough love. Like we're going to knock it out. Like we are really going to stand up for people. We are going to be there and we're going to have your backs. Both of our sons did that. And I have a border agent too. Now, two of those, because they did that, they could survive in a war. They got stuck in a war prolonged because of the administration under Obama. Remember, I'm a truth teller. Stuck, stop loss, stop pay. Does anyone remember this? Stop loss, stop pay. Have a kid call me from Iraq and say, Mom. Now, he's a fighter. He wasn't calling me to say, he wasn't crying. He's like, you need to know what the hell's going on. We're stuck over here. We aren't getting, like, everything's taken from us. Like, we don't have anything. What am I supposed to do here? And I'm like, oh boy, hold on. That mama in me, so everyone's like, well, what do you do? And I'm like, well, first off, I don't like titles anymore. So I'm a mom. I am not a politician. I always say, nobody's like, well, what did you do before you opened the military organization, which was Military Moms of Texas? We have Gold Star Family Foundation. We have Fallen Heroes National Foundation. Jim and I are both running. I'll be pulling Stephanie and Miss Jones and Mr. Martini here. You found yourself a group that is not afraid to ask for questions and help. Shining a light on areas and speaking up. If our kids had not done that, and the ones before them that are serving right now, or our veterans that we need to thank that serve or have served, the freedoms, our rights, our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, ongoing. When I hear your story, that it couldn't be in a theater in a certain location in the United States, which two of the people we're talking about were killed on U.S. soil. I want everyone to get educated on what's going on. Tomorrow's an important day, so I'm just giving it to you. I do not sugarcoat this tonight. Tonight is very important. You need to go vote tomorrow. If you have not voted, please, I will say please. But listen, it's the passion in me of not having my kid. Don't take this wrong. I'm telling you, I don't want you to be me. I don't want you to experience the things I've had to experience. I want you to see the beautiful love that it took 15 minutes for a certain president to look at something and go, whoa, something's wrong here. We have to do something. Immediately took the two-step back. It's in federal transportation. Things are happening across our border. Title 42 is lifted, expired. We've got a lot going on in this country. I lost my son and a border agent in our family, ways that you should not. And I want you to hear this because you're going to look at me and go, oh, no, there's just no way. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I've been a kid that's been homeless. I'm a kid that grew up the epidemic on drugs in the United States. And then I get a kid that's serving and there's trafficking. There's things happening in this world. We've got to stop this. So I'm going to be the truth teller. And now, Chris, go back to the man you don't know, because I have to say, I know that man. I actually know that man. And so does Jim, because that man got accused recently of using Gold Star families. You know what? We've been saying, call us, please. They know to call me. Anyone that gets to know me knows that Tracy will say, hey, I'll tell you the truth. It's back here. You probably can't see it very close. I will put it up later for everyone, but 15 minutes. And it took me, I don't even want to go there, and I don't want you all to go there either. I'm trying to stay positive. It is positive, the movement that's happening right now. But Chris, Triple Martini Productions, I'd like to say thank you. The whole team. I always say my resume before being a mom that had a kid in the military. Nobody asked, hey, what did you do before your life was just turned upside down and shattered? I won't lie and sugarcoat it. I'm like, well, I happen to be in the side where it's radio, broadcasting, singing, songwriting, that lane, and then the behind the scenes work that comes with the film, meaning your gripper, your sound, lighting, anything behind the camera. I was like, please don't make me go in front of the camera. Radio all day long, singing all day long. But Chris, you have Jonathan. We've got to give them props because there's so many people for 2 months. The editing team. If you all have not seen them, man, you don't know. You don't
So
know.
it was actually Global Ascension Studios that produced. That they were the production company. Triple Martini Productions was sort of my other film, the films that I produced also. But this one really came down to the editing. The editing was the hardest part. You have a feature length documentary to do in 2 months. The composer Tony Neiman, like to compose music for a 90-minute film and in weeks, it's unheard of. So those are the people that really should get the biggest thanks. It's just the post-production team and obviously the entire team, but those guys pulled off the impossible. But it's for our country. What else are we gonna do? This is like
Right.
that's
Chris,
it.
can you tell them? I know about New Jersey and I know about Maui. Can you tell them what happened in New Jersey with the film?
Well, New York. So my last film played in 1,000 theaters, and it played in New York because Scott's from New York, and it played all over Jersey, and it played all over the country. But this film about Donald Trump New York wouldn't take it. There were no theaters in New York that would take it. Every theater in New York, it might have been the rep for this region, but it didn't get even to the theater owners. But someone said, under no circumstances will we show this film. So, somebody, and only 2 theaters showed it in Jersey. So, our military fought and died for our freedom of speech, for our right to choose what we want to see, for our freedom to say, I want to see this movie or that movie. Right now, people have no idea. Like Democrats have no idea who they're voting for. They have no idea that they're actually voting for the end of America. And they have no clue. They're just, I feel like they've been so brainwashed into sort of equity and like the idea, like just they think they're being empathetic, but they're actually killing our freedom, and so somebody's deciding what we should see and what we shouldn't see. So if people don't take a stand today, tomorrow, vote the right way, then we're throwing our country away. We will never be able to get back what we have after this point. The Democrats will hold on to power for so long that we will never be the same again. So back to my movie, it's incredible. Like, working in Hollywood, part of the reason why I'm vocal now is because I knew that there was no way that I was going to be able to tell the kinds of stories that I want to tell. There's no way that I can actually exist in the industry, in the film industry, knowing that I love my country, I love the police, I love the military, all the people that protect us. It's looked down upon. You're people in the film industry who feel the same way as me. If you work on a film set and you're a conservative, you're a Republican, and you feel these things, you have to be quiet. You can't share your political beliefs around anybody. You'll be gone the next day. You'll be canceled. And it's really ironic because people in the film industry on the left that's all they do is stand around and talk about politics and bash the other side. So it's completely one-sided. And I just knew that I had to take a different road, because that road was going nowhere, where I was headed.
No, and I do know this. I know that you at one point were like you've come on to the light. You are in the side where you're seeing that Trump needs to be there. I do know that about you, and I'm so happy to hear a story like that when, in the film industry, like you mentioned, yes, it is very heavy on the left. Even going into the middle lane right now where people are just trying to decide for tomorrow what they're going to do. I hope that you're all paying attention. We've had even Trump's team on. Chris, I want to let you know they did reach out. They did hear the space because we did record that. So Chris wanted to make sure that the Trump team, everybody out there putting this out, wherever you're at right now watching this, or if it's tomorrow on the podcast and you're listening, keep pushing. This film, this documentary really needs to be seen. So New Jersey, you're talking about, there's a highly educated individual. This was Maui, actually. In Maui, you have someone that is highly educated that I happen to know the story. And not that it's all about education. I'm just saying that this person knew exactly what they were talking about. We're not talking about someone that's far, far gone. We're talking about the truth here with the people. Can you tell them what happened in Maui? Because that one is the one where I went, let me grab this. We're going to do this.
Yeah, so we got many of these stories, many emails telling similar stories. This is just one of the many, but I got an email that this woman in Maui, a clinical psychologist, a PhD, went to go see my movie with her friend, and they're both conservatives. When they got to the theater said that they were completely sold out and that they would have nowhere to sit. When they went inside the theater, there was nobody in the theater. And then all of a sudden, this, two women showed up behind them to watch the movie. And they were clearly not Trump supporters because they were sort of heckling the two women the whole time. When the movie started, they were shouting "liar," rapist, all this stuff. And then they got out of their seats and they were going up and down the aisle, sort of harassing these two women. And they even, I think, sprayed some sort of aerosol at them. We're dealing with people that have are clearly mentally deranged, people that would go so far as to do this. And to make it even more surreal, so they complained to the theater management that the manager never came. And you're not allowed to harass people in movie theaters. In fact, when you watch a movie, a trailer comes up saying, be quiet, don't speak, don't harass people, don't flirt with people, whatever, all this kind of stuff. And it's just crazy they let this happen. And then when the movie was over, I believe the two women on our side went to the theater, and then the theater said it wasn't sold out. So this is a very intelligent woman, and she was left with I wasn't there to witness this. This is just what she told me, but she was left with the conclusion that there was some sort of organized effort to silence this movie. And I feel that it's true, whether someone hacked into the ticket system or something, but something was going on. But I know that for sure there's people up top kind of pulling the strings that don't want this movie about Donald Trump to come out before the election. Facebook, for example, Facebook has been the worst because people don't even see my posts anymore. I'm shadow banned that far. You know, if I just say, hey, check out my film, and I post the trailer, that post is gone immediately, like with no explanation. Somebody posts about my movie, gone, you know. So it's so crazy that people don't see why this is so bad, you know, and vote the other way. It blows my mind, you know.
Well, Chris, so the good news is that, you know, we had been talking and trying to decide when we were going to release this. What happened is it was just like, okay, fine, turn it over to X is what happened, which formerly is Twitter for everyone out there. Got on X through Benny Johnson. Elon Musk took that. And have you looked today at how many it has?
Yeah, I think we're up at about 40, almost 50 million views, like 48 or something.
Yeah, you're right around 49 million, and it hasn't been up that long, everyone. I was like, yes, wait, we were doing this show Monday, like, give me a minute here, but it was like, we got to get this out. And it's just everywhere. So Elon Musk, he took this and put it out. It's like, it's people. It's all about the people who will grab something and turn it. And Chris, you're watching, and I'm like, we've got to get in an X space. He's like, what? And I'm like, we've got to get in an X space since you've launched this on X. And then tonight, here you are live. There are multiple spaces literally being held just to see you. They're like, we want to see him visually. Where is he? And I'm like, well, if his wife is a baby, you definitely will see him. So congratulations for that. And Chris, I'm glad that you're someone that, you know, what led you to make this about this documentary? I know you're a filmmaker, but what was it in you that was like, you know, what?
I'm dying to know what these other three intelligent people have to say. I feel like
well, I sure can. I sure can. And I can bring up your clip so they can see it first if you want to do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's let them see it, and we'll let Stephanie and Mrs. Jones.
It feels awkward not hearing, you know, Jim and Stephanie.
Oh, Jim's face is so red.
Yoshida and, you know, speak, because you guys are like, you know, I'm more interested in hearing what you guys have to say, you know. So
well, look at how red Jim's face is. It is as red as Stephanie's hat now.
It's the lighting. It's got to be.
I know it is.
You just keep. It's like, oh man, I don't want to interrupt. He's got everything you're saying is absolutely fantastic, and I support everything. The censorship, if I can just throw this in there real quick. I mean, they're front and center telling us that they're going to censor the hell out of us if the election goes wrong tomorrow, but people just don't see it. As long as we're censoring you and we're censoring Trump and the conservative voice, by all means, let's do it. But they don't realize you're cutting your own foot off with the decision that you're making. It's not going to stop with us. It's going to continue. And who's going to be the one that decides whether it's misinformation, disinformation, or what you're saying isn't true? I mean, it's a dangerous game they're playing.
Historic. I will play this clip for you real quick, Chris. You don't have to keep talking about what it is. We'll come back and we'll let Jim and Stephanie and Mrs. Jones give their insights too, so that you're not front and center. I know you like to be behind that camera, and I like to push for the truth. I just want everyone to.
I like to listen to other people rather than hear myself talk. But
it's okay. I've got you covered. Let's roll this clip. Everybody pay attention. The man you don't know is on X, formerly Twitter, for free. Mind you, listen, for free. It's out there. Chris, his whole team, all of us on here. None of us are being paid to be here either. Patriots Inside the Wire. We're here because we know how important that needs to be. Here we are, the man you don't know.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans representing extremism.
Donald Trump is a great threat to our democracy.
The greatest threat the world faces.
It's destructive to our democracy to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
He has to be eliminated.
Someone's on top of the roof. Look.
tell you something about Donald Trump that the media doesn't know. How about this? He's a wonderful human being.
My father's a man who has a heart of gold, and it's the side that a lot of America does see, and the side that the media doesn't want you to see.
This is a guy running for president. He had no place else he would rather be than right there with his granddaughter in her pre-K class.
He's a very generous, honest, nice guy.
He's done a lot of incredible things for a lot of people, but he's not willing to take credit for it.
He is actually very relatable.
Hello, everybody.
When you break him down, he's actually just a regular guy. He's a great athlete, loves to watch sports.
He threatens this entire system of the corruption that is the U.S. government.
With all of these forces coming against him, not for a moment did he ever show that insecurity or fear that someone might feel when they don't know what's going to happen to them tomorrow. And that is who Donald Trump is.
The man you do not know is a man that a couple of us on here do know. What did you all think? Where would you like to start with, Chris? You've got Jim there, father of Riley McCollum. You've got Stephanie Phillips, and you've got Mrs. Jones. You know I don't want to mess up your first name, so I have to say Mrs. Jones.
It's Russian. It's Yadusha.
I love it. It's beautiful, but I just don't want to mess it up. So, and Jim, your face again is so red. I mean, literally, we got to get you a Trump. We're going to get you a hat like Stephanie. Your face. Tell me what you're feeling. I can see it.
I'll tell you what. For the first time ever, when you ran the clip tonight, as we start the program, I got chills. Sincerely, it's like, wow. I've got anxiety like you can't imagine tonight, but it's a positive anxiousness. I really feel good about what tomorrow is going to be. There's always that little twinge of doubt that sneaks in there, but because we are on the precipice of something so large and so grand, I don't know where the red's coming from, but no, I've just it's been an anxious day, and as the program got started, it's like, wow, I'm feeling things I hadn't felt before, so I'm excited. And then watching that clip, and I've watched it several times. I concur with everything from Hulk Hogan to Laura Trump and Don Jr. Everything they said is exactly the man that I know. And I've been arguing this forever now. It's like, you hate a man that has never done anything to you. Why do you hate him? I can tell you stories of what he's done for me, and how generous and how kind and how compassionate and empathetic and just a beautiful human being. That I think I shared the story about him, my granddaughter stealing all my thunder in Utah, and seeing him doing his little dance with my 4-year-old granddaughter. Are you kidding me? That was the most precious, priceless thing. My daughter Cheyenne just sent a message to Royce and I 2 days ago that my 4-year-old granddaughter cannot see him on TV now without just, absolutely being ecstatic. So we have a future conservative woman leader, coming up.
Not right now. Let me point that out. If I have to hear another person tell me, oh, but it's a woman, we're going to have the first president.
We can wait until Asher grows up.
We already have one in there, everybody. She's already there. Okay. I have to say Dramala. I can't even say the name. I'm sorry. I am respectful, actually. I'm all about respect. But listen, I am about truth. The truth is that we've got to get someone in there who's going to take that job and just get in there, and they already know how to do it. They already know what needs to be done. They know about the land grab. They know about our water, our food. They know what's going on in this country to get in there, and they're not going to serve again. So it's a matter of who's really going to get in and who's going to. Let's think about this. Who do you want to be in there? You don't go home with this man. Look at his reports. Look at the numbers. Look at the statistics, everyone. I don't care if you don't like his personality or he might have said something. Do I wish, too, that maybe, all of us, we all, we're not all perfect. Let's quit this judging. Let's try to be kind and respectful, and remember, what needs to get done is a job. We don't want you to be his buddy. He's not going to be your best friend. It does not matter. That part, please quit the judging. You mind judging, and you can, if whatever yours is, that's all good, because listen, I'm all about freedoms. So mine is up there. My son is right here watching over us tonight and saying, all right, go knock them out, Mom, because don't let them get stuck under that other one that was there before.
You make a really good point. You're not just voting for this man, and you don't have to vote for the man himself. You vote for his policies and what he's going to do for America, what he's going to do for your bank account, your safety, your security, our border. But then you look at the team that he is putting together, make your vote on that. I mean, it is going to be a fantastic group of people that are helping to lead, guide, and run the country. And he is surrounding himself with the best of the best. Make your vote based on that, not your personal animosity towards one man or what CNN told you yesterday, because CNN is full of shit.
No, you're good. We don't get paid. We're independent too. We are independent. Nobody's paying us. You can say your words. I don't really like the F word, but you're good.
I would love to know what the other two ladies think is going to happen tomorrow. You know, and also because that's, you know, it's something that I waver on, and I go back and forth what I think's going to happen tomorrow. I would love to know what the other two ladies think's going to happen tomorrow. And here's a part two to that, is what they plan to do if it goes one way or the other. You know, like if he doesn't win, like what are you guys gonna do? What do you plan to do? You know, what are your plans moving forward? I know that like it's going to be very precarious, you know, for me if he doesn't win. You know, but I want to hear what the ladies have to say.
There's not an opposite. Before I get to the ladies, Jim, let me finish something with Jim. Jim, I want to pull this up. It came up last night. I want to show you. Not only do you have the people watching you right now, there you go, right there, Chris. There's literally a full bus. Stephanie knows them very well. I was able to get Stephanie endorsed by people here. Here's a letter. This is why I wanted to wait. Here's the letter that I told everybody that this is the truth. Jim McCollum in the Afghanistan 13, when President Trump was accused of using the Gold Star families, Afghanistan 13, out at Arlington when they were visiting. You don't mess with the families. You never do this to children. I'm sorry. This is awful. They were invited, literally. So this administration currently, Jim, was invited, and it went through the governor there in Utah, and they declined to go. When President Trump decided he was going to go without his camera, without his full crew to turn it into anything political, all of a sudden, I don't watch mainstream media. All of a sudden I get people going, Tracy, there's something going on, Afghanistan 13. And I'm like, no, because that's not what he does. If he wanted to use someone, I've been like, use me. Like, here's a story. He still doesn't even use mine, and he can. I can tell you right now he doesn't. I got a hold of Jim, and we said, let's get the paperwork that was signed to not disclose something. Let's get it to where we can disclose it. Here's the paperwork right here to the president. Currently, the administration that is running when you're going to vote tomorrow. When President Donald Trump showed up, that was not a political stunt. There is a mother who, like me, I hold inside right now, like shaking. I mean, I've had to hold a Gold Star wreath, and she handed it and said, can you hold this and do it, please? I can't do it. This is a mother who said, please, handed that gold wreath and held that for her and did it. This was not a political stunt. Are you kidding me? Yep. Got on the news, and I said, Jim, let's get the evidence to prove this. So thank you, Jim, for getting that information. I want everyone to see that. And now I really want to hear the ladies. I really want to hear from Miss Stephanie and Miss Jones, if you want me to call you. Not but it makes you think of the song. You're chilling out there. It looks like still in hanging out, looking great. So Stephanie and Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones represents, we're going to let her tell you, but the man you don't know, Stephanie, Jim, and Mrs. Jones. What are your thoughts? Let's talk, Chris, what you think.
Yadusha, you go ahead.
Yadusha, thank you. I was waiting for you, Stephanie.
So, as far as the everything that's going on, we've been doing so much out here, and it's been a tremendous change in shift in how Nevada is behaving. So it's just truly inspiring. I'm from Vegas, born and raised, and just to see how people, they want the change. I've seen people vote that's never voted before. They're like in their 60s, 70 years old. So it's when they say that people are not voting for Trump, it's a bold-faced lie. I do a lot of grassroots. So just to give a background of all of what I do, I'm the chair for Moms for Liberty out here in Clark County. I'm also the state director for Blexit, and I'm also on the executive board for the Republican Women of Las Vegas. And I'm also a mom of 4 and a wife. So, and on my side,
pat your stuff back there.
Yes, absolutely.
And full time, I am a mom, I'm a wife, and I run my own business. And I do all the other stuff because of I'm a wife, I'm a mom, and I run my own business. I feel like I have to, in order to show my kids how to lead with purpose. And it's so many people in the community, they don't know what to do, they don't know where to go, they don't know how to do it, and they feel lost. People don't have a voice because, to be honest, I do all of this, but I'm an introvert by heart. Yes, when it's not dealing with things of this nature, I'm literally at home watching Matlock, Murder, She Wrote, Dallas. I'm a homebody, but me and my husband was just sitting and we're like, we talk about politics all the time and what needs to change, and we need to be part of that change. We have to say something. We have to show people that we're here and we're willing to help. So I actually ran for assembly district out here this last election. And that's how I got into these nonprofits, because they saw how I ran my campaign during the primary. And then Blexit reached out like, hey, could you become the state director? And I'm like, I'm already kind of doing something over here. So
You're very busy.
Yes.
But I'm glad.
But it was just like, I felt that the more I got into my campaign, I noticed the problem that was in Las Vegas. And so it actually geared me more towards the grassroots organization even harder versus the assembly district position, because yes, they need the help when it comes to assembly district, but there's such a bigger issue at hand, and we need that tackled in order to get the right people in office. So, for example, just to give a idea of how it looked. In the district that I was running for is 40,000 people over the age of 18. And they're able to vote. In the last 6 years, maybe 6,000 have voted consistently. Oh, wow. Yeah. And that goes around all over the valley. It's not just that district. And that's the 5th largest district in Clark County. And it's like, what are we doing? Who is running this show? And I remember when I was a child out here, we were red, we were conservative. And even though there was kind of some dysfunction here and there and everywhere, we still felt safe in that dysfunction. But then once it turned blue, it's like, what type of dysfunction is this? And who's running this show? So with me having 4 children, I'm seeing that they're not growing up how I grew up. I'm like, what am I going to do to position my kids? Because I started bringing them in spaces that I was in. I actually was a Democrat before. I put my kids were about 3, 4, or 5 when I took them to their first rally. It was an Obama rally. Going to that Obama rally is what made me switch to the Independent Party, because what he was saying to people, how people was walking out that rally. They were walking out so empowered with rage and hate, and how much they wanted to push a Black agenda. It was very hurtful. And when you're in that space and you're just like, this is what they want us to do, and you start to feel that. As a godly woman, I couldn't allow that for my kids. So I became an independent. And becoming an independent, is more or less of like, you're not letting your voice be heard, number one. And number two, you're an indecisive individual. You have no voice because you can't decide for yourself. So growing up, my parents never talked about politics. It was more or less
Miss Jones, could you do me a favor and just speak a little bit louder?
Sure.
I hate to interrupt you, but this is important, and I want them to hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Just as loud as you can.
Okay. So when it comes to like growing up out here, my parents never talked about politics. I don't know what party my parents ran with. It was unheard of. I learned about politics in school. I remember when I turned 18, I voted for Obama because my school told me to. So I didn't know exactly what I was doing, but I wanted to be involved once I had children. And the more I got involved, the more I saw that I did a disservice not only to myself, but as me creating a family. I was doing a disservice by how I voted. And I'm like, I have to make that change. And in order to fix what I put into the system, I decided to go these routes with running and speaking up for the unspoken. And it's a lot of people that just don't feel like they have a voice, and that's where Blexit comes in. When I started Blexit out here in May of this year, it was just me by myself. And I brought in so many people. We now have about 25 city coordinators out here in Clark County.
Wow.
And over 200 members just since May. And it's because people want a voice and they don't know where to get it. So this is my way of giving people that voice, even though they're calling us white supremacists. It's like giving us that title. It's like, thank you. That means I'm doing something right, because everything that I'm doing is in the Bible. Everything that I'm doing. So when I'm out there, I'm taking my kids with me because I'm showing them, just like I showed them when I went to that Obama rally, just like I'm showing them when I'm meeting these Democrats and these Republicans. My kids ask questions. They want to know. And my youngest is 7 years old, and she is a true conservative Trump supporter. She wears her Trump earrings every single day. Because she feels that that is the way to save democracy. If you want to give democracy something, give it that. Because they're constantly like, he's stealing our democracy. First of all, we don't even have a democracy. So it's really amazing and inspiring to see how much just one person's voice can make a change. Like with Moms for Liberty, we do so much. And now that we're at the end of the wire, let's just say
wire.
Right.
Right.
Let's just say he didn't, Trump didn't win, which I know is going to be a landslide. Let's just say if he didn't win, we're already making steps in every organization to ensure that we get the right people in office in every platform 2 years down the road, 4 years down the road. We can't just stop, because that's the problem on how we got here, is that people put a pause button on because they felt safe for a moment. And that was our issue. We can no longer be safe. Look what they're doing. They're literally destroying us from our children on down, transitioning children. They're indoctrinating the children right in the school system. The schools out here, they know me. When they know me, I'm
That's a
walking
good
in.
thing.
I got questions. I've joined the PTOs, the SOTs. I'm joining
All
everything.
the
They're like,
acronyms.
yes, they know me by name. They're like, yep, we know her kids. Because I want to see the proper change that not only for my kids, but for the kids that they play with, the kids around them. Because one day, one of these kids going to run for assembly district. They're going to run for president. And we don't need some batshit crazy person like we do now talking about pick me. Can't have it. This should never happen again.
No. You're
We
correct.
have to
So
set the
local
standard.
voting is,
Yes.
I just heard you. It is the local voting. I push that so
Yes.
much. I'm like, you've got to pay attention in your own backyard and then go grab a neighbor, go grab someone nearby. So I love everything that you're saying. I'm so glad to hear from you. To ask you the question I know that Chris was waiting for, which is that one thing that you said, we need Trump in office. What is it that you want to say? Because tomorrow is so crucial. And I know he asked that question. I want to know too. What is it for you that you can say, this is why you need to do this?
We need Trump in office because I see so many people that are losing their homes every day. I see so many people complaining about the gas price. I see so many people talking about women's rights. If you're so concerned about all of this, get the right person in office because Harris can't do it. Trump has already did it.
Yep.
So he just need another 4 years to do some extra tweaks. He's already shown he could do it. Let him finish.
Amen. I mean,
Absolutely.
and like I said, we're going to hear from Stephanie now, but you're not going anywhere. You're sticking right here.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to hear what you were saying, and that's what Chris wanted too. And Mrs. Stephanie Phillips. Jim, I happen to know both of these ladies are wonderful. Chris, you're meeting just some wonderful, they're highly involved in their areas, just like Jim in his area, just like I try to be in my area. Mrs. Stephanie Phillips, how are you doing tonight? I want that hat. I'm going to
steal that hat. Yeah.
I've been wearing it everywhere that I can. And
well, I want it.
Mostly I get great comments and sometimes I get glares and stares and all that. But, this is our country and tomorrow is super important. And Chris, I'm so glad to meet you and hear about your movie. And I want to see the movie because everybody needs to see that. A lot of people just look at what the media says about Donald Trump, but they don't see the real man behind all of that. And he loves this country and he's been fighting for this country. And when you were talking about what made you decide to make this movie, I was thinking about what got me motivated to get into politics and to run for office. I ran for the U.S. Senate seat in this last primary in 2024. And during COVID, when they took away our rights, closed our schools and churches and the mandates and all these things that were unconstitutional, and everything that was right is wrong. Now everything is been completely turned upside down and it's backwards. And they're trying to make us feel like this is right. And it's not. I have not forgotten what this administration has done to us. And, I'm a mom. I've lived in Las Vegas 31 years. I have 2 kids. My son serves this country. And I'm a business owner. And I've been in the real estate business here for 31 years. And I also run my own nonprofit to help hungry and trafficked children here. I've been involved in children's charities for decades. And running for office, when you put yourself out there and you get involved and you're that voice, and this statewide campaign that I ran it was grueling and it was a lot of work. And that's how I met Yadusha, and I was so happy to meet her on the campaign trail. And she's a mover and shaker too. And we are both super involved. And after the primary, I just hopped in and started helping other candidates. and, organizing fundraisers, donating, door knocking, anything to help get our candidates over that line, because they're going to do everything they can to keep power. And everything in their administration is all about control of the people. And we, the people, have lost our power. And we need to take back our government, because this is our country. This is our government. Those people work for us. Our tax dollars pay their salaries. And they get over there and they forget who's in charge. They forget that they are servants, public servants. They do not remember that word at all. And I talked about this stuff on the campaign trail. I went down to the border personally. I interviewed dozens of illegals. I saw firsthand what was going on. I talk about all these issues that we see that Trump is fighting for. And I would just say to all the people out there, especially to the people who don't vote, there's people who are lazy and they don't vote. There's people who they just don't care. They say, I don't like politics. I don't want to be involved in politics. But politics affects every aspect of our lives, every day. Everything that they do affects us. So you can't sit out. You can't say, I don't like politics and not vote. It's your duty, your responsibility, and it is your right, and people died. So you could have that right to vote. So
yes, ma'am. And they think their one vote won't matter, Stephanie. And it's like,
it absolutely does. I heard that on the campaign constantly. People said, my vote doesn't matter. They talk about 2020 and all the shenanigans, and we've already seen what is happening across the country in certain places and what's going on. I think tomorrow is going to be an absolute landslide. Yes. And I think this country is ready for Donald Trump to take the White House again. And Absolutely. Tomorrow, what we are voting for America, for the Constitution, for our flag, for our freedoms and our liberties. This is what we're voting for. Donald Trump happens to be the man that stands for all those things and that is going to represent us as we the people and take care of our country. So I would say to everybody, please get out and vote. It is, I've said this a million times on the campaign trail as well, it is our last stand. We have to save our country. Tomorrow is the day.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Stephanie, thank you for that. Thank you. We just had an awful, if my face was giving looks, the message that we just received, that is very disrespectful. That is what we mean. We do not behave like that. We do not do that. That is why we're independent right now on this screen. And I'm okay with not getting paid right now. I won't go back to work in mainstream media. That was uncalled for. You've been banned. We do have security. Don't come around here like that. Stephanie, you are
Did I trigger a liberal out there?
Woo, you did. It was you. I won't say it's you. I think got all of us on this one screen, and boy, it was like that long. Just the first few words, I was like, yeah, no, I can't. I'm not doing this. This is ridiculous. You don't treat people like this. We're all people. And like, look, and if we can't all agree on everything, let's agree to be healthy and disagree healthy. There is a way to do this. Make America healthy again. If you don't know what's going on with your water, I'm telling you, you need to know. We just had the team on. Stephanie happens to know, part of the Trump team that I do work with. They're on every month. I actually have a clip, Stephanie. You're just going to love it. And Chris, Mrs. Jones, you don't know him yet. Stephanie knows him well. Chris, it is the person that I'm telling you. I know for a fact when and if Trump has or has not gotten the message. I have a clip, and you're going to laugh, Stephanie. So security down there, check that out. But Chris, you got to hear from both. I also want to pull over Jim. Don't go anywhere just because we're moving around here. I want to see if Chris has questions, but I do want to let Jim weigh in a little bit, because I know Chris, let me know on your timing there, Chris, there's a chat to the right. You can let me know how you're doing on time.
Yeah, I'm on my phone here. I'm not even on the chat, so I apologize.
No,
But
you're good. I got it.
go ahead, Jim.
Well, I got to first say, I love these two ladies, and we have more in common than you know. I also ran for House District 16 in Wyoming, in the most liberal county in all of Wyoming. And it amazes me how quickly we have lost the ability to have conversations and dialogue and be civil to each other. The hate that my girls and I have received over the last few years, just because we speak out and we support, since 2016, 2015, supporting Trump in a liberal county. I wear my Trump stuff so proudly, but I've got one daughter who's even worse than me, and then another one that she is a very big supporter, but she's also very quiet in her political beliefs. It's just amazing to see how those dynamics work and how much hatred you get or how much backlash you get just for supporting someone that has the same values as you do and wants the same goal for America as we do. I don't understand where some of these people have lost their values of America or what America stands for. It's perplexing, but you guys are fascinating, and I got to do better, for crying out loud. I got to up my game because you guys are. For me, the election tomorrow is, there are so many facets to why it is so important to me. On a more personal level, if he does not get elected tomorrow, I am never going to get the answers that I'm seeking. I'm never going to get the legislation that we're working for the, in honor of these 13 kids, the things that we want to push forward so that this never happens again. There are so many things that need to change. And it's almost like the fight that I'm fighting for my kid and the 13 and the 45 wounded ends tomorrow if Donald Trump isn't elected. And that's a somber feeling. And I think that's where some of my anxiety is coming today. It's like, I don't want it to end. We have so much to do and so much work to do and so many positive things we can pursue going forward. And he's already proven that he's got us, and we can get this stuff taken care of and we can move forward in a positive way. On a national scale, it's for every American, not just conservatives, for every American. The border, finances, security, rents, getting gas down, getting your energy bills down. There's so much at stake that he's already proven he can take care of. And he's got a better team and a better understanding of how it works now. I can't wait to see what he's going to do starting day one. And there's a big difference between all of us and those that don't like us. We're for all of America. We want the same thing. I don't care what your political beliefs are or where you stand. I want you to be just as successful and happy as I am. And I want your kids to be just as safe and successful as I want for my children. And
Jim, and you don't want them to ever know. I mean, I'm like, Stephanie, thank you for your son's service. Nothing's going to happen to him because, listen, Jim and I can talk about things that happen because of who's in our office right now, the administration. Otherwise, I don't think that my own son nor Jim, we would be here talking to you. So don't worry, Stephanie. Like, we've got good people out there. Don't worry. Her son is serving right now. So I'm always like, she's a Blue Star mom. He's great. Jim, let's reiterate that we have a very different thing that happened to our children that is not your typical thing that should have happened under the administration. Both of us under. Mine is under the Obama administration and yours
the Biden-Harris debacle.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And unfortunately, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole, but I really did want to point that out that, Stephanie, please don't worry. We're going to get Trump in because people that are serving right now that are counting on us and they have fought for the freedoms, just like your son's doing right now. The mothers out there, the fathers, the children, the next generation, that next generation to build them up. Jim, I wanted you to go there because, I met Jim because so Chris with The Man You Don't Know did not get out in theaters. Puts it on X, and we're talking 49 million people. I kind of met Jim the same way. They used Jim and Darren Hoover from the Afghanistan 13. They went on YouTube and lost it, and rightfully so, because of what happened. And I happened to meet Jim, and I'm like, let's get you in here to get this in to the people. Let's get to the people, and let's let them know the truth. So, Jim, can you tell everyone out there, tomorrow's so important to vote? You know, your child and the children were used. We've done this show on it, but we're talking tomorrow. We're talking hours. Back it up. I shouldn't even been the one to have to say that. You got used, and you just got back from Pennsylvania speaking.
Yes.
So you were able to say, you tell them I'm not. I love it when you get like red and you're like telling the truth. Go for it. Tell us.
Pennsylvania was absolutely amazing. We attended the Pittsburgh rally, and I have so many United Steelworker friends now. It's not even, it's unbelievable. That was the funnest rally I probably could have been at to speak at, because they're just like me. They are blue collar. They are just as, for a lack of a better term, they're just as redneck as me, and we're just real honest Americans. And they were so fun, such a compassionate, wonderful group of people. Huge turnout for that rally.
And Pennsylvania is very important. I mean,
it really is.
I want them to hear this. There's good stuff out there.
I've been to a rally in Philadelphia, and I've been to the rally in Pittsburgh. Both of them were equally wonderful and dynamic and amazing people. I felt more at home with the Pittsburgh crowd, just for, you work hard, you take care of your family, you go to work, and all you want to do is have that life, that American dream, that you go to work, you come home, your kids are safe, you're making money, life is good. And hearing their stories was very enlightening for me. And the friendships that just blossomed out of a 6-hour rally, it was absolutely fantastic. As you were speaking though, and we've got 3 moms here, and you and I have discussed this a little bit before. I was a single father of Riley and my 2 girls, but there's something in me that the moms are the whole reason. The moms are the reason and the why. And that was the most painful thing for me at the dignified transfer, was seeing the pain and the hurt in the moms as our sons were coming home. And that's why I am so driven to stay vocal and keep speaking up and keep pushing the legislation and the things that we want to do, is seeing the pain in the mother's eyes when our kids came home. I'm from Wyoming, we're tough and we can take it, I like to say and think sometimes, but sometimes it's not as easy, and I'm not as tough as I pretend to be. But to see the hurt and the pain in the moms was absolutely devastating for me. So there's another reason why tomorrow is so important. We've got a job that we haven't finished yet as the 13 families, and as a country. We've got a lot of healing to do, and we've got a lot of things we need to take care of so that this doesn't happen again. So all moms, love you, and you guys are fantastic.
It's you too, Jim. Look at this. So here is Trump with Jim, and Jim is talking about his girls and his granddaughter there, who just loves Trump. Thumbs up. Do the thumbs up, everybody. I'm like, that means good. I don't know if anybody knows or paid attention, but I'm like, great. That's a good job. Keep going, kids. That's what you do. That is a good thing. But I did have to bring up that everyone believed that you were being used, that everyone believed that it was so wrong. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. you don't have the truth. Tell them, Jim, they don't have the truth. So
we have not been used by Trump or the campaign at all. If anything, we've kind of taken advantage of it. We've taken advantage of him a little bit because he gives us supporting him has given us a little bit bigger platform to actually have a voice, to express where we're at, what we want, and honor our kids, for crying out loud. You got to remember, up until the RNC, our kids' names had never been mentioned in public. The Biden administration, Harris, Pelosi, none of them would even dare speak, and to this day have still not spoken our kids' name. It wasn't until we hit the RNC and Herman and Alicia mentioned all 13 kids' names on stage. That was the first time in 3 years that our kids were actually recognized. And holy cow, what an emotional, beautiful event that was. No, we have never been used. He has never asked us, hey, will you do this? Can you do this? There has never been anything of that. It has been the most cordial, wonderful, just real relationship that has just kind of blossomed and grown. And his invitation, I didn't make it to Mar-a-Lago when the families originally went to Mar-a-Lago. The invitation was there. I just didn't go. The families loved it. They thought they would spend about an hour with him, and they ended up spending the better part of 4 or 5 hours with him. He's playing music, they're dancing, and just had the most incredible time with him. And every meeting that we have, every chance we get to be with him is just amazing. And I have shared this with multiple people over the last month and a half or so. When you can shake that man's hand and he looks you in the eye and you just feel like his arms just wrapped around you, and you see the tears well up in his eyes and the compassion that he has and the empathy that he has for us. I've never felt that before. I honestly have never felt that from anybody before. And it is an absolutely beautiful and amazing thing. And you get to see the man for who he is. And sometimes the meetings are brief, depending on where he's at and what rally. And you guys have probably been there where you got 2 minutes, get in, get out. But he still takes that time. And they'll tell him he's got 2 minutes and he'll still spend 5 with you. He's absolutely amazing. And he is what the country needs right now.
Yes, he is. Thank you for that, Jim. I couldn't agree more. Don't go away. Jim will be inside the wire. Chris, I brought you back front and center. I know where you're at. It's OPSEC. I know all about OPSEC. We don't really give away locations, but technically we are tonight because of the different states that we are trying to touch on, and where you're at. It's a little later. So you just got to hear from the whole panel here that we have tonight. And I have seen your film, The Man You Don't Know, and I have multiple people that are sending me messages, and they are like, wow, like the humble, like humanitarian side that you were able to point out is they're just bursting out with love. And I'm like, yeah, that he's a human being. He's literally a person who cares and has grandchildren. He is going to do what he says. Chris, you captured that in this film that is now free. Everyone, The Man You Don't Know, you go to X. It now has its own profile, The Man You Don't Know. You can find it there. There's actual spaces going on right now. Thank you for everyone out there that is doing that. I have to say thank you to Elon Musk. I never thought I'd have to do that, okay? But thank you. I'm meaning on this platform is what I mean, for what he did by just putting that back out like he did. 49 million views. You need to see this wherever you're at right now in your life in this country. You're going to see what we know in our hearts, and we can say it and keep saying it. But Chris, you captured that on the film. When you went away from this and the filming of it, what were you thinking and feeling, and what do you want to tell everyone to remember as they go to vote? tomorrow. And where you're at, it's not.
Well, first of all, I want to say I loved listening to all four of you, but we have incredible people here. And Jim, I don't know if you saw my last movie, The Relentless Patriot, but Scott Lebedo did an installation piece that was the 13 service members killed in Afghanistan, and Riley's name was there, and it's my favorite part of the film. So if you ever get a chance of seeing that, it's the one that makes everyone cry. It's the most emotional part of the film. So anyways, I really appreciated listening to all you guys. And hey, I'm a filmmaker. When I listen, I get ideas for movies. So thank you, all of you guys. So
well, we've all got a documentary in us, that's for sure.
And I hope we can all keep in touch, because I do believe that, like, conservatives need to sort of support and help each other, and it's the only way that we can save this country. And look, I think you guys know who I want to win tomorrow. And my movie says why, because he's a multifaceted man. He has talents in every facet of society, like, business, media. He's a fighter. He can stand up to dictators. He's going to close our borders. He's going to make us safe. He also makes us laugh. He's like, he raised good children. And I can tell you that because I interviewed them. Look, he's not perfect. Nobody's perfect, right? Has he made mistakes? Yes. But who do we need right now to fix this country? He is literally the only guy that can do it. You can't buy this man. You don't have enough money to buy him. And, he's gonna get rid of all the corrupt, globalists. He's gonna fix this country. So that's who I want to win. I also, I don't want to be negative, but I know how evil the Democrats are, and I know how badly they want to hang on to power. And I'm very worried about these voting machines. And, even here in New York, when I went to vote, the woman who was checking me in it was voter intimidation. She was I had to sign twice. She was trying to distract me. So I signed in a different way. I mean, there's so many ways that this evil will try to creep in. And I just hope that it's part of God's plan to put Donald Trump in office to fix this country. If it's not, then we have to ask God why. It's going to be very hard for all of us. I know that through my work with, and through just the friends that I know who are veterans, law enforcement, people who have survived the most horrific tragedies, these are the people that I learn from, because they don't quit. And so if he doesn't win, there's no way I'm quitting. I mean, I'm going to do everything I can to tell the stories, to try to, persuade people that our values are still worth something. I don't want to be the kind of guy who, if Donald Trump doesn't win, I'm going to go into a hole and just accept our fate, and, and fall into, things that I don't like and don't agree with. I'm definitely going to be subversive in my own way in the movies that I choose to make. So I'll leave you guys with that.
Well, I think that's great. So, Chris, with The Man You Don't Know, again, I want everyone to check that out. You can watch it for free. I actually have it up right now. There's several spaces out there on X. If you don't know, X is formerly Twitter again, and you don't even like to be on social media, listen, The Man You Don't Know. Chris, do you have a link on the website? Or you just wanted to go to X?
Yeah, I think it's themanyoudon'tknow.com,
right.
Global Ascension Studios, but you can see it on X. I mean, it's very easy. Go to X. Elon Musk pinned it, in the search box. Just put The Man You Don't Know. It's going to come up. You can watch the whole film. Watch it now before we figure out. I hope that we keep it up there, but I don't know what Josh's intention is. He's a great business mind, creative mind, but watch it as long as it's up there.
It's there. So we're live right now on X. So everyone that's out there in the spaces, please keep reposting. Keep going. We're live actually in X right now, Chris. So I can tell you're in New York right now. I can see the lights are flashing.
No, I love it. The cops are busting somebody. I love it. I mean, like that's what we want them to do. I mean, after COVID, everything slowed down. It was like, oh, you don't like us, But now, I mean, like, no, it's great. I love it. He just pulled a U. He's going back to nail somebody. Yes.
Yeah,
democracy.
And you guys, I'm sorry, my flashlight is fading too, so I'm getting darker and darker in here. But
you're good, Chris.
Anyway.
We wanted you to know that the team has seen it. I do want to play this so you'll know who it is. Stephanie knows exactly who it is. They were just so happy because of all the work that's been done, and it's a lot of work. Stephanie and I met because of. I think I'm into 10 campaigns now. So Patriots Inside the Wire was going to be born. When you go through something like losing a child, and I have lost like 20 something people, like it is bad that things are going on in this country. I've lost my brother I raised. They took his land. That's the land grab. Stephanie and I have spoken about that. 35 people. Look this up. This is true. The border agent, Javier Vega Jr., who should be here. We keep having to go back. Parole comes up, and it's like, this is ridiculous. My own son being stuck in Iraq. And then I'm not going to get into his story here, but I'm going to tell you what's in our country right now is why you need somebody strong. Because if I have someone who's a fighter, trained to be able to fight and to take down someone, and he couldn't do it, or his whole unit could not do it on U.S. soil, we've got to get in there, gloves off. Look, you can keep making fun of me. My microphone literally has like boxing gloves, and it's like, I love UFC. So I'm like, when I saw Hulk Hogan, Chris, I was like, yes, let's go. Let's. We've got this. We've got this fight because listen, in the country right now, I don't like the word fight, but I've got to use it. We are in the fight of our lives, our children's lives, and the next generation and the next. So just as you mentioned, Mrs. Jones, I believe it was you, my own child again today and yesterday, and the schools are really talking about a lot. Now, I too am very well known at the school, and I chose to put him somewhere on purpose when his older brother was killed. See, I don't do well going with me. That's why I'll get with you, Chris, later on. We can put out something later on that when it comes to what is a gold star. We had to talk about that last night. A lot of people, I'm like, you don't even have to say that, please. I have a son that was serving that he's not here. That's rough. We talked about a lot last night, all the different subjects of why we need to vote, why we're all here on this screen tonight. We all are passionate about our country, our families, and the people. And this means everyone, even the hater that sent me that message. I can't go down that hate road. I have to go, you know what? They need the information. They need someone else, not me, because I have learned, like, look, we have to learn when to say enough is enough. And we're going to stand up, and you're not going to knock us down. So I'm glad that you could be here with us, Chris. We have The Man You Don't Know is up already on X right now. So Patriot on Air has it rolling in 3 different spaces. As we went on tonight, the marketing that went in. So tell Jonathan was there in the space last night. Jonathan is in production, right? He's one of the producers on The Man You Don't Know. Is that right, Jonathan?
No. I was telling you yesterday. Jonathan's just a friend. We were laughing because he was actually not involved in the movie. Joshua Machello is the producer of the movie. But I'm going to have to give Jonathan a credit because you mentioned him a few times now. So
I'm supposed to meet him then, so tell him that he can have the top.
It's all on the record, so now I got to give it to him. I told him the check's in the mail, so he didn't believe it.
Just say that you'll sponsor Patriots Inside the Wire. We will make sure that The Man You Don't Know keeps going. We want it on. If I have to just keep this rolling all night, I can station every platform that is out there. That's how important this is. The Man You Don't Know, there's going to be something in there for everyone because you do not know everything that we want you to know. There's a reason you don't know, because when you look over here at Jim and I, you know why we had to get to know someone running for president. You know, when you lose a child for any reason, you know, or me, I'm battling cancer and our health and the things that are happening in our country and our food and my brother and the land grab, and it just keeps going, and the border agent isn't here, and I'm like, when is this going to stop? And everybody's like, well, it's the first female, Tracy, and you're female, or listen, she's got it handled, don't you want her? I'm like, damn it, if she can do it now. Why hasn't it been done? It could have already been done. I'm telling you, Stephanie, you were at the border. I happen to know a lot about the border, unfortunately. And I'm telling you, you're all around the border now. Not just me. Everybody. You're now in our country. Every one of us. You have what we see as law and order needs to be there for a reason, right? Now, in our country, I am a truth teller. There's some good, bad, and ugly. Are there people out there that just want to harm and do not need to be on my show? I'll say it like that. Yes, that's the nice way. And we have law and order, but when things happen and they don't go right, turn to the people, go from the heart, be kind. You could say one little thing, one thing. You could mention something. That person that sent that message, I could have been on the edge of something right now. I'm not. I'm okay, everybody. Listen. Use your voice for the voiceless who are not here. Jim is Riley. Mine is Sergeant Two-Step. The Man You Don't Know lifted me up when I couldn't get anyone to listen to me. I do have a veteran, Dr. Tim Wesley, that I have to thank, who has been very vocal. And we got to Trump for the Two-Step Act. That's a whole nother, let's get Trump back in there and then I'll go federal. I've been going just state to state for now because I've already tried to work. And when you try to tell me you're going to do something, you're already in there. If you really want me to believe it, how come you didn't do it right now? If I was in there and I said, you know what, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, I would have turned around and said, oh, hold on. Let me show you I'm going to do it because I'm in office right now. This is common sense. I like book sense, common sense, and street sense. I unfortunately got to learn street sense and common sense a lot of different ways. Your movie, The Man You Don't Know, I have to keep stressing. I want you to see it. My own son came home today and he said, Mom, I think I am independent, not full, right? Because he's 15, 6'3", 240, literally. So everyone's always like, my gosh, no, he can't. He's only 15. Old wise soul. God knew that's what I needed. His little brother is so wise beyond even his teachers. He comes home, he's telling me these stories today. So every day his history teacher, geography teacher will take a headline for the elections right now. And I remember this when I was a kid, they would do this. But one of the stories he told me today, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What are you talking about? And what they're talking about is, Chris, I'm not going to go deep into this, but I know that one of you on here is going to know this story. He brought up a chain where females would work and a male wanted to work there. And they were given that subject as to Should this person be allowed to be employed? Where are the roles for females? And I kind of looked and said, what's that answer, child? What answer did you give? And he said, well, we all looked and the teacher said, well, do you want to, it's an older man. He said, well, do y'all want to see me walking around in lingerie? I'm like, this conversation's going sideways. What are you talking about here? He goes, the teacher was trying to point out to us, no, you don't want, yes, we want equal rights. Yes, we want eventually to have our first female president, but that first female president in a victory, in a way that shows the females, the backbone, the country, our children, what we represent. We are not representing females appropriately. Not in my book. I love the red lights there. I mean, listen, it's all going off right now. Bells, alarms. It's storming here. Literally every time your red lights are going, it's like thunder and lightning. So the man you don't know. I'd love to hear some last. I know we just got it from you, Chris. Sorry. Sergio Gonzalez, you need to go away. Thank you. It's all about the truth, people. But freedom of speech, I'm glad you get to speak. I don't want that to go away. So don't censor. I want to leave on this one, and then it's everybody else. If you all were paying attention recently, this is why I'm not in mainstream media working in a building. One of the reasons. We need to start censoring those people who are on social media. We need to start doing something. We've got to regulate that. They should not have that much control. That was Mrs. Harris.
Yep.
On screen. Did any of you see this?
Absolutely.
I heard it. Yeah.
That's what I said. They're right in your face telling you exactly what they're going to do. They're going to let you know who is allowed to speak and who isn't allowed to speak.
And that's what I do, because they all, my biggest issue is that they're always trying to push that Republicans are racist and that Republicans are very wealthy. And I'm like, I've never been racist a day in my life, but I encourage people to try to tell me that to my face. Because when it comes to like Moms for Liberty, for example, out here, we were in the news outlets at least every 2 weeks about how conservative. They even did a secret email to Clark County School District letting them know Moms for Liberty is in Las Vegas. Don't approach them. Don't engage with them.
Wow.
Don't do anything with them. This is what they sent out. And I'm at this point, I'm just a member. So I recently took over as the chair for Moms for Liberty a couple of months ago. And like I said, they've been had Moms for Liberty just bashing them all the time in the news outlets. Very interesting. The moment I became the chair for Moms for Liberty, crickets. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I love it.
And
I love it.
These news outlets have interviewed me. Not once, not twice, 4 different times. They have interviewed me, asking questions about DEI, the book ban. We're not trying to ban books, but they're asking me these questions. I answer them, and they have not put any of my answers in the news outlet, not one time. They haven't said anything about me. Like, ever since I became chair, nothing about Moms for Liberty. And I've actually been told from CCSD, Clark County School District, that I'm not part of the agenda, that I need to step down.
Wow.
Yeah. I wish I could say I was shocked. I'm not, because of something that happened around Round Rock, Texas, that proximity in our school district. So I hate to hear that, but I'm glad you are where you are. And Stephanie knew it. She said, Tracy, you need to talk to, I got somebody that is going to get there, and boy, she will tell the truth, and she'll knock it out of the park. So I'm okay with getting the messages like we just got, and I'm sure my face is showing it every time I see it, and I'm getting rid of it. But, freedom of speech, I don't want to censor someone, but I do want common sense. So listen, I'll just remove myself from a situation, meaning I don't need to put up with a environment that is not healthy. And that's what we've been doing. We have to do, my kid today was going MAHA, and when the Trump team was on, they were saying, make America healthy again. With this, and I think that you might be too as well. Jim, you were on the show. They were talking about the water. They were talking about our food, and what is going on with that too. There's just so much. I can't cover it all. But if you go see The Man You Don't Know right now, you literally can go on X and play it anywhere, everywhere. Nowadays, there's a device right now. Chris is in his car. He's on 10 channels right now. He will be talked about quite a bit tonight on Spaces. I already know it. Everybody for tomorrow that's coming, I'm going to be quiet and let everybody give what they want. Chris, I know that we have kept you for quite some time. If you need to go, you let us know. And again, thank you and congratulations on your family. And it's about to expand. So I want to say thank you for what you do. And you can tell Joshua and Jonathan and your friends that I said they deserve the credit because they showed up in their very first X Space. So I love it.
You guys, well, thank you for having me. I do have to go. I'm getting text messages from my wife. She's like, "Are you still in the car?" Yes, I'm still in the car. I love you guys. Keep fighting. Fight, baby. That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, you guys.
So much. Thank you. I'll get with you. That intro on the show is not quality level. I love seeing my son, but we've got to add Jim. We've got to get the intro like this, matching our personalities for Jim and I. So that intro, I apologize up front, but it's called working hard and getting paid nothing. So we will.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna go. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you so much, Chris.
Chris.
The Man You Don't Know. I wasn't sure if either of you. I'll do this. I'll switch you here on whoever wants to. And again, with both of you, you tell me when you need to go. It's so important right now that Jim and I will literally sit here and we will go in through and make sure that we get out the information. So when you need to go, you just, Tracy, we got a lot of work to do. Loved being on. How are you doing?
Jump off, my dear. I'm sorry.
I knew it. I
just
know.
Want to give, tomorrow I'm going to be out at the polls, different locations, helping candidates. Yadusha, I'm sure you're doing the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're out there, every day doing stuff and supporting these candidates to get them through the race. And actually the numbers here look really good. The Republicans are really coming out in big numbers and voting, and the independents and nonpartisans, they're going to pull us over the finish line on a lot of these races, because I believe that a majority of them are going to be voting conservative. And, people have seen what has happened these last 4 years. They see what has happened to their pocketbooks and what things cost now. People vote with their pocketbooks. Yeah. And it's got to change, and it has to start tomorrow. We have to do that tomorrow. And Jim and Tracy both, I just want to say to you, thank you for all you do. I am so sorry about your sons. I just, having my son serve now, I just can't even imagine that, and the pain and all of that. And Jim, I have been to many events, political events, where there has been a table set for the third. And we have honored your kids. And it just, that is something.
Stephanie, throw another chair there for Sergeant Two-Step.
Yes. And because he needs to be in there too. But I talked about on the campaign trail, the accountability that this administration needs to take.
Yes.
For what happened. because that it should never, ever have happened. And I talked about that, and it's awful. And I am so sorry about that. And I wish that our government, when Trump gets in there is going to be a day of reckoning.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Stephanie, can I ask you one thing before you go? I said this to Jim, and it's all with all due respect. Anyone that doesn't know me, I'm just a truth teller. I say it like it is. I met Jim, and we know each other well, and we're like, I got your back, you got mine. I said to him, that I ended up working with Rosie the Riveter. Rosie the Riveters from World War II. 65 years they fought to get the congressional. And I was in DC, and it happened, and I later something that was happening there with the administration. But in doing so, the reason that I was there was they got their congressional gold medal. 65 years. 98 was the youngest. The oldest was 118. Watching these ladies was just unbelievable. And then Jim said to me, he's talking about how the names haven't been brought up. And I'm like, yeah, it's awful. And I got his story, and I said, Jim, can I ask you a question? And he definitely wants us to. So Stephanie, I want to ask you, and I want you as well, Mrs. Jones. I have never in my lifetime met another parent. So let's just say parent that's had someone serving that is not here receive a congressional gold medal after serving our country and now here. I've never met another. This administration, instead of speaking, turns around. When was it, Jim? 2 years later? Or?
3.
3 years later, here's your medal.
Here's your participation trophy. Thank you very much.
And I'm not taking away from it, but Stephanie, I want to ask you too. I'm not wrong here, right? Like, I had to say it. I was like, that's it's so hard for me because the respect. Jim, you should cherish that, because there's good people. There really are. You know the person that I went up to. They're there. Good people. We got a story of something Tracy did. It's like, I said, we pay our taxes, we vote. No one's in those seats. These ladies need to sit, get out of their damn meetings, and get in here now. And it was to Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. They told me he was head security. I wasn't paying attention. Listen, I saw people in need. And then Jim
need to sit down. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I just did what I think any of us should do, and that is help each other, pick each other up when we need to. But Stephanie, do you know of that? Have you heard of, you've been out there, boots on the ground, your son serving. I'm not taking away from this. Jim brought it up too. This administration gave a congressional gold medal. I've never seen this done for families, any other families that lost their kids serving.
I think this administration, especially with the Afghanistan withdrawal, the way they treated the families, the way they have not taken accountability, the way Biden looked at his watch, that is horrific.
Yep.
And I talked about veterans and veteran issues on the campaign trail a lot. Because my son serves. My brother-in-law is a retired Green Beret. My kid's father served 25 years in the Air Force. My stepfather served in the Navy. And more so than any other group that called me were veterans and talked to me about issues. There has been such a lack of respect for our military and what has happened to our military because of this administration. That needs to change. Yep. Trump respected our military. He built up our military. He protected our country, and he kept peace around the world. What we have now is complete chaos.
Yes.
And that really needs to change. So, that was something on top of my list of things to do. And one of those things, Jim, if I were elected as a United States Senator, that was one of the things, to hold those people accountable for what they did. Also, to bring back when they discharged all the service members that didn't want to take the COVID jab.
Yep.
Restore all of their benefits.
Absolutely.
Retroactively, and make sure those people are restored and have their jobs back. That never should have happened. And on down the list. The list is long of things that I wanted to do for our veterans, but that is definitely an issue with this administration and the lack of respect.
Absolutely. They've dismantled our military in 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Marines that served with Riley, either because they didn't get the jab, they were dismissed. Basically, you're just done. You're out. And then other people, it's like, I'm not re-enlisting. I'm done. And our recruiting numbers are absolutely pathetic in all branches.
Right.
Because you have no faith and trust in your leadership.
They've gone woke.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
if
absolutely.
you actually think about
Nobody
it,
wants to
it's-
be a part of that anymore. That's just.
And if I can touch on the congressional medal again, I am so appreciative and so thankful that they did recognize him, and it's a beautiful medal. And Speaker Johnson did have a huge part in getting that done for us.
Mm-hmm.
But we spoke last week or the week before. As beautiful as it is, how much I love that Riley got that recognition, and it actually brought all 13 families back together again. It's so hollow because I do, and I could be 100% wrong, but I do see it as a here, now just go away and be quiet, because it doesn't happen for anybody else. And yes, this was a different circumstance and the 13 all at once, but this isn't the first time a tragedy like this has happened. So there's something missing in the receiving of the medal that just doesn't sit right with me in my heart, because there are so many other families that are equally as deserving that never got the recognition. Their names are forgotten more or less. Like I said, I walk a tight line there because I am so grateful and so appreciative, but I'm also heartbroken that there's other families that deserve it just as much as my kid did.
And I still think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful, Jim. So you should cherish it for that part, because right now, the team that's being put together, Stephanie, the team right now that Trump is pulling together, it's not. Everybody's like, oh my goodness, it's so far off the deep end, right? I'm like, no, actually, we are all on common ground right now. We are centered. We are aligned with what do the people need in this country. And so the lanes have been opened. That's the best way that I could put it for me. So Jim, just hearing you say the name Sergeant Two-Step. I know that Stephanie's son serves. I know that Mrs. Jones' daughter is already wearing Trump. And she is known at every parent meeting or any kind of acronym that you want to put out there to attend. I know that I hate that feeling that you attended a rally and had to feel like that. We have to thank the Marine rapper too. If anybody knows who he is, served in the Marines. He was just on and gave his story. He was there. J6, January 6th is what that is. That was not, I'm not going there because that rabbit hole is just one that people go too far. I feel so horrible for the people who are not here. You just need to understand the truth, and you need to understand that you're never going to get 100% of everything, but you can always take care of anything if you decide to do something. So when you put yourself to it, we can do this. I'm not trying to rhyme. It's just happening, ironically. And I know you said you had to go. Stephanie, when you do have to go, you say, thank you, Patriots Inside the Wire. I'm out because
Thanks for having me on. It was so nice to meet you, Jim.
Great.
Absolutely. I appreciate you.
Thank you. And thank you for your son's service. And Tracy, it's great to see you again. Thanks for having me on. I'll see you, I think, in a couple of days.
Yes, we are all going to do the wrap up right here. You've got your 4 that are going to come to you because everybody's like, well, you've got to. I'm like, okay, we've been going pretty hard, but I do have the 2 of you to thank. Jim and I will not be the only ones here. I will be quiet, and I want to hear from both of you when you come say, Tracy, come to Vegas. Trump just won. It's going to feel like you just won the dang Super Bowl, and it is all great. We're all good, and we're going to come visit both of you in Vegas.
Well, thanks for bringing Yadusha on, because when you asked me for for recommendations of who to have on, she is the first person that popped into my mind, and she is a complete rock star, mom, all the things. I mean, she is so involved, and I adore her and love her work ethic ever since I met her. And I'm glad that you were able to have her on and have your audience meet her. And she's doing it right out here in Las Vegas. So let me just sign off and say to all your listeners, thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for voting, and get out there and vote for America tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. I think let me show you. I am supposed to show you something. I am going to let you go, though. But I promised that I would do this. Let me do this. Trump was here, and the people that had endorsed Stephanie as she was running in Las Vegas out of Texas were very, very happy to do so. They know the work that Stephanie has put in. The individual that has worked so hard sent us something, and we owe it to this person, because this family, it's a whole family, but they are here in Texas. Boy, they've been on the campaign trail since day one. And I remember calling when they said, don't call us for another endorsement. And I said, oh, but I've got one that you have to do this. And he's like, okay, don't do it again. I'm like, okay, I won't, but I did. It was for Stephanie, and here he is. So here is when we said to Chris that we knew if the man who's part of us, who's part of the people, is involved, we know that he is. And here he is telling that person who's on here every month. Stephanie, you're going to know who this is. So here you go.
Another friend of mine, Sid Miller. The first time I saw Sid, I was on Alexis, he was on television. And I didn't know him at all. He was on Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Sid Miller on Deface the Nation. That's the name I call it. They don't like it. They spend millions on PR. And then I get out and say, Deface the Nation. But they do deface the nation, and the others are just as bad. But he was on there, and they said, well, Trump is going to be in a tight race. This is when I first ran in Texas, and we had an event, and and we had a line that went 10 miles long to get into a stadium, and they couldn't even get in. And he looks at the anchor. He said, listen, I'm from Texas. He's had that beautiful hat on. I love that hat. I'd love to wear it, but it wouldn't work for me, I don't think. Ken would say, it's no good for you. Take it off, please. Yes, it would. But no, he said, I don't know where you come from, but you don't come from Texas, because this guy's going to win in a landslide. And we won in a landslide, right? So thank you. Thank you. Sid's a great guy. Thank you, Sid. Appreciate it. Land Commission.
Love it.
That was so great. I was honored to get that and receive that. And he just does so much.
He does.
He's done so much for Texas and for people.
Oh, for the country.
All over.
I can't wait. Stephanie, so guess who's going to end up working in with Trump? So that's the great news. They've been working so hard.
Right.
And, I know that they endorsed you, and they were 100% behind you. And I said, here's a person who's going to look at that and go, yes, recognition of the work. We're not lying to you when we say that Trump literally gets involved in the community. I may be just a small show, but all I do is walk in a door, and you can do the same. Just because they're serving, and they're serving for us, they're working for us as people, because we vote and we pay our taxes. Go in that door, go meet them. This is not like it's a scary situation, or I promise you, they need to answer you. They need to do their job, because our country needs to be in a better place. So it's that easy. If you can't do it, then call me. And that keeps me moving. And Jim, I see his face. I'll walk in. I can't wait to walk indoors with every one of you right now. Mrs. Jones, I would love to walk in that school with you. Stephanie, let me know how it goes out there and how to get that hat, that never surrender hat. It reminds me of
find you one and send it to you.
Yeah, I do. It's beautiful. I know you need to go.
Thank
You
you.
gotta get to the polls. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Okay, thanks, you guys.
Thank
I'll
you,
see you
Matt.
soon.
Good
Good
night.
night, hon. Mrs. Jones, when are you? How good are you on time?
I still got
Tell
a few
truth.
minutes.
Yeah. I'm like, you can tell us. We have all been on. I don't want to be front and center. We have all been on for a good over an hour and a half. We got to hear some of yours. I loved hearing about Moms for Liberty. I want to know more. Right now, obviously, we'll do a separate show on that, but I want other people that need to get involved and how do they get involved and in their states. So that's a whole show that we can do after we win this election. So
Yes.
I love your hat there too. Make America Great Again. That is one of the originals right there.
Right.
And then I need one that says Make America Healthy Again. As a person who has had to battle
That one
cancer.
too.
No way.
Fantastic.
I'm going to give you my address. I if I can beat cancer and still be here after losing my son he made me. That's what I always say. I'm like, my child made me. I don't know how to explain this, but why am I here? Because I want people to never experience the feeling in their hearts of what I know. You know, we can go down this whole train, whether it's, I got started because as I was hosting an X Space, which Elon Musk, again, thank you for putting out, and Benny Johnson, The Man You Don't Know, you've got to watch it. I want to know from you too, after you'd watch it as well, what you think, Mrs. Jones. And I love it's the song. So you're now, every time I hear Mrs. Jones, that song's going off. So it's been great to have you and get to know you as a mother and a person and a female that will stand up and say, no, I'm okay, but that's not okay. So what do we need to do collectively together to make sure that your children, my children, Jim, your children, their children, this just keeps going. That means you go vote. I can keep saying it. Everybody's like, well, we're tired of hearing from Tracy. So
yeah, the biggest thing is just and this is why I do Blexit, having people vote with a purpose. People could vote all day long, but some people, they don't know who they're voting for, and that's why we're in this situation now. They're voting off of what they see on TV. They're voting off identity. They're voting because the next door neighbor, John Smith, said, you know, I like that guy. We have so many Indians. It's ridiculous. Like there's so many followers, so many sheeps, and we need people to be leaders. We need the right leaders, and we don't have that anymore. And to be honest, some of the leaders back then wasn't that great, but at least they put us in a place where we were safe.
Yes.
And it's like we have so much to be grateful for. And when it comes to people that are supporting Harris, I honestly don't think that they even put two thoughts to she do not like God. And that's a problem for me.
Yes.
That should be a problem for anybody walking this planet. When somebody talk about how they do not like God, and then you want to use his name in vain, I can't be anywhere near you. And I can't be near the people that is near you. No matter how, like I said, I grew up as a Democrat, not because of my family, but because of the indoctrination in the school system. So me teaching myself, me doing my own research, and that's why I love about Blexit, because they're educating people with a purpose. And that's what we do out here. You have to gear each chapter to what works in that state. And out here, and this is all of the United States, but since I've born and raised out here, I see it a lot. Men voices are not heard. And God put them at the front for a reason. So we have to help them get a voice, encourage them to speak up for the unspoken. Like us women, we're doing it because we need to help people along the way. But men are the forefront. We have to give them that. We don't have what we used to have. They're constantly pushing women. A lot of people don't even know that the most transitioned person in America is Black women. Why is that? Why are Black women the most transitioned? And I'm like, this is just a thought process of me. They're transitioning the men to be women and the women to be men. It's another way to eliminate from within. They're already doing it with abortions. Let's do it within. So they're encouraging it. As if you look at the numbers, I don't like to pinpoint a single demographic, but this is very important. When you look at the numbers from before Trump got into office, the Black demographic was 13% of the population. Since Biden been in office, it's dropped to 9%.
Wow.
Why is that?
Because we have the people in office who do not need to be there. And they knew it when they said Biden cannot run now. If you can't look, we have enough common sense. My goodness, I just looked at the number of who's watching us and where. Hi. We have enough common sense out there to know that for how long had we been all pointing out that this current administration could not do the job, right? The things that were just going on that we all are like, come on now. You really think that you can pull something over on us? Let's just be smart here. Let's point out how many times that we were all like, oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. The man's wife right now, the current commander in chief. Now, look, I am all about respect. So I am pulling myself in here. I am like, Tracy, be nice. And I am. And I want to be respectful and say, I do respect you as a female. However, you let that man literally be unhealthy and shouldn't be in that position. And everybody was using. And listen, he's got his own too. I'm not going to say that I'm not saying it's not him. I'm saying everybody around was lying. Everybody was covering up things. And now you still want those same people to be there as you've got, oh, wait a minute, we're going to put the vice president in now. So keep us in. You don't see the stunt there? I mean, come on. We're smarter than that.
So
we know.
A lot of people talk about how the Democrat Party is voting for Harris. And just like I said, I do a lot of grassroots. And I talk to my dad a lot. And I just found out that my dad has voted for Trump every single election. And he's a registered Democrat. And this is going to make you laugh. And so when I was talking to my dad the other day, he called me and asked about how's the campaign going. And I told him, and he was like, well, I'm voting for Trump. I'm like, okay. And he said he was talking to his friends, all his friends. My dad almost 80 years old. And he said that the men, his friends that are males, they're not voting for Harris either. And I asked him why. And he said, because she's a woman. I was like,
truth.
He was, because they're all in their 70s, 80s. They wasn't raised to have a woman lead the United States of America. And my dad said it's not her time. So they're like, their wives are voting for Harris, but the husbands are not.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
The wives are. We got to change that. Come on, women.
Yeah.
We, as females out there, we know in our instincts, our guts, we know as females, as mothers,
Yeah.
you do not, the wool, everything's exposed. It's like, just open your eyes.
Mind you, all of these men, it's about 20 to 30 of them. All of them are Democrats.
Well,
And,
I am glad to hear this. We just
the
had
thing-
the Marine rapper on who served in the Marines, and he gets out there in the streets and he'll interview. Do you remember this, Jim?
Yep.
He was telling us, it's like what I'm saying. I want to hear healthy. Let's have that healthy debate on why. But you got to give me some real numbers. You've got to give me some real information, just like in The Man You Don't Know, that documentary that is banned and blocked. In my head, I'm sitting here going, can you all think of the two people I'm thinking of right now who have a documentary, who have their films out, where you can go right now to Netflix, to anywhere, and you can watch stories on them.
Yeah.
It is so powerful to block The Man You Don't Know to be put out for Donald Trump. Why? Why do you have this happening? I'll tell those stories. Maui, the ladies in there, like you mentioned, being tortured by other people like this, buying out whole theaters so nobody thinks that they can go because they don't want anyone to show up to find the truth.
Silence that voice.
Yeah.
Remember that, Jim? New Jersey is a state that spraying like aerosol at people and just like throwing. It's like
But they
better
do
than
that all
this.
the time. They keep these people in their bubble to where they're not informed, and that's why I do what I do. So, like right before the school started out here, I did a event where we gave out free backpacks, free school supplies, and 50% off on haircuts for anybody that showed up.
Oh, wow.
And it was about around 200 people that showed up. Out of that 200 people, I'm talking to everybody. This was a blessed event, but Moms for Liberty was there as well. And I'm showing them the books. I'm letting them read the books. I'm showing them the new language, the new policies, the new regulations, and what we do for the community. It was so many parents out there just crying, talking about they did not know. That day, we was only out there for 3 hours. And when I tell you 153 Blacks and Hispanics switched from Democrat to Republican in those 3 hours, people want to know, they want to be informed. And it's not just saying, oh, do this and believe in me. We're showing, we're doing action. So people want to know. They're just, they're conditioned to be in that bubble. And it's time for a change.
Absolutely.
As long as we're doing that, the grassroots part, we are winning people over because they're not following conservatism. They're not following God. They're not following Republicans. They're following God. I'm like, that's what they're following. We're just leading them in the right direction.
Absolutely.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you for everything that you're saying. Thank you for everything that you're doing out there. We will be back with you on Wednesday. We have Stephanie and Mrs. Jones. I like it. Mrs. Jones. And, I was thinking of something you said. So the health thing is really big. Robert Kennedy's been talking about it, our water, our food. Listen, we've got somebody that was running in the middle lane there going, so there is a little bit of an area to bend. And, we do recognize that as we move forward in our history, we have more technology, we have more information, that, there are areas that we can help and support all of the people. But we don't need to be, don't need this, this right in front of you, just blatant disrespect.
Yep.
This right in front of you if you're looking at a screen and you really want to look. I don't watch mainstream media, but I got pulled into this. Go look at Roger Stone's interview. One of the first, I call it auditions. Those are not debates. They were auditions. Trump was not on that stage. we don't know that man. So Jim and I both are like, don't come at us. But when my son's story was all mixed up and they were like, no, and it's about fentanyl, I had to back up and say, hey, y'all got the story wrong, except unfortunately, I have lost a family member to fentanyl. This is important too. A subject that nobody wants to talk about is something I grew up around. And if after the election, I'll move forward in that lane. But man, Mrs. Jones, when I've got situations right there and people are watching their box TV, it's like just the interview the other day, you know, and trying to look for the person to talk to. Did you see this one?
Yeah.
Where are they? I don't know what to say. Where's it? Oh, we were up all night. Up all night. You were on Saturday Night Live. Now, I'm not knocking Saturday Night Live, but what I'm saying is on SNL, Trump was on SNL before all of this. So what I'm saying is you couldn't go do an interview with someone who was going to ask you very specific questions, meaning Joe Rogan.
Yep.
No, you have to come to me. No, everyone else has been there and said, yes, I will show up. I'll answer those hard questions. You can't be there, but you can go on Saturday Night Live and do a skit in New York. And
Mind you, did you
the
see
next
Joe
day,
Rogan just endorsed Trump?
I'm sorry?
Did you see
Oh, yeah,
Joe
yeah, yeah.
Rogan just endorse Trump?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course he did. That's why I brought it up, because Trump did go on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is right near me. I'm really big into UFC. So is Jim. I'm the one at the screen. So we will get Patriot Fest going as soon as we get Trump in office.
Right.
A celebratory like music, UFC,
Yes.
celebrity cards. I met Joe Rogan a long time ago. So Joe, wherever you're at, this little show, we need to hear from you.
Absolutely.
We will
Oh,
we
yeah.
will answer those questions. But my point is, Mrs. Jones, when I don't watch that mainstream media. When I saw that and I went, oh, the comment was, oh, but I was up late night, and the laugh. We were up so late, whoever's talking to you, and I'm like, you were on Saturday Night Live. You weren't doing an interview. You're that tired from going to
Yeah.
New York to do a skit on Saturday Night Live that morning you can't figure out which reporter to talk to. You can't figure out even what to say.
Right.
Fetterman from Pennsylvania just did Joe Rogan, for crying out loud. And he's not a high energy guy, but he did it.
Yeah, great.
And it was actually a pretty good.
Yeah.
I learned a lot about him.
I was surprised.
Yeah, so was I. I'm like, wow, there's more depth to him than I realized.
Yeah.
Well, there is. And, the people that knock on Elon Musk, hey, I'm one that was mad at you, Elon Musk, for a long time because my account got suspended after they used me on that debate. And it's people that started fighting with each other. Who's right? Is she right? Is her son dead because of this? I'm like, are y'all that sick that you need to use
Yes.
my child that's not living anymore? Like, don't do this. Like, this happened. I'm still expecting that apology, by the way. That was the first debate. McCollum, the moderator, DeSantis in there. I will give you some grace because you served. But you got it wrong. I got attacked. My account got shut down because I had people fighting over, oh, this isn't true and that's true. And I'm like, oh, my goodness.
Right.
This is insane. There is a border agent that has been killed. His name is Javier Vega Jr., because I have to say his name. Made it in the Marines, could not survive here on U.S. soil because this is before Title 42 was lifted, and Title 42 is about our border. That was something that Trump had in effect. We're all about supporting here in the country, but there's a process for a reason. And in that process is where my son got wrapped up in. When I say speak up, stand up, I raised my kids to do this. So I'm like, oh, as a mother, like the guilt still hits me. I'm like, man, I really pushed him to do this. I pushed him to stand up. I pushed him to speak up. And I even encouraged him to join. And I am grateful, thankful, and blessed because I got somebody watching my back up there.
Right.
So what I say to people is, if you don't agree with me there, I'm not going to judge you, because it's not for me to judge. I really don't want a whole bunch of me in this country, to be honest. I like that we're all different, but I don't like so far different that we're tearing each other apart. We are hurting one another. We are setting up our own children. We are not behaving as a country that is educated, informed, understands that when you see something on like that and you think you can ignore that, what's going to happen? Do you think this is a good thing that Vladimir endorsed Harris? Like,
That's
they
horrible.
were proud of this. I'm like,
yeah,
that right there scares me.
yeah.
And it's so convoluted too.
Yeah.
He supports Harris, and it's almost crickets. Nobody's saying anything. But Trump will say, Putin's a smart man. Putin is a smart, strong man. She is very intelligent and very smart, and I got along well with both of them. Somehow that he's the devil because he did. Well, sometimes your best strength on the global scale is diplomacy. You don't have to like him. You're not having tea together, but you avoid conflict because you show equal respect. And I swear that's why we had no wars during Trump's administration, is because people did actually fear him. It's like, I think he means what he says. If we do that, we're going to, this is going to end up badly for us. One other thing I got to say real quick before I forget, I hope Mark Cuban's watching, because you guys just proved there are 3 very strong, intelligent women that support Trump that were on this program today. So, Mark Cuban,
there we go.
Well, we sort of know what we're doing. So it's one of those things that, Jim, you're just as important. You talked about that, Ms. Jones. Mrs. Jones. Jim, you're just as important in everything that you do, everything that your son was serving for. Listen, where I was going about faith and things is, I know we all have our own roadmap, that journey we're on. Stay in yours and I can stay in mine. That doesn't mean we need to crash. That doesn't mean we need to take out each other. There is no law and order. Which way do I go? Which path do I follow? I don't want to be there. If I wanted to be there, I would go to a third world country. People want to come to America because it is the land of the free, the home of the brave. It is a country that you can succeed if you work to be what it is you want to be. I mean, again, I am grateful. I know where my strengths come from, and it's the same as you, Mrs. Jones. If I didn't have the good man above leading me since I was little, going through things in this world that have been there, y'all, it's not like it just started. It's just going to get worse. A lot worse. And I'm one of those that had to go through what foster systems are like, what drugs are on the streets and can't get housing. And I'm talking about, let's keep going, because all we've done, we just keep rolling. And it's like, oh no, we are about to crash. And my only goal was, okay, let me fix this. Like the 2 sheep in the family that decided that they were going to have fun instead of serving and taking care of the kids. That's a problem. We don't need to enhance that problem, but we have, because by opening up, like I said, every state, you're now a border state.
We've
unfortunately,
clean house.
Before we go any further, I actually have to get off now. So I just want to say thank you to the both of you, and thank you for being such great parents to where your children actually wanted to serve. I do have one son that wanted to serve, so I'm praying for him. And this was great, and I hope to see you both really soon.
Absolutely. Pleasure meeting you.
Yes, everyone listening, keep fighting, because this is not the end. This is just the beginning.
We are just getting started. So I cannot wait. We will see you on Wednesday with yourself and Stephanie giving us the update. And
yes,
y'all are like, she's jumping. No, I'm not. Like, it's like God is yelling right now, the thunder and all. And I'm like, okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. Everybody listen, do your part, get the vote tomorrow, rock that vote.
Absolutely.
Let's go celebrate our country. Take it back. Mrs. Jones, we'll see you Wednesday. Vote.
100 million plus.
Yes. And
have a good night.
Good. Thank you. And everybody stand by. Thank you for being with us. You will get to see Mrs. Jones again on Wednesday. I don't want myself at the center. There you go, Jim. Jim, we have the Marine rapper who was just on. He has his song that he actually did there at the White House he gave to us. And then the pictures. Oh, it's funny. My doll, the pen, it's not a doll. Like, you wouldn't believe the amount of people that her microphone. It's, I'm all about the boxing gloves, but in a healthy way. You wouldn't believe some of those keyboard warriors. That's what I call them.
Absolutely.
Keyboard warriors. Like, my goodness, that's why I ended up losing accounts. It's like, it's not me. If you don't want to hear the truth, then turn it off.
Yeah.
Don't
Then
listen.
don't be here. Just go. Move on.
We don't have a single sponsor. Jim and I are sitting here. We've got another person. We've also got security. I really want to point that out big time. We've got them bigger, stronger. I might even say stronger than Hulk Hogan. I don't know. I'm being nice here, Hulk. Randy Couture, we're in the talks with him about some things. We've got Joe Rogan is awake. We've got The Man You Don't Know. You've got to watch that. It's free. It is on X, formerly known as Twitter, because we are on multiple platforms. This is also a podcast. So as we're done tonight and you're watching this live, anywhere that you want to listen to your podcast, you'll be able to find our show and listen there as well. We are a commercial broadcast and podcast because we pay. We pay to be so. We pay because we want our voices, our rights, the same that our children, Riley and Two-Step, when the story about the film being banned, Jim, you can only imagine when I was like, and thank you to the veteran. There is a veteran out there. And she said, the person who will take that and run with it does do a lot of work when it comes to the Trump team. I'm not saying I work for Trump. I don't. Actually, we don't have a sponsor. We are small and climbing up too. So don't come knocking us down. We are all trying to work together here. Jim, I hope that tonight we were able to give everyone a little bit of, the humanity side to Donald J. Trump and his whole family. The point I wanted to bring home is you may not like someone, but you don't have to go be hateful and ugly. Do you need to believe that, okay, if I can't get, to me, it's like a math formula. Go back to the basics, literally. And do your points system like it's a resume. Like, let's look at statistics. Let's look at the reports. Look at the numbers. Understand. You can go to gasandgroceries.us. Remember that. Gas and groceries, and it's GASAND, groceries.us. Gasandgroceries.us. Put in your zip code. You will see between the inflation and the price of milk, eggs, that's awful. We've got stories about land grab, 30 by 30. That's awful. Jim, with our veterans at 22 a day, we know what that means. That means we're losing 22 a day plus 3 to 5 that are active duty. Not okay. Yes. We're now at 21 a day with our farmers and ranchers because of their land being taken that's been in their families for generations. That's not okay. We have European countries that are paying attention to what's in our food. You know, we banned 13 different things. It's very, very relaxed here. And I love my red meat. So if you're if you're one of those that does not, that's okay. But my body, I get low on iron. It's just, hey, that's my prerogative. You don't have to, but you don't have to hate on people. Taking people's land, like, and what they do for a living, and their families have been doing it for generations, because now there's we just found a new species of something, or something there at your land is in an area, and we're going to get, or the price tax, the hike that it was priced at. There's no way to pay that. And it's like, you know, what do you do? And then as a small business owner that lost our business during COVID, what do you do? I mean, you have to still get up. You have to pay attention. You have to vote. And you have to rebuild, right? Rebuild. Let's build it. And it's not going to take a lot of work if you put it back in the way it was already there. And the person who's already educated on how to step right in, pick up the pieces and go, let's go. Like, I will be able to like relax and go, okay.
You hit on several really good points there. And hopefully the election goes the way we all obviously want it to go.
Oh, it will.
And hopefully people will watch this movie and continue to listen. The things that you just hit on for me, Trump, not only is he a friend of the farmer, friend of the auto industry, you go on down the line, and he's already proven that he can make the changes and he can do it. For Wyoming, it's the gas and oil and coal industry. That's the only way Wyoming makes money, for crying out loud. And there's so many different facets to him where he has shown his strength and how much he does care, that are only going to make America great again, for crying out loud. It sounds like just a slogan, but it is sincere and it is real. How can you not want to make America great again? So, and I think if he is elected, which I firmly believe he will
when
be,
he's elected,
and people watch this and get to know him. Okay, they ask, what are we going to do if it doesn't go our way? Okay, we're still going to put our boots on, and we'll just buckle down a little bit harder and go forward.
Yeah.
But I hope the other side has the same attitude. It's like, you know what? All right, America spoke. I need to get to know this man a little bit better and learn to know who he is. That's the only way we're going to be united again as a country. And that's the only way they're going to let go of some of the hostility that they either throw out on the keyboard, or, spraying things at you at a movie theater, or whatever the case may be. Take a deep breath and learn to get to know the guy. And then that all-star team around him, holy cow. One other quick thing. The analogy I use is a sports team. You don't always have to get along with everybody on your football team, baseball team, wrestling team, but you want the best people around you if you are all going to succeed. And that's what he is, and that's what he is building around him. He is putting the best team together so that we all win. And it's about as simple as it can get, but it's a beautiful thing this go around to see what he's doing and how he's putting this team together. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Democrats that have now come, Elon Musk, come on board for all the right reasons, and because they want to see America win as well. When you boil it all down, it's that simple. But I know in the grand scheme of things, it's never that simple, but it really is.
It really is, Jim. I think what we'll do is, I'm very grateful for everyone that's been on tonight. And again, you'll be able to see this as a podcast. Tomorrow is already here in some states. Right now, it is not where I'm at, but in some other states, it's already November 5th, the day that we need you to show up and vote, get out the vote, rock the vote. I remember that, the whole rock the vote, it's like, let's get back to the basics. It's pretty simple. Do your math. Don't vote based on another person's idea or peer pressure. I mean, get to know what you're doing there. Focus on your local too. Like that is where it all begins. If you are paying attention in your own state, like right now, right here, tomorrow, we have, listen, there's a Democrat right now that I voted for that's here in Texas. And it's because around me, that Democrat in my area is the right person for the job.
Yep.
Now, are they falling off a cliff on the left side? No, they're what I would consider more of an independent. So, and it's interesting, Jim, have you noticed that as we move with the times and we have more technology and more research behind it, you know, that's what I see in Trump. I see that he's taking everything into consideration for everybody because
Absolutely.
I don't want a bunch of us to be the same. We're not supposed to be. We
Absolutely. Whoops. That's another. Donald Trump used to be a Democrat, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. It's just baffling.
That's why I have your fire down there. Like, you know, before they used to love him. Now it's like, oh my goodness.
If people will get involved in their local politics, be it school board, county commissioner, you don't even have to run, but stay involved, stay up to date, see what they're doing. It is a natural progression that you start looking then on state level, you know, a county level and then state level. And then you're going to start paying attention to national politics. And you don't have to jump in with both feet, but at least you're informed and you're paying attention. And that's how you become educated on the issues and the topics. We have so many people, though. Cardi B or J-Lo was on, you know, with Kamala, so that's who I'm voting for. That is the most asinine reason to vote. If that's your reason to vote, then please stay home and don't vote. Sincerely.
You almost made me choke there, Jim.
If you can't at least somewhat educate yourself on the topics and the candidates, or have some conviction on where you want to see America go for you, for your family, for your neighbor, just sincerely, if you're just voting to vote with an uneducated opinion, just stay home.
Well,
that's horrible to say.
There isn't education when you vote like that, based on someone who can sing, based on someone who's a celebrity that already has a ton of money.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
Seriously. Do you really want to listen to someone who doesn't have probably a care in the world because they are making bank?
Yep.
They don't care that our inflation is up. They don't care that what the price is for milk.
They're in a gated community and they've got armed guards and
living the
everything
life.
else. Yep.
It's like, seriously, like that's who we're going to listen to? Come on now. Look, I'm not saying I don't like some of them. I am not a Swiftie, y'all. I'm sorry. I am not. I don't want to be. I can respect the woman that she is from a child up being in that. But listen, I've got my girls too. And I sent one off to college and she came back with a different point of view. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Where's all that hard work that I put in? Like, what happened here? And it's not until, you know, it had to be so blatant in our faces over what is happening. Just think about the last 4 years. Yep. Think about the things that were being covered. I'm talking basics. If you don't even want to go down into the depths of understanding how much trouble we're in right now, think of the basics. Think of the things that were right in front of your face. They're blatant. And then still they were being covered up. Still there were excuses. There was always a reason. It was never, you know what? Yes, that was wrong.
Yep.
And we take ownership and this is not okay. We need to do something here.
Yep.
No, like, if you're already in office, I've been saying this for 10 months. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I can't do the impression at all. I'm going to do this and I'll do this and I'm going to do that.
And start yesterday, for crying out loud. You've had 3.5 years.
You've had 4 years, not even, I mean, come on. You know, they talk about the borders are, I'm like, do y'all really want to see? I'll show you a picture. But right now we're talking about just vote. But when someone can't pull together a room in order to talk to the press, and you're already tired because of the night before and you've been campaigning. I'm like, okay, there's a fine line here of too much information, being able to answer a question appropriately, especially if we have a major, I'm just going to say situation, anything that comes up. If you don't have someone in front and center that can immediately make a decision and decide and delegate, like, this is what we're doing. Yep. Let's get on this.
Leadership.
Or admit that, hey, you know, we don't have this. We better figure this out. Yep. That's not the person that needs to be in charge.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
She has shown no leadership ability. She has not proven that when shit hits the fan and something's happening, which we keep seeing closer. I think her answer the other day was, well, she's going to need time to study that. It's like, no, you need to know the answer now, or have a direction to go so you can make those decisions on the fly that are going to benefit America and protect our people. Is baffling. One other thing on the border issue, I don't know if you saw the recent jobs numbers. 12,000 jobs created in the month of October. Pathetic. I can't remember. It was going back clear to 1940 or something. They've never been that bad. Yet we had over 100,000 more illegals come across the border. So we had 80 to 90,000 more illegals come across the border than we had jobs created. And of the jobs, of those 12,000 created, 90% of them were government jobs. They weren't private sector jobs. They weren't manufacturing jobs. It's just government getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which is 90% of the problem that we have today. Is government just keeps growing. They keep getting richer, and we just keep getting the shaft every month.
Jim, I keep seeing your signature under the hat too, so I don't think anyone else knows, but I like it because every time you're doing, there it is. Every time your head's moving around, I'm like, there it is, there it is. Vote Trump. You're fired. The current administration, you are fired. You are done. The man you don't know is a man you need to know. Absolutely. If you don't want to know the man, go watch the film and understand the humanitarian, the respect, and the decency that we need in this country for each other. I don't understand the backbiting. I don't understand tearing people down. I do believe that we all have a place in this life, this lane, the journey that we're on. We don't want to be, I don't want to be a mom that doesn't have her son. I don't want to be with, in border agent. And then, we bring up Darren. Darren was the police officer for years. That's how you got here. Darren Hoover, the father of, my goodness. Without him on, I'm like, I don't like to bring up any of the other families because of it's a respect thing, right? I don't know if they want it or not.
Yes.
That's why I just look at you and we kind of speak up and say, yeah, let's tell the truth here. So our officers, I'll be the first one to tell you, in everything that we do, in every lane that we're in, we need change. And does that mean that some people do not need to be in the job they're in? It definitely does. Yes. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think that, it's one way because of acronyms. DEM, REP, RIP is what I got with my family. It's like, I don't want acronyms. I want a person.
Yes.
Give me a human being that understands the core values, the basic element of a human being, that decency of respect to each other. Other than that, we're going to start going down these different lanes, and I'm glad we're all different. Again, I'll say it, but I know that we have a basic level of respect. There's a topic out there, Jim, I'll bring it up, and a lot of people are like, you should not bring that up. I will, because you're going to go vote tomorrow. it is one that hits me. And, you know, they were speaking about it in school again today. My kid came home talking about it. And I had to tell him, you know, hey, I've had an experience. Your older brother wouldn't have been here. And it was against my will. And thank God someone literally stood up and said, get this child out of that situation, and opened a back door. And I left, and I did not turn around and ever go back. So there's good people, even no matter how you want to pull this down. But as far as a country and everything that's going on, Jim, the person that needs to lead it has put together a team. So
Yes.
like you said, if you want to put together, I'm all about UFC. You mentioned football, but it's like the Super Bowl for me. Tomorrow's like, it can't come soon enough. You know, I'm not even kidding. I'm like, where are we going to finally, after, I don't know, 10 months, or I don't know how long now, it might be a year, you know, doing campaigns, doing elections. Like, Tracy, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're never going to get a sponsor. You're never going to make a dime. I'm like, yeah, it's been rough. It has, but it's going to pay off. Somebody somewhere, I hope you're hearing this, and you're going to say, you know what? You know what? The basic elements of a human being, the basic elements of having a child that serves, a border agent, our officers, regular people, just an individual trying to make a living on their land, can't do that.
Yep.
Issues with let's make America healthy again. I'm going to go into make America safe again. So I haven't seen that one yet. You know, MASA. I like it. I have to get that to the Marine rapper. We have a song for you. MASA, make America safe again. The again part means at least get me back to the prior administration where we were making some headway. So it's not easy. Jim, the one thing that I took that I love it when people are just so blatantly honest. And then when Trump was asked, you know, in all of the things that you've ever done in your life, you've got to go watch this, The Man You Don't Know. You've got to see it before it's on X for free right now. It's going to end up being pulled to see it either on a streaming platform, I guarantee it, or a theater now that it's out in the open as to what happened. So while you can, before you go vote tomorrow, I really want you to see it. At the end here, I'm going to play the clip again for the people that are tuning in late. I had production yelling at me, but I'm like, I can actually see our numbers here. And I am very, very happy. We see you on there. We see the ex individuals. They're running spaces. They're talking. We've got Representative, I'm just going to use his first name, Shane, out there in Minnesota. He has had Governor Walz out there. And you want to hear some stories? Get into a space and start listening to the people who are actually serving. You know, they either, if they're in politics, or they're just someone like you and I that are out there talking and giving true facts, or admitting, yeah, that's, and what do you think needs to be done? You know, so you can bring yourself down to the bottom level of our core values, the respect. Give it to the people. Don't tear each other down. What is it we need to do? We got to start caring about each other again. We've got to understand that kindness is something that we have to have. It is not about the money. That's why I keep saying it's going to be okay, I promise. And they're all like, Tracy, you keep saying it's going to happen. And I'm like, it will. Like, I will figure this out. Jim will show up every week and we will figure it out. I mean, we're like a lot of people out there when it comes to losing a small business, selling fitness equipment as, you know, things are shut down. Nobody on a commercial level was going into buy equipment in a commercial setting. So yeah, that went away. And it was like, well, my basics were X Spaces are great, by the way. So I was running those. And then prior to that, radio, history, all of that was like, well, I don't think I can go back into a mainstream corporate type of building. Listen, before this age, before my son was killed, the way he was raised, I have been in a company and grabbed everyone in the office and said, we're walking out. And it was all due to me being told I couldn't hire someone based on the way they looked, based on their color. I had 2 instances, and listen to this. This comes full circle. The lady, oh my gosh, militant. She was in the Army. And like, it's like so weird how this comes around full circle. And it was just like, so do we have good and bad out there in our own system? Of course we do.
Absolutely.
People in just human nature, sometimes they need a little bit more guidance. Sometimes they might need a helping hand. I am not going to knock down the people because I have been that person. I am not a saint. I have never said that I am. I try to do my best. I try to respect others and their beliefs, but then you need to do the same to me.
Yep.
And then take it a step further and then understand that this is a hard one, Jim. Would I right now take my son back over what he stood up against? Knowing what's happening right now in this country and what other people are experiencing. Man, I'm not even going to answer that one because that's a bad one to ask a mom. A dad too, Jim. I heard you earlier. It's about the dads too. It's about the family. It's the whole family at the core. Just get recentered. I see it. Get balanced. It's about people. That's why it's Patriots. To us, it's not military. It's Patriots. It's the people out there in our country that are proud of being here, proud of the work that they did to be an American citizen. There are people that did go through the process. Yep. And this is Marie Vega, the mother to Javier Vega Jr., shared her story. That's my family. That's Javier that was killed by the 3 illegals.
Yep.
Yes, he would go to me and I'm like, I get speechless. Like, I don't want you to experience these things, but it's here. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you it's not in our country. I'm telling you right now it is.
And we've got to fix it. And again, Trump is our answer to getting this under control. We have so many people that want to be in America, but they don't want to be Americans.
Yeah.
Well, there's a huge problem there. And hopefully starting with the vote by the end of the day tomorrow, we're on a path to gaining, righting the ship. We've got to gain control because we are just floundering at the moment. It's almost lawlessness. Especially the southern border and how many illegals have come in. I say they're invaders. They're not illegal aliens. They are invaders. Our country has been invaded, and we've got to get control of it because we can't financially, economically, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, hospitals, schools. We simply cannot afford housing. We can't afford to let that influx that has come in here stay, not to mention the criminals and everything else that are in that bunch of people that have come. We've got to right the ship. You gotta have some control over it. I think I lost you.
You are good. Again, everyone, like from having cancer, the surgery left me with, I have to take care of saliva. Pistachios, people are literally like, what is she doing? I'm like, well, creating saliva. That's what I'm doing. I have to grab it's a trick, everyone. I don't know if you're a singer out there and you don't have enough saliva, but I knew it before my vocal cords were cut. And listen, that's why I say health and safety. So MAHA, Make America Safe Again. I'd like to do the clip again because I just noticed we had a large influx come in. And right now on X, the man you don't know, the director, Chris Martini from Triple Martini Productions was on tonight. So you were able to see him, and you can check this out. You can go back and see our show, whether it's on X right now live, but the easiest thing to do is go to YouTube. We are grateful to the station we're on, but if you don't go to Patriots Inside the Wire, and just like an artist, you know, we do support our veterans, our patriots that are out there that in their music. Music is medicinal for me. Like, that is what helps me like get through the show. It's like the music side of things. So I can't wait to get back to my music I've lately. So that's coming up. So everybody stand by for that. In order to support in a digital era right now on the digital trend, and what we saw coming here with Patriots Inside the Wire is right here. This is where pretty much anything. And in the digital era is music. So you've got your patriots in music, you've got your veterans, and we do host a lot of them here on the show. But again, if you don't go in digitally and add that to your playlist, make a list, a veteran playlist, a first responders playlist of music, or a show. You're watching a show right now. It's called Patriots Inside the Wire. You add that to the playlist. You like, subscribe, follow. How easy is that? You want to look, hit follow, hit like. Come on, get it back out. Put it back out. Roll it back out. Put the show back out. That's how people will see this. That's what happened with The Man You Don't Know. You're talking about the level of that director. I mean, we are down here. He's way up here, and
he's fascinating.
Very. But you know what's interesting is they got a hold of us a month ago through a veteran. Again, thank you to her. You know, they were like, it's pretty heavy on the political side, and I'm like, I'll take it, because if my son can serve, then my freedom to speech, my rights to speak up, I'll be damned if I'm going to shut up. I'm sorry. So Patriot Fest will happen. We'll be celebrating the fact that, you know, we do have brave men and women who step up and sign that dotted line of an ultimate sacrifice. And it's scary. It's scary to me that I've already been in an administration with, you know, someone who calls and says, you know, we're stuck in another country, and it's just something we don't need to happen. So I don't want to rehash that. I stay quiet. It's more about me. If you've noticed that, Jim, I'll be like, well, let Jim talk. You want to shut me up, start asking me about that, unless it's about the legislation. So legislation, all the Gold Star families out there, I want to say thank you to you. We've had a lot of the Gold Star families that have been on, even throughout this whole campaign, knowing that we've been very heavy on the political side on the show for that. We're grateful to the artists who literally said, no matter what, here's our music, go for it. Have we had the opposite? Oh, yes, we have. Have I been taken off of X before because I was used by people on a stage? And my son's, yes, but you didn't get the facts right. I am grateful, though. I'll tell you this, that, you know, Elon Musk, it's interesting. He gets knocked a lot for things that we're literally sitting here saying. We tell our kids, don't go pick on other kids. Don't go be the bully. Don't you dare go make fun of anybody. At least I do as a parent, right?
Yep.
But we're forgetting to do it as adults. Yep. It's like, why in the world are you going, the most brilliant mind that you can think of? Do you really believe he's just sitting around in a chair going, hey, how's it going, man? No, that brain's going nonstop. And, you know, good for him. You know, he doesn't have to worry about buying milk and bread and all of that. I'll say that. So I don't like that my account was taken. Yes, my finger is pointing at you. Elon, you can come get on the show very easy. You know how digital works. So,
oh, how fun would that be?
oh, there you go. There's your challenge right there.
That would be fun.
We actually took the man you don't know before Benny Johnson had it. Literally, we were working with Chris. We have had so many shows back to back. We couldn't cancel the Trump team. I was like, there's no way we were canceling that last week. And then before that, I was like, we can't cancel the family. So it's like, you got to wait. Just give me right before I'll get you on. And they were just exploding at everything that was happening, and rightfully so. And X is something that is formerly known as Twitter. Again, my bad joke is I'm not old enough, but MySpaces mixed with Twitter is now X Spaces. So you've got Spaces, which are just like the podcast. So as our show rolls out to production, thank you, production. It's one person in production. One of those is me. So there's two that do production, advertising, marketing, you name it. Our website will be updated soon, Jim. I can't wait for that. So the radio gig that we will have. So we're adding radio back in to where it'll be 15-minute increments. Everyone out there who's like, she will talk for 6 to 8 hours. But if, look, when I say be smart, Jim, we've had guests on that just start talking. You don't stop that.
Nope.
Like,
let it flow.
go back and look at some of the things that have been said.
Yep.
Like, I'm going to do eventually, like, we need help. Literally. It's like when you don't have a check coming in and you're trying to do all the work, you just can't get to the editing and all. But man, do we have some powerful stuff, powerful guests to edit and get that out and compiled. And I do challenge Joe Rogan because he's right near me. I won't say where I'm at, but he's not far. And I have heard from Ranger Rick multiple times this week, by the way. He is in my area. And I'm forcing myself on Friday. There's an event here in my area for the Brave. And I'm going to go. I'm going to go to an actual nighttime, like we got to get dressed up event, like, and go. And I know people, you're probably laughing at me right now, but to go to an event where I want to be there, it's like weird. It's like, where do we go? It's like, there's no unit. Like, I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I have a great mom right now who's family to me. She's got her son serving. So I'm like always doing prayers up for him too. Obviously, all of those that are out there. He's going to be fine. I mean, I don't want people to be scared to talk to us. They are. They're afraid when they look at us and they think, uh-oh, I don't want to be in that seat. Well, you're not going to be, because if we can get the right people in, the corruption that happened is the reason I don't have my son. It actually has to do with what happened on U.S. soil. So the decisions and the things that are happening took right now on this screen, 3 people. But you can just put that right down the road into every state, every city, every county. And so every vote that you make in your local area is extremely important. You know, where I'm at, you know, I went ahead and did my voting. I always take my son, you know, the youngest one. It's weird. It's quiet here. I've never been, you know, now that he doesn't have his big brother. And it's interesting, you know, like, man, next time we get to vote, And I was like, whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. Like, he is, I got a 15-year-old, y'all. Like, I forgot what it was like to have. He's great, though. I just treasure his personality. He's an old soul. He came home today and he's talking about being an independent and different things. But Jim, one of the things that the teacher brought up today is I can't believe I don't even want to say this out loud. And it's hard to do that, but a different type of church that would be for the opposite in God. See, I can't even say it out loud. they talked about that in school. Wow. And how we need to have the Roe versus Wade back. And it's their right to have it because that's how they do their religion.
Yep.
And I said, well, wait a minute. What are you talking about? And it's like, well, no, the teacher was against it, but they were explaining to us that, is this correct? Is this what we want? You know, do I struggle with the Roe v. Wade? You know that I do. I do struggle with a few things, but I am sure as hell not going to hang myself by letting someone else in.
No.
We've got issues in our country. We've got to have someone strong. If I'm in another country, or I'm in our country now based on what's happened, and I'm looking at who's in office, do you know who I want if I'm the person that wants to literally cause chaos, corrupt, and make sure you sure as hell are not going to be the land of the free, the home of the brave, America is #1 place to be? Who do you think they're looking at and going, get that one in, because that's the one that we're going to take down?
Yep.
So I'm like, if you can't see this as a general common sense, again, I go back to math. That's what works for me. 2 + 2 is 4. So you've already had 4. Trump didn't get 2 terms. Get back in that second term. Take out what we need to. Set down the groundwork. Get to work immediately. Like immediately, our country, as soon as we hear Donald J. Trump has won, immediately things are going to shift.
Before you even get markets are already kind of anticipating. I just was watching that today.
Yeah. Yes.
It's ready to just boom again. Yeah.
It's going to shift immediately as soon as this happens. It doesn't even wait till, the inauguration, but we're going to have to stay in touch on that. So it's like, yes, use us throughout the election. We'll tell our stories, but I want to be there at that. I might go to that one. Like that one, I would have fun. The one I'll go to this Friday, I'm going because it's the right thing to do. And I keep saying, hey, yeah, I want to go. What's going on? Invite me. But now I've got to go. Yeah. So like when you were going, I could have gone with y'all to Pennsylvania, but I'm like, no, but I will be there soon. So Pennsylvania, I literally looked up my last name. There are people out there related to me that are in Pennsylvania that, I've got some that are very far on the right. And then I've got, well, they're related to my kiddo. I'm not going into my personal life there. I've lost a lot of people literally that are literally related to me since COVID. My gosh, I can't even keep count anymore. It's awful. I've got one person besides my child, my daughters, my son, one person living blood relative. So that I can pick up a phone and say, hey, and when I say blood, that's what I mean. So I've unfortunately lost like sisters, brothers, best friends, cousins, aunts, uncles, biological everything. So listen, if I was able to get through everything I did as a child, I'm like, I quit adulting. I was saying that before the election. I quit adulting. I am ready to be at the part where I can do I am back. Let's go do this. Let's roll out Patriot Fest. Let's have a UFC, like big, like hallelujah. Thank you. Now let's fight. Let's fight that way. Like, I like that kind of fighting, like the boxing, the MMA, and UFC. Let's fight that way, like a healthy debate, a healthy way. Let's get on the stage and play some music. Let's just honor and celebrate and live our life. Life is short.
Yep.
We unfortunately can't stress that enough. I mean, tomorrow is not promised. Today is here right now. Yesterday is gone. You don't know if tomorrow is here for you. So, Jim, I have the clip. The numbers just keep rising. So the Man You Don't Know is free right now. We have Chris Martini's with Triple Martini Productions and Global Ascension. I have to point that out. And the joke now that his friend Jonathan is the producer and now gets credit. You're welcome, sir. I think all of the people, no matter you're on this level or that level, get the credit. I think that that's a beautiful thing. So I just know we all don't have the money to pay that. So hopefully I didn't get him into something there. We want to show you a few pictures here, and we have the Marine rapper song, The Patriot, that he played for Donald Trump. We actually have it here. We're going to be playing that. Right now, what I'd like to do is make sure that you understand The Man You Don't Know. You can find it on X, which is formerly Twitter. You don't even have to open an account. You can go in and literally listen. Or My Son's Translation, which is the number 2 in step. So 2-step act, the number 2, and then step, like 2-step dancing, 2-step act, ACT for his legislation. It's in text ledge. And then I'm getting back to federal legislation. So through our voting, that's how that's going to happen. So 2-step act is My Son, Sergeant 2-Step. But right now, through our broadcast, which we're growing again, which is a verified account, Patriot on Air. As simple as I just said it. Patriot on Air. Patriot, ONAIR. Jim, you're going to laugh when I get back on the radio. My voice is going to change completely.
I just want to say real quick, I just got on my X account. You type it in the search bar, and it's right there.
Yeah. I tried to find you actually for the space we did yesterday. I could not find you. I also couldn't get a hold of you. We just ran with it.
Oh my goodness. That's a
shout out to Julie
story.
Julie, Tisha, Shane, like they're out there holding the X spaces. Shout out to you. Zen, I met him last night serving. I mean, in the X space, it was the first one. We got the director. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm on the phone with him. I'm like, you've just released this on X to Vinnie Johnson. Elon Musk has just put this back out. You've got to get into space. He's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, all right, come on. This is how it started. Get on your X account. Literally, I'll send you the link to a space. I'll set it up. Get in there. It was supposed to be today, actually. He got the day mixed up. I didn't even tell him. I just like, oh boy, I'm just going to roll. And we did last minute. We jumped in and I was explaining to him. I was like, you just literally click here. You go right in. You can just sit there and listen. You can go in anonymously or you can just go in and interject. You can speak, raise your hand. It's like basic rules that apply to life out there. Why can't we do that in real life? So X, you hit the little button. It's raise my hand or wave or thumbs up or like, come on, man. Like, do it in real life. Like in real life, like, yes, I care. Like you get the little care emoji. Like, do you really care? Like, come on, show that you care. Be there for each other. Absolutely. So again, Patriot on Air, we're live. We're also live on Instagram. And again, I don't normally stream to, I'm looking right now. It'll go away. So the Instagram ones will go away. Just go to YouTube, Patriots Inside the Wire on YouTube. We have YouTube TV. If you go to the broadcast, you're going to find all sorts of shows. You're not going to be able to support us that way. Patriots Inside the Wire on YouTube is the easiest way. And then go to X, Patriot on Air. I have The Man You Don't Know on the page. It has been there so much. We actually have a recorded space, by the way. Yesterday, the director really got into great detail. And it's in the space. And it's, The Man You Don't Know, Director Chris Martini, the director of the film. And he's in there and he's telling all about it, and you don't have to get ready or anything. It's like in the space, you're just able to, I love that part about it. Again, Jim, you know how I am. Like this to me is like, this is like my war paint. It's like, okay, I'm not going to cry. I'm not a crier. But we're having to talk about things that involve our members. To me, this is like me putting on that mask of, like, okay, like, I don't know, it works for me. So don't be judging me out there. Let's show them the clip real quick. And then we do have a couple of very, very personal things about Trump we're going to show. Don't leave. We'll show you that. And then the Marine rapper, he has his song that will play with those photos that are very personal. That day is here. We're about to hit it where I'm at. So here you are, the man you don't know. Please go on to X and check that out. We're hoping that you do. We appreciate that Chris Martini took the time yesterday in a space. You can go check out that recorded space on Patriot on Air, where he was speaking in depth. You need to know what's happening out there. That's just not okay to do what is happening in our country. Right here for the movie, The Man You Don't Know. If you don't go on X, go to the website, themanyouDon'tknow.com. But again, X, and watch it for free while you can. As I'm telling you, it's going to get pulled. I'm hoping before you go vote, if you're kind of on the fence or you're in the middle, please go vote. Listen, Jim, it's interesting. When we play this clip in the beginning, it's all negative. It's all about the
nastiness and the
monstrosity that has like built up throughout. It's common sense, people. I gotta have common sense. I don't know how to say it. Here you go. The Man You Don't Know, the clip that Chris Martini from Triple Martini Productions, Global Ascensions Productions. I have to thank them too. Again, Benny Johnson is the first person out there on X that grabbed it when Triple Martini, and they were, I was like, just give me 1 week. And I was thinking, dang it, Jim, that would have been us. We're the little people who really need our views back, and had this interview scheduled. And I said, Chris, you've got to be kidding me. We are like here. They are up here. Like 49 million views right now. We're rebuilding. Our accounts got taken, like we were used. Literally, I was in the actual debates in this election, and turned around and said, you're not using me. I will speak up. Yeah. Now you have Patriots Inside the Wire, which was born out of that when they took away X from me. And that was not okay. But I know that if Elon Musk knew the whole story, went back and watched where I was used in that debate, and then people started just attacking over what's true, what isn't true. You can find that story on Roger Stone, by the way. But whoever you like or don't like isn't about that. I'm talking about my son who isn't here and should be here. So I'm giving you the look that means stay the hell away. Do not come tread on me. Like, come and take it. Don't tread on me. This is what it means. I'm in America. Take it at my name, my son, my country. 2 flags above my head. So don't tread on me. Here we go. The Man You Don't Know. So don't get us pissed.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans representing extremism.
Donald Trump is a great threat to our democracy.
The greatest threat the world faces.
Destructive to our democracy to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
He has to be eliminated.
Someone's on top of the roof. Look.
You want me to tell you something about Donald Trump that the media doesn't know? How about this? He's a wonderful human being.
My father's a man who has a heart of gold, and it's the side that a lot of America does see, and the side that the media doesn't want you to see.
This is a guy running for president. He had no place else he would rather be than right there with his granddaughter in her pre-K class.
He's a very generous, honest, nice guy.
He's done a lot of incredible things for a lot of people, but he's not willing to take credit for it.
He is actually very relatable.
Hello, everybody.
When you break him down, he's actually just a regular guy. He's a great athlete, loves to watch sports.
He threatens this entire system of the corruption that is the U.S. government.
With all of these forces coming against him, not for a moment did he ever show that insecurity or fear that someone might feel when they don't know what's going to happen to them tomorrow. And that is who Donald Trump is.
There you have it. The man you don't know. It is very easy to find again on X. We are on Patriot on Air right now. We're actually on about 10 different channels, even social media too. We're on actually Facebook and Instagram. I might lose my Facebook after tonight. If I do, find me on X, on Patriot on Air. Patriots Inside the Wire is literally on everywhere that you can go. Amazon, Apple, iTunes. I mean, if you look at the symbols down there, LinkedIn, YouTube, the radio station, I'm not giving that away, but I can't wait. We will be in a lane of being able to be on the charts. So being able to help these artists, they're in a Patriot lane. So there's something brewing. I can't wait to be able to do that. We have the Marine Rapper's song that I want you to hear. This was played literally. I'm looking at the time there, Jim. It's already going. So I'm like, okay, we're in the hours of where it's like, okay, go vote. But Patriot is the song by the Marine rapper who was on recently, explaining that, you know, he was challenged when he was told, you always go to the right side and talk to them and interview them. Go to the other side where they're yelling at you and go interview. And he did that. And his show's out there. He was just on, it's last week, right? We're rolling through so many. And so we did not cancel for, how am I going to cancel someone that's serving all that? And we would have been the ones that have put it out on X, the movie. That's the funny part of this, is that, man, the little people, we were almost there. So don't forget that, people. The man you don't know is so important to us because of the situation that Jim and I have to live in. The other people you heard from tonight. But the Marine rapper, you can check out his music. This song, Patriot, was played literally while Donald Trump literally was in office. And we're going to bring up some of those pictures for you that are true. So here is Patriot by the Marine rapper.
Red glare repping USA, so she go crazy. Wait for it, 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 wait for it. Pat ride my AKA, my frat house is USA. My merch got my whole name, Patriot all in their face. Bang this from NY State to ATL and to LA, and I don't mean no Miami when I say my ops, this is my head. Such for them, we having a blast. Raising their glasses. This is my American bash. This is a party. Everybody waving a flag. Call me Big Poppy. She said I got the fire. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, rapping USA, so she go crazy. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, rapping USA, so she go crazy. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. There is real in the ones who just act like it. You was lying on my gun till it backfired. If you ain't about the action, then just be quiet. If you all about the action, do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. If you all about the action, do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. If you all about the action, do the Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, rapping USA, so she go crazy. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, rapping USA, so she go crazy. Wait for it, 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 wait for it. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, rapping USA, so she go crazy. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, rapping USA, so she go crazy. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait, wait for it, wait, wait for it, wait, wait for it, wait, wait for it. Pat ride my AKA, my frat house is USA. My merch got my whole name, Patriot all in their face. Bang this from NY State to ATL and to LA, and I don't mean no Miami when I say my ops is in my hand. Mission in action, such for them we having a blast. Raising their glasses, this is my American bash. This is a party, everybody waving the flag. Call me Big Poppy, she said I got the fire. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, repping USA, so she go crazy. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, repping USA, so she go crazy. Wait for it, wait, 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 wait for it. There is real in the ones who just act like it. You was lying on my gun till it backfired. If you ain't about the action, then just be quiet. If you all about the action, do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. If you all about the action, do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. Do the Pat riot. If you all about the action, do the. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, repping USA, so she go crazy. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, repping USA, so she go crazy. Wait for it, wait, 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 wait for it. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, repping USA, so she go crazy. Mom's bursting in there with the rocket red glare, repping USA, so she go crazy. Wait for it, wait, 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 wait for it. Pat Rock.
To come back, we wanted to show you a lot of that. There you have it. It says, please vote November 5th for Trump. He is the man. With this current administration, you're fired. You're fired. You're fired. Fired. That's how it goes. What comes around goes around, right? I gotta work on my voice. I'm not gonna sing right now. Working on that one. That was the Marine rapper TMR. That is his song Patriot. He does a lot of collaborations with other artists. So if you don't like rap, he literally has everything from a jazzy, operatic voice to rapping. Served our country in the Marines and is a reporter, literally, in the Marines, and then gets out there in the streets for Trump. And he's been doing interviews. You can find him on Instagram. Again, Chris Martini. As he mentioned, he's not a big fan of FB, which is one of the social platforms. He is a fan now of X Spaces. And I want to say this, I was his first. I was. Don't take that where you're taking it. What I'm saying is, if you haven't been in a space yet and understood, meeting Stephanie, that's been great. Stephanie Phillips, Mrs. Jones. I got to see Mrs. Jones now. Moms for Liberty, you know, is around in a lot of the different states, so you can get involved that way. But, you know, it's not just about the moms. We have Terry Burgess and Beth Burgess who run Gold Star Parents Retreat. They've been on. Memories of Honor has been on with Amy Cotta. We have had just recently Heather Viveros with Give to Those. Big, big, huge rucks that are coming up that give to multiple things, not just military. My biggest thing is the siblings. What are we doing about the siblings when we lose these young people who are signing up to go serve for us for the rights, our Constitution, and our freedom of speech, so I can say whatever the hell I want? So, of course, you get a hold of me and tell me they're blocking a whole film. Jim, I can't say the names, but the first thing that came to my head is exactly what's trying to be used right now on Trump. And I'm like, do you know who actually has documentaries out there right now? Literally, like the people that have them, no one's saying take that off. Like, you're not allowed to watch it.
It's such the hypocrisy is just never ending. It really is. And it's disgusting. It borderlines almost election interference with what they've done. If you're going to be able to show this and portray that guy, but then you're going to block America from listening or seeing or getting to know this guy. It's become so bizarre the way things work and how it's good for one side, but nope, we can't let you. Well, just by like getting banned or kicked off or booted or suspended for saying the wrong word about a candidate of your choice. Well, then you can't get on. You can't do a live for 10 days. Yet
it was longer than that.
I mean, it's bizarre.
Anyone that finds our verified account right now, which is Patriot on Air, you're going to go, my goodness, they only have 800 followers. Yes, that is true because we did lose our account. But again, I don't blame someone like Elon because it was a lot of people just being mean and ganging up. And, the debates were first starting. I don't even call it a debate. I was like, that's an audition. I'm busy. I'm in an X space right now. I literally ignored it. And I just couldn't ignore it anymore because I kept getting knocked down and literally got knocked off by people fighting and turning in each other. And it's just ridiculous. So it's like, the freedom of speech, the platforms that we do have. Now, I do understand a level of respect. Please have some common sense, some street sense. It doesn't take a whole lot to figure out like what is good and what is bad. It's not that hard. If you want to have some real stories, that's what we are. We tell the truth here. It's never been any different for me. I don't know how to not tell the truth. So if I got to show up somewhere, and that is soon, actually I do. Ooh, forgot about that one. I have to show up somewhere soon to speak. All these words I speak, I have to actually now physically go somewhere and do something because I can't say. But do not try to come at me and tell me that I'm sitting here talking about a story that has to do with my child, has to do with someone else who's been killed, and you don't want me to be having a certain label. Like, are you kidding me? Take your damn label and like, leave me alone. My child is buried, and I sat there with the guns going off. I sat there to get the flag. I sat there, and it's like you're shuffled all around, and it's like, I can't explain it, but I don't want anyone else out there that's listening or watching us. Again, it'll be a podcast. Anywhere that you want to listen to a podcast, you can hear the director who is here. You can hear Stephanie Phillips. We thank her again. We thank Chris Martini, the director of Triple Martini Productions with Global Ascension Productions for the movie The Man You Don't Know. We thank you, Jim and Riley and your whole family. You've been on a journey of ever since they got y'all at, in Arlington, and you and Darren got on YouTube. I was like, oh boy, I think I saw someone who may be okay with speaking up. So
absolutely
have you balance this to show that don't quit trying to knock me down. All I'm doing is giving you the truth. So
absolutely.
Be different if someone was actually paying, or no, it wouldn't. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, this is what I want people to do. When you turn around and you realize that something's wrong, you actually need to go back and go, wait a minute, I'm sorry about that. No, if you are going to sponsor, I'm still going to tell the truth. I'm not going to be disrespectful, though. I will definitely market your brand, your product, whatever it is, if it's aligning with the mission. So
our same convictions and
we're all about people. So I don't know how you can go wrong there. You can't go wrong. If you're all about money, you could probably go wrong. We haven't stopped yet, and it's we do have to have some, though. We'll figure that part out. I keep telling the other individual that's doing the graphics. I'm like, just hang on, hang on. So the work that has to go in being on a broadcast, and then now I'm adding radio and redoing the whole website, everybody. So patriotsinsidethewire.com. You can go see the old website right now. In about a week, you are going to see the new website. You'll see the radio station, and this show will actually be right there on the website. So we will be launching. You'll still find us on our social platforms, but we will be radio. We will be broadcast. We already are a broadcast and a podcast, but I put us on social platforms for a reason right now. I will continue to do it. I love X as far as the platform, and I'm very quick to point that out because I grew up around people that, that stuff used to be free, and it used to be something that you were like, I'm not saying that word out loud. It's actually a great platform for me, for someone who needs to go in and hear like-minded individuals or be educated on a certain subject that maybe I need more information on, right?
Yeah.
There's people that will go in, and it's the spaces is what it is. And if I've gotten the director in there, I've gotten several people in the spaces, but I had stopped for a little while because of the elections just working nonstop on our shows, and the guests we're able to get. We're grateful this whole time. We will still have our Texas individuals. We are a Go Texan certified brand as far as Patriots Inside the Wire. That is the thing in Texas. Texas is big. So being certified as Go Texan is actually a big deal. So that just means that we are Patriots through and through and representing different brands. One of them is American Hat Company. See the hats? Like, it's so you don't have to do your hair. That's one reason. For me, throw on a hat. So again, I loved Stephanie Phillips tonight. She had her hat on, the Never Surrender. I was like, man, I need that one. And then Make America Healthy Again. Or I said MASA, Make America Safe Again, because of our kids and what happened. So Make America Safe Again. That's what I want. Health, safety, money's last. Like, just want to have that security of being healthy and safe, and knowing that when I wake up, I don't have to, well, you still need to take care of your own business in your own backyard, but
a little less urgency or angst as to what's going on.
Yeah. What do you have for everyone there, Jim? We officially hit, it's November 5th. So, Jim, we got to do like vote.
Yes.
Vote. I'm not going to change my voice for everyone. I've been talking all night.
This is it. This is go time. Grab everybody and anybody you know that hasn't voted yet and get to the polls. Tomorrow's the day, and I will be blown away, or today. Yeah, we're today now. I would love to see 100 million plus go in Trump's favor, and just absolutely blow everything out of the water in all elections of the past, and make sure it's too big to rig. And if that does happen, that tells you that America is changing, and America does want what we want. And the media is just absolutely feeding us a big line of crap.
Right. I got to say that, so I'm able to see this. We have 138 plus. Well, I don't want to get the exact number right now watching us on X. They're engaged. I'm so glad, because The Man You Don't Know that got put out was a frustrating thing of, okay, it's being banned in the theaters. It's something that we were going to be putting out. I just remember I called the director, Chris Martini, and I'm like, what the heck, man? Like, we could have done that exact thing if you had let us put it out. The little people, the people who, like, I'm not going to give you a guilt trip, so I won't go there. But what I'm basically saying is, I have been on board from day one saying, I will put myself in there. I know that Jim will too. He's like, it's okay. We're still scheduled for an interview. And I'm like, you don't know how X works. Okay. So I'm like, you have to get in the space, because now that it's released, we want people to understand who you are as a person. So he liked it. He literally was like, wow, like, it's interesting, like being able to engage. And like, he didn't like being on the screen like that. Like, honestly, I don't like doing all this to be on a screen. I do it so that we get out the information. It's what works. It's what I know. It's what I did before, I got thrown in the lane that we're in right now. It's easy for me. Radio's even easier. So music. We have to say thank you also to Brooks Herring. So our shows, if you're in broadcast or anything, so Patriots Inside the Wire, you can find it, patriotsinsidethewire.com. You can see up there, Gold Star Family Foundation, Fallen Heroes Foundation, Patriot Fest will be our brainchild, our dream child is what it is, Jim. It's our celebratory thank you from the country. And it will be that UFC. Here we go, Joe Rogan. Here you go, Randy Couture. We've got, literally, we can pick up a phone to Randy. He's very involved out there with our veterans. So we thank him for that. We thank our head of security, the kid Tai, who's now serving. We thank him for his service. He's right near me. We couldn't do it without the security that we do have because of Jim. Can you not see the comments that pop up over there?
I still can't see them. Whatever I logged in to earlier today before I found the show, there I would have been able to see them. So I don't know what the heck I logged on to. But no, I still can't see the comments. I see your reaction though periodically. It's like, uh-oh, somebody's throwing something.
I wonder. I've never gone back and watched myself, but I'm like, oh, whoa. Like one of them, it startled me because of like the images they were putting in there, and like I was like, oh my goodness, like I've now got to go. It was through X, by the way, and I did call his name out. The last name was Gonzalez. Do you remember what I said?
I did hear you. Yeah.
It's in the show. I can ban you from our station, but that doesn't mean on X right now on Patriot on Air, whoever he is. There's more than one, but this one just kept coming, and I had banned this person, but last name is Gonzalez.
So unnecessary.
Talked about, I can't even say it, things you can do to a woman that are. That's why I wonder what my face was, because I was like, I can't even say the words. I was like, whoa. Like they wanted me to be shredded and
good grief,
devoured, like in a way that's like a monstrous way. And it was this long, and it was multiple times. I was like, wow.
Good
I was like,
grief.
Security, this is where we need you. I'm going to have to teach a couple of you on X. Now, we do have the ladies that, thank goodness, yesterday when we got in the space, thank you out there to Phenom. I was able to grab her. I had her number, her health. I'm sending up prayers for her. Thank you, Phenom. Yesterday, we got in the space, and then I met Julie. I met Tisha, and I met Zen, and Zen is a veteran. Representative Shane, always great there in Minnesota. What he says about Governor Walz, you need to hear it, and you will only hear him in X. I won't listen. If you've ever been in an X space, everybody kind of knows who he is, but I like it. It's the truth. And yeah, I like it when I'm working with someone, even I don't care who it is. It's down at the store, or it's a representative, it's the president. Like, you're not better than me. You're serving because we voted. So actually you do work for us. So this person actually works. They actually get back there and they listen to the people and do the research. And you all need to go do your research on that VP. I am really shocked at nobody talking about this. That VP is more of a chameleon than our VP right now.
And it'll be an
I didn't know
absolute
that's
shame if
possible.
they get in, because he's got some skeletons that haven't been made public yet. You're probably aware of several of the things that I'm aware of. Like, man, that is just a disaster waiting to happen 3 months down the road. And then you realize, oh my goodness, that's who I voted for. Start looking now. Don't. Yeah. You
Yeah,
should
I
have been
have to
looking
be
3
careful
months
there
ago.
because I do my research.
Yep.
I know of one instance, because there's been 3, and there's non-disclosures for different things for different people or different reasons. So I got to respect that.
Yes.
When things happen to people, they don't want to relive them.
Absolutely.
There's one of them that I'm going to say this, it's questionable. I hate that there's a child that's speaking up and a person that's trying to tell us something, and we're saying, no, go away, be quiet. That just didn't happen. You're wrong. Get away. I haven't seen a single thing about VP. Everybody loves to talk about drama. What the heck? We aren't even talking about who's going to be the VP. This is why we're in this situation right now. Now we've had Biden. She's stepping in. She's been the VP already for 4 years.
Yep.
If you want to talk about football, you want to talk about having a team, your statistics, your layout there, boy, you're not going to win that damn fantasy football. You're not going to win in that ring.
Nope.
You are literally putting back in. I mean, that's nice when I say this, but Mike Tyson's talking about getting back in, fighting.
Couple weeks, I think the 15th. Yep.
So there you go, y'all. Everyone's like, so I guess some female, they're like, what is up with you and like boxing and all this? I'm like, I don't fight, literally. I'm trying to think of it. I have been in one when I was young, very young. When you grow up literally homeless and in foster situations,
sometimes you gotta fight.
Well, physically, it's only happened to me a couple times, so I had to fight to get away. But the fight of watching a match like that is a healthy way. It's actually, look at it like the president right now. You're going to vote.
Yep.
Look at a UFC, an MMA match, or boxing match. Are they really in there to devour and tear apart each other? No. They are doing a healthy sport. Our country's not a sport. I'll point that out really quick. Our country is about the people, and it's the people that make the decisions. It's your vote. I'm telling you, that one vote does matter. So get up.
And just like MMA, the guys that succeed and become the best, they put that team around them that helps them to succeed.
That's right.
It's not all just one person. You've got to have the diet. You got to have the nutrition, the physical, the coaching. It's all, you build that team because you want to win, and you put yourself against the best of the best, or in this case, this is not an election, the best of the best, but a similar situation. And then, you put your team together and then you try to win. And that's
and what I hear a lot, Jim, is like, well, I don't like anybody that's in there serving right now. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I'm going to tell you that you have 2 options. And with those options, you need to weigh out and understand, or like Stephanie and everyone else is saying, don't go vote then if you really don't know. But listen, I really want you to, because there are people that think that, oh, my vote doesn't matter. I'm like, yeah, it does. A lot. It could come down to just literally that 1%. And that means the people that are sick going, I don't like any of them.
But man, do yourself, your kids, your family a favor and invest a little bit of time to understand who you're voting for. Not based off of Orange Man's bad or Kamala this, but educate yourself on what matters to you, what's going to make your life better, and what you want for your community and your country, and at least make an informed vote. You don't have to know everything about it, but at least know something. about why you're voting for the person that you're voting for.
Right. I hope so as well. Again, like we've had Trump, we played earlier where he was talking to the commissioner who comes on every last Wednesday. So we'll be back on Wednesday again with Stephanie Phillips and Mrs. Jones, who are Moms for Liberty, and in the Senate and congressional areas of what's going on in the hot states, hot seats. So they'll come back, and I really wanted them to be the ones instead of me. Like I can say it and I can keep saying it, but letting other people go there and talk about it rather than the mom that lost her kid, or you, Jim, that we have an actual situation. We have a tie to Trump. I guess that's how you would put it, right? Like we have a line to him, meaning we're okay with working with him because of what I am. I'll speak for me. I am because he literally, I'm not kidding you, took no time at all to say, whoa, Two-Step Act has to get in. Like this is, I can't even believe this is, there's no law at all for this.
Yep.
Yeah, well.
And for me, it's the accountability piece. He will hold people accountable for what happened in August of 2021. So that is an important piece for all 13 families. There has been no accountability. He doesn't have to make everybody's head roll, but he has told us, the people that were responsible for this, they will be held accountable. And then going forward, part of our healing journey and what we want is to make sure it never happens again. And there are some simple legislative changes and things that can be done on Capitol Hill that he will help us get those things accomplished. So it's big to us in that aspect. Yes, we do want the accountability piece. And there's a couple people that I really want to see that accountability piece play out. But bigger than that, yes, let's make some legislative changes and through Congress and so on and so forth that make sure that this does not happen again. There are some separations of the State Department and the military and where those decisions lie and where they should be made. Those are the things that we really need to take care of because it's going to happen again. It's endless. There are going to be conflicts throughout our history. They've been there and they're going to be there in our future, but we've got to have a better plan in place than what just happened in Afghanistan, and put those decisions in the hands of the people that are best equipped to make those decisions on the timing, how we do it, when we do it, and who we pull out first. And there was such a disconnect and such a dysfunction that it ended really badly.
Oh, wow. I was checking it out for us. We're still, we're live right now on Instagram, which is something that is not usual for us, but I did that because of the age demographic. And I really wanted the man you don't know and everything that you just said, Jim, to be heard. So everything that you just said is not something that is said on certain ages that aren't really aware of what's going on. So I was like, yeah, we're gonna actually put this on platforms that I'm very comfortable on. X, I'm comfortable on, our professional accounts. But we are tonight on, you can find us on Facebook too, Patriots Inside the Wire. Jim, be careful. We're probably gonna get messages and things. We've been going pretty heavy. That's the first time though, and it came through X. So this person, I'm going to go find it. Like when we're done tonight, I'm going to literally have to go and block them from the actual account. Which is ironically how Jim and I really met, was so radical person that was just trying to tear apart female to female. I'm like, my gosh, like, please get the females out of here. Like, what the heck? Like, please do not put a female in charge up there. Are y'all kidding me? Do I support women? Of course I do. But the last damn thing I want is a female that's already been there and cannot figure out like the chameleon in the room. And then the man is going to be even worse. He's more of a chameleon. I'm like, gosh, please. Like, okay, Jim, just put us in there. Like, dang it. Like, experience life from an angle that's different. Like, and don't make up the stories. Like, I mean, and if you're famous and you've got all this damn money, keep your mouth shut. Yep. Like, or you know what? Let's trade spots for a day. Let's let you go. Let me put your kid in the military and let you just spend a day in my shoes before you start going and saying, oh, I can't stand this person, but I really like this person. I'm like, nobody knows each other. Like,
yeah.
Look at a resume. It's just like when you go apply for a job nowadays, it's like, the equal opportunity. Apply for that job, and are you going to make a decision that you shouldn't be making? You might lose your job, or you should actually, if you're out there doing things that are hurting other people.
We cannot afford a DEI hire for the commander-in-chief and the president of the United States. And we can't have a commander-in-chief that is so callous and cold that she can't even acknowledge the 13 people that were killed, plus there's a few more that were killed during her administration. That is not a leader. That's why our military, our numbers are so low. Nobody wants to join. That is not a leader. That is not a commander-in-chief. And that certainly is not the president that we need at this point in time in our history.
No, I agree with you 100%. So I'm going to get a lot of flack for what I just said too, but I don't care. It's the dang truth, man. Like, until you've spent a day in my shoes or anyone else's, like, my gosh, the message I got that was wishing the horrific things on me for being here, it didn't come at you. It was all about tearing me apart and the things you would do that are animalistic to another female. I'm like, wow, that's probably the worst one I've ever gotten. And it was long. And so I'm like, dang it.
Just so uncalled for.
I'd have to go back to see my reaction, but I guarantee it's one of the ones that I might have like jolted a little bit. I was like, whoa.
You leaned back a little bit and your eyes got big, like you were concentrating on what you were reading. It's like, whoa. But
it definitely is a whoa. It's a animalistic, predatory. It's one of those. I'm telling you, I've got to go make sure that we get them blocked. And it's on X, by the way, everyone. It's the last name's Gonzalez. Wish I had remembered. I've already banned them from our station. That doesn't mean I can get through my account. But you know what? I actually can. Here we go. Sergio Gonzalez.
There you go.
Mr. Sergio Gonzalez, you have been banned from Patriots Inside the Wire. So now on Patriot On Air, for all of you watching right now, there's 141 people that are on X. Sergio Gonzalez has literally sent us a message to rape, attack, and tear apart the female. And it goes on and on and on. And the sickness that we have for wanting someone like Donald Trump in the office, and that we deserve to have our child killed and taken from us, because anybody that's going to vote for Donald Trump has to be, needs to be shredded apart like that. And I mean, I'm not even using the words that were in there. I'm trying to get around them because it's so severe. And they got through a few times even after banning them. So I'm saying it right now. Sergio Gonzalez, after doing The Man You Don't Know. So after we aired the clip, the intro of it, we received a very, 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 that's the kind of message you actually suspend someone for. Like, that is a reason right there. I'll find them. It's on X again. So Tisha and Julie and Shane, representative. I know you're out there right now. Sergio Gonzalez, make sure they're not in your space. They're not around Patriot on Air and you. I want to make sure that we, Jim, like on our pages, will look. This is what I mean. I mean, it's like, be nice. Be nice, be nice, be nice. Jim, you have Royce, and how's she doing? She already voted?
Nope, we are going at 7 o'clock in the morning.
You are?
Yep. Then we have to leave town. I have court Wednesday, so long story, but no, we're voting first thing in the morning and then taking a little drive.
She's going with you, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, she gets to go with you. So see, I took cash and I was like, oh my gosh, it's 15. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. You'll be able to vote the next time. Do you see how important this is? It's like this child will be able to vote that I took with me to vote. And I was like, wow, I had to do mine early. When you mentioned court, I do have something coming up as well. And I can't get into the logistics. I'm just allowed to say that I'm taking care of it with about $1,800. No, I don't have it, but I'll figure it out. It comes from this sort of thing. It comes from, yes, I don't get it. I really don't, Jim. I'm like, do you want to tell me? Because I don't understand it. But I did closes off of Instagram on purpose. Hold on one second, everybody out there, because we will close you out too, so we can show you something. Hold on really, really quick. Let me take care of this. You can look at Jim right there. And I'm
just
back.
checking out my X to make sure I'm still good.
What is it?
Just checking out X to make sure I'm still good.
Oh, well, we should look on. I don't. I'm trying to run things over here in the station. Everybody thinks I'm just live, like on a Facebook Live or a Instagram or something. I'm not. You know, I'm going to have to show you, Jim, how to do this. So
definitely,
if I'm not feeling great, then I can show you how to get in here and what to do, or I can get Royce and we'll do like a video, a tutorial. I mean that in a good way, like a tutorial, because they keep changing everything. The software and all keeps updating, but and then the actual broadcast, again, everybody, it turns into a podcast, literally. Anywhere you like to listen to your podcast, we literally are a channel that's on a commercial level in media, not mainstream media, but with like-minded patriots, veterans, first responders, media team that we have. We're grateful for that. So being able to have the man you don't know was very fitting to be with us. So again, it does sting that it got put out with, you know, people that have a lot of followers. I'm not all about being popular, but in order for us to grow our platform, Patriots Inside the Wire, man, that would have been it.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, it's funny. Okay, so it's already happening. We just got kicked out of 2. I knew this was going to happen, and we're okay. We won't get kicked out of X, I can tell you that. Everything we've done is recorded. The space we have is recorded. It's all the truth. The man you don't know, go check that out while you can watch it for free. Triple Martini Productions, Global Ascension. There's 2 platforms that we are now kicked off. I guess we succeeded, right? That's the measure of success, I guess, right?
Yep.
Officially are now kicked off of 2, you'd be surprised, 2 social media platforms. Interesting. The message I just got is definitely It's okay. I knew tonight was important, and at least the message got out. Jim, you've still got your account.
Isn't that a shame, though?
It really is, because it's
bad,
want to shut me up.
Yep.
That's what they want. They want me to be quiet. It's funny, Jim. I mean, I don't think you're getting the backlash, though. I think that when you speak, I don't need to speak as much. I need to let you speak more, and I won't be the target. And the numbers just keep growing out there on X, ironically. So, yes, we just got kicked off of 2 other platforms for having the man you don't know, the director, and we've had Stephanie Phillips. We've got Pennsylvania, Las Vegas, Minnesota, Michigan, Wyoming, Texas, New York, California, all covered tonight, literally, with all of us that have been here with Patriots Inside the Wire. So all about voting. The date up there was November 4th. It is now November 5th, the day that I know I have been waiting for. It's almost like Christmas, and I'm hoping that it feels like that for me, right?
Yep.
I don't know how to explain it, but that's the best I can put it in words right there. It's like,
Am I getting that pony or not?
Right? I won't be getting a pony, but I definitely will just take something like, and it's wrapped. Here you go.
Yep.
Ta-da. Ta-da. Here you go.
Like I was telling you, when the intro music played today, I got the little chills up backs of my arms and up my back. It's like, wow.
Yeah, we got to get our
that anxiousness and excitement, because we all know what tomorrow brings.
Today.
Today,
unless you're on the West Coast now.
I still have 26 minutes. So.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. When Jim is officially into being able to vote, we're at my favorite numbers right now on X. So we are no longer on. We're not rolling on Instagram right now, and we are not rolling on. Ironically, everyone probably thinks it's Facebook, and it's not. It happens to be one that you'd never believe it's the one. So I'm like, interesting. Very interesting, actually. But tonight, man, how do you even wrap this all up, Jim? It's even the prelude to the movie, The Man You Don't Know, it starts off and you're like, oh, wait a minute, is this negative? No, it's the truth.
The trailer is actually fantastic because it does give you a little glimpse of how
what's been happening,
humanized and the monster that they've made him out to be in that short clip. But then you get Donald Trump Jr. and Hulk Hogan and the other voices. So it's a captivating little trailer. It's like, oh man.
I don't know Kimberly that well. I mean, she's been in different spaces where I was at, and so she's in there.
Yep.
She's done a lot of reporting. She's either liked or hated. I understand that. What's interesting is this administration run for Donald Trump, we haven't seen Ivanka as much as we did the first term. But as being a new mom and having children and being, listen, it's not Hunter Biden. Okay? It's like, I don't even want to say anything bad about anybody, to be honest. I am trying so hard to just be respectful of, I actually blame.
It is night and day difference in the families and the dynamics and the way the kids were raised, how successful and admirable they are versus like, wow, what a.
But I don't even blame. I blame the vice president that's running right now more than I do the actual president, who is not okay health-wise.
Yep.
And then the people that allowed it to just keep spinning out of control like that are the same people right now that want you to vote and ignore.
Yep.
They sat right there and watched all of this happen. They lied. They covered it up. They did everything they could to hide the fact that this person was not okay to be they're running our country right now, actually.
Yep.
So
Dr. Jill, who's not really a doctor, what she allowed to what she allowed to happen to her husband, that's horrible. That's just
but
wow.
It's not just her. You do understand the vice president is there to step in when the president is not okay.
Yep.
The vice president has been there to step in.
Yep.
Tell me where she stepped in.
And
Tell
again,
me
it's the team that they surrounded themselves with versus the team that we're hoping takes us to the future, because one, it was not okay. And yes, when did she step in? When did she ever say, hey, you know, we've noticed, and she's actually denied that she ever noticed and said, he is the sharpest man and he runs circles around us. No, it's a shame that they did what they did and they do what they do. If
anybody believes that, I don't know. I will put that one to the test. You can't give me someone on either side. There's no side, y'all. We're all people. We're supposed to be respecting each other. Come on.
Yep.
But come on. If you really believe that the last 4 years, that the chameleon Dramala, and I'm sorry, y'all, that's just the name that I use. I'm being respectful. I actually am. I think I'm being pretty nice, actually.
Yes, indeed.
I'm trying to give what I want back, and that's the respect and the decency of, you know, being a person and a mother, and someone who cares about the future of the next generation and the next, and praying that no one ever experiences their health going awry and extreme over. No, I could not get jabbed because of my cancer history. Cancer's gone out of me though, y'all, because I do not want, like, no. I'm there's none there. I just have issues from where the actual surgery. So no, when it comes to health and watching someone who's not okay, and then being someone who was in nursing school too. I mean, I noticed the dementia, you know, if you can't, I mean, I don't even know why I need to say it out loud. That's how much I don't understand the whole common sense is, okay, now you're saying, okay, yeah, you're right. Like that person should not have been running again. Wait a minute. The same people are running because they've been running it because he hasn't been okay. Yep. So you don't want the same thing. I'm sorry. You do need to switch this. Come on.
And it goes so much deeper, clear back into the beginning of their presidency, the riots, the burning down the country, Seattle, Minneapolis, all of that, the COVID mandates. Somehow half of America has forgotten how horrible the United States was for that 2-year period. Businesses closing, people losing their jobs, businesses that have never come back.
Yeah, I had one. I'm about it.
Yep. And they're responsible for that. And you got the whole Fauci deal and verdict still out on where that's going to go. But I mean, how many lies has he been caught in going forward, and lying to Congress, but that he's never been held accountable for? Where the virus originated, all hidden and shuffled. There's just no honesty. There's no transparency in with all that, and including Joe Biden's health. There's just there's no accountability, there's no honesty, and there's no transparency. So that is not the group of people that I want representing me.
No, it's not who I want representing me either. I was looking for us because I want to make sure that we remember that name. And my goodness. All right. Well, so The Man You Don't Know, if you haven't watched it yet, there is a space last night with Tisha and Julie. Julie, ironically, Jim, get this one. It came up last night. I was up till 4 because of the after space for the space with the director, Chris Martini with Triple Martini Productions, and me naming his friend as the producer now. He wants credit. And I'm like, hey, wait, like,
I need a pay raise.
we did do a lot of work here on, it's interesting, but I don't ever say, hey, we need this. Now I will make a joke and say, hey, because it is true. Actually, we haven't slowed down long enough because of the election to even make a phone call to say, can you sponsor? Can you help us out with the show? Can you,
Right.
an intro, a better intro. I want to get Riley in there in the beginning. And what song do we want, and then we'll be able to do radio now. So being able to get music on charts again, that's therapeutic for me. So we'll have like 15-minute segments. So for everybody out there who's like, watch out, that show will go 4 to 6 hours. Honestly, it's because of the election. It's because we were able to get to people that could get on and they want to get to the people. So we had it was easier for us to get to certain people because I don't want to say it's because we lost our kids, but I think because anger, sadness, grief, put ourselves out there and said, I'm going to decide to fight. I'm not going to lay down and cry. So, that's why. That's what happened for me. That's what happened to me. And then I met you, and it was pretty much, I saw literally me. I was like, oh boy, like that's me. Like I saw that YouTube video. If everybody wants to see another one that just shot up in numbers, it's the original video on YouTube right now. We need to put it on the show actually under Patriots Inside the Wire, or at least like get it linked. Jim and it's Darren Hoover with Afghanistan 13. I know he doesn't mind because this is public. This is out there. It's on YouTube, and it is, whoa. Media got out there, and it was actually the VP right now that is running when you go make your vote that was stating to the media, I mean, come on, you're at the memorial site, literally like row 60. If you're a veteran or anybody, if you've been around Arlington area, that you don't mess with that, number one. And that's what they were trying to say. They were trying to say on the mainstream media. I was actually doing a tribute show with another individual. And I mean, it came to me and they were like, look, they're being used. And I said, no, they're not. I said, I can tell you right now that if Trump is there, they either invited him or this is a stunt, because I have literally said, use it, use this, use that. And there's another mother that literally is. And he doesn't do that. I mean, you literally have to assert it yourself in. You literally have to go in and say, no, I want to do this. Like, I want people to know about this.
And that's another thing that I don't think Darren and I even articulated very well. This wasn't a one-day call, hey, will you show up? This was a process to get him to be able to get there, working with.
We're talking about Trump, everybody, by the way. Jim is talking about Trump and what happened in a whole lie, and we have the document. So, Jim, go ahead and tell them. This is a great way to tell the true story of something about Trump.
Yeah, everybody saw him on August 26th, the 3rd year anniversary at Arlington, and everybody, media, of course, just started bashing him on it was a stunt. And then people were commenting how the 13 families were being used and how disgraceful. And then that he was standing in section 60 with his thumb up and desecrating the graves of fallen service members. And it is so far from the truth. It took, I can't tell you exact days. I'd have to really go back and think about this, but it was 10 days to 2 weeks of him getting there, the clearance, making sure they went through the Army to, make sure all T's were crossed and I's dotted. I believe Speaker Johnson had to get involved. And I know I'm forgetting some names at the moment, but there were several different channels that were being worked with and working through him and trying to get him there, making sure there were no hiccups and there were no violations and everything was on the up and up. The invitation went out to him by the Hoover family, and they requested video and photographer. They wanted to memorialize this moment. Now, for anybody who has never lost a child, especially in the military, and especially in the horrific way that our kids were killed, you don't have a say in anything at this point. Sorry, but you don't. We don't get any more birthdays. We don't get any more pictures. We don't get any more moments and memories with our kids. So when you get an opportunity to have the former commander-in-chief be there celebrating that life with you, honoring that life with you, and spending that moment with you, of course you're going to memorialize it. You're going to capture those photographs because we don't get any more. Sure, we could all go there by ourselves with just our families and take pictures together. But that was a very special moment for the families. Mm-hmm. And then Nicole's family was there, and Tyler Andrew Vargas, who was wounded, was there. Kelsey Lanehart, who was also wounded, was there. Another mother could not be there that day, but President Trump laid flowers on her son's gravesite, and then she was able to come the next day and got to see that. And they did video, on phones to show her and spend that time with her, even though she couldn't be there. And then she was able to make it. So it was an absolutely beautiful celebration of the kids and remembering the day that just got turned. It got turned and twisted so bad by the media that it kind of ruined the day. And again, anniversary number 3, still no call from Biden, still no call from Harris. Harris was in DC at the time, couldn't show up. Biden was on vacation on a beach, couldn't show up. You had one commander-in-chief there for the families, who's always been there for the families, and the current administration didn't have the time of day for us other than to lash out on how disgusting and despicable it was for Trump to be there. So that was the gist of all of our anger when we did the videos. It's like, oh, BS, we're done. We've played nice. We've tried to do things in a diplomatic fashion with you, but now you just insulted the hell out of us. So no, absolutely not. We're not playing this game anymore.
No. So, and then I got to meet you because, I don't watch mainstream media, but I know the clip came up because they immediately went on mainstream media and said, oh my goodness, August 26th. They immediately went on from the White House and said, and it's the VP that's running right now, y'all, drama. Again, I'll say Harris just to be a little bit nice. I'm not a mean person, but if you see, I try, and it's like I can't even be. I don't want to be like the people who are being hateful or angry or disrespectful. I really do want to be, respectful and kind and understand that I don't want us all to be the same. I don't think any of us want that. I mean, we're all not going to have the same religion. That is something that was brought up earlier on the show, and I have to respect when someone says their religion is one thing and mine might be another. That's America. That is the way it's supposed to be. So now for me, I'm very open about it. What I have to do is God. I mean, God and I say to Cash, she teases me. I'm like, I don't say certain words, right? So it's like cheese and rice. Like I won't even say, I know everybody's going to get me for that one. Like I just said that out loud, like cheese and rice. Like it's about the man upstairs and Jesus and the good book. It's like, everybody's like, what is your favorite book? And I'm like, it's not a checkbook. It's the book, the good book first. And then it might be that checkbooks are an old thing, but me and my cheesy jokes, because I have a young one that I'm trying to keep them from going into everything you can get onto nowadays. And thank goodness they're not a internet type or phone type or we all got emailed literally from the school. Like, is your child someone he gets called in the office a lot to tell on other kids? Because he's responsible, he's wise, but they do it right in front of the other kids. So it's like, can so-and-so come down to the office? He gets down there and it's like, hey, do you know who did this? And I'm like, what did you say this last time? He's like, I told them that at lunch, I might sit with this person one day and another person a different day. I don't have one side that I go hang with. So I don't know everything that's going on around here. And I said, did you know? And he's like, yeah, of course I did. But, I walked right back in the room and there's every kid going, what'd you say? What'd you say? And I'm like, so I sent a message. I'm that mom. And I'm like, don't you ever call my child into your office again in front of everybody to put him like he's the one front and center.
Yep.
Like, no, I know he's responsible.
Put a kid in.
That is not right. And then walk back in a room with all the kids going, what'd you say? What'd you say? So is he responsible? Yes. Is he wise? Yes. Is he an old soul? Yes. I'm grateful, but I am hitting the teen years. Hence the need to do more than just not get paid. They eat a lot. And between guitar, bass, piano, boxing. So the Iron Forge, I got to reach out to them about our Patriot Fest. But if you want Patriot Fest somewhere in your state, your city, you need to let us know. That involves a UFC, the ugly tattoo contest, the worst song in the world, the best food, and the best and worst bands, and Patriot Fest. The vendors that will be set up are Patriot-owned companies, and music. Music is medicinal. You know me, Jim. Like, I can't do this without music. So who is your actual favorite singer? I've never asked you that. I only do our Patriots right now.
My all-time favorite would be Chris Ledoux.
I did not expect that.
Wyoming kid, cowboy. Loved Chris Ledoux growing up. And then,
what is the song?
Oh, he's got a ton. This Cowboy's Hat. What you gonna do with the cowboy?
Oh, I recognized that one.
Yeah, he was a world champion bronc rider, and he is from Wyoming. Casey, Wyoming, which is pretty cool. So, being from Wyoming, I am a Wyoming guy through and through. And then I was also a huge Ozzy Osbourne fan growing up. Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, and all of that. And I listen to everything. If I find lyrics that are meaningful, or men, women, it doesn't matter. I just if it's good music, I like it. And depending on my mood and what I'm doing and stuff, it changes all the time. Other than my daughter keeps trying to share stuff with me that.
Well, is it Royce? What is she listening to?
She's saying she listens to a lot of the same things that I do, but she is sharing singers with me now that I can't understand what the heck they're saying. And if I can't hear the words and feel the story,
or what is it?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Rap?
No, a lot of it's country. Country, but the voice is just it's so hard for me to hear. And then there is some rap and some different stuff. Trying to think of an example of, she's going to kill me, that she's going to think I don't listen to her, but I will have to get back to you on that. Good music, and the sound of the voice is good, but I just certainly can't. If I can't hear it and can't feel the music and what the lyrics mean, it's hard for me to pay attention to it.
That's how I was trying to see if I could figure out what yours is.
I just got a message from security. Hold on.
You did? Yeah, I see. They are. I put the name here. Is it Copenhagen? Is my second favorite song from Chris.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't recognize y'all. have to look it up. I'm really bad about names. Like, as soon as I hear it, though, I'll be able to give you the. They'll come right out of me.
Oh yeah, you hear him, it's like, oh hell yeah, I remember him. He actually did one with Garth Brooks. Can't think of the song off the top of my head.
I'd have to hear it.
Yeah.
While we're on and we're still live right here, the numbers are going up. I'm looking for. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Sergio Gonzalez. So I deleted the
oh my goodness.
band. So I'm trying to figure out for us which profile. And because of the message, I didn't pay attention to the picture, although I think it's like a yellow and green. I'm looking here in our comments. And because I banned the person, it says right here, it's this, I believe it's this one. Anything with the yellow and green is who it is. I bet if I click on the, I think anyone with that name right now, I block. So for everyone out there, especially you females, if you saw the message, you would say, that's not okay. I don't care if you despise someone, and even the people that have killed my own child, like, you don't send a woman, a mother, the kind of message that just happened, or a man. I mean, I don't care who you are. You are not allowed to. You got freedom because it's off the backs of our own kids. It's not because of. I'm sorry, it's just not okay. But I do think I know who it is. It's the I'd have to translate. You can translate it. In the end, you feel less and remember more. Yeah, I think this is the one. I'm just blocking. I advise to do the same. Anybody listening out there that knows Patriot on Air or is doing a space, I say look at Sergio Gonzalez, figure out which one he is, and understand that I don't care which side of there's no separation here. It's you can't say the word citizen, but it's your state, your voting local. That's where it starts. I hope that you're paying attention to that. And it's all the way down to your railroad commissioner, even your commissioner, your school superintendents. That's a big one. It's interesting because I was voting and Cash is standing there, and there were only 2 people, literally. And he literally had my phone, and I could show you a picture right now that everybody would be like, whoa, that's not, no. Then he's watching me and he's like, are you just going to vote Republican all the way through? And I'm like, well, hold on. I actually know these people. Let me just keep watching and ask me questions then about each person. And he did. And he's like, what about that one? And I said, okay, this is where they're at. This is what they've done. I may not like this, but this is why I'm choosing this person. I literally did that. I said, stand right here. And they let him too. So
that's
fantastic. I got to teach him one-on-one. And then we get to the one and he goes, why did you pick him? And I said, because I actually have worked with them about a Gold Star family program. And then when I was in legislation for the Two-Step Act, I got to know their office and they do good work. I mean, just because you're I'm going to get it for this one, acronym that starts with a D. Not everybody is off the wall. They haven't lost all their marbles. They just don't see eye to eye, and they're never going to agree with me, but they may work for the common good of a solution. It's never going to please everybody, but don't you go vote for that current administration right now. Like, you're going to get I really wish someone else besides us would start talking about Governor Walz, but we're down to the everything right now. We're in the end of the final round. 12 rounds tonight is what it feels like, of the match. And it's the chameleon versus the chameleon is on one side. One's worse than the other as far as like staying hidden. You can't do that. And then you've got somebody who's been in it, still in it, knows exactly what to do, where to go, is not going to like, people think the like some of the things I'm like, you actually really don't even know what you're talking about there. Let me set you straight there. I've got the whole thumbs up picture, Jim. So you touched on that. We have the letter. I'm going to show that again. We actually, so the 146 plus, I'm not going to say which other area we're at. I can literally see my numbers because, again, we're through a station. We're not on an actual social media site right now. We're just in it for you live because of the elections. And we wanted the people to come in and talk to you. So when you send a comment, by the way, those 146 right now, please follow and put back out the space. So repost, please do that. Right now, I can see you. It's 146 people. If 146 of you grab another person, follow, repost this, you will see the man you don't know, the director who did that film. You will hear his words on the attacks, literally, that happened in the movie theaters. The Maui one, I was like, wow, like that's extreme. And being in Maui too, I was like, wow, okay, this is bad. And then in New Jersey, I mean, first of all, to have enough money to buy out the theaters to where it's sold out, who has that kind of money? That's scary. Number two, to physically show up and literally harass. I would have called the police.
Yeah.
I literally would have called the police and said, I am literally being attacked. You know, I wish one of them would have. I wish that, you know, I get it. You don't want to cause a scene, but if someone's physically like spraying my eyes with aerosol or, you know, throwing things, obscenities, or trying to threaten me,
yeah,
I'm going to get help unless I'm carrying, but you cannot carry inside of a theater. So I'm going to be careful right now with my words and tell you that be careful, understand your safety and awareness, make sure you know what you're doing. Do not go around doing anything. I am someone who is not, but I'm just going to leave that one alone. I'm going to leave that one alone. I'll leave it alone. I'll go into hunting.
It's safer to pull the reins back and
I was just hunting, for instance. That is something that had to be done. Like growing up, that you had literally like that's a way that people eat. So, it is still a way that people do. I know that you do, Jim. So that's what I mean. That's what I'm used to. The interesting thing is make America healthy again, please. Make America safe again. Never surrender. I want that hat.
I love that hat. Yep.
Right.
And it's got the gold Donald
I know
Trump
his name is like right here. Like I think I did it on this one. It's the same as the bracelet. So the bracelet is Honor the Fallen, but I could go get it like on the brim here. But it's American Hat Company right there. They've been around since 1918. That's why we wear the hat on the show every time. We don't get paid, but we got a hat. I don't. I would wear the hat Stephanie had. I wear hats all the time, not just a cowboy hat either. For me, it's about not having to do your hair. But there we do have someone. Moms lead the way. Yes, you are correct. Instead of Rangers lead the way, RLTW. Someone's been paying attention to me very close. I have a message that is Moms Lead the Way, meaning MLTW. It's supposed to be RLTW for those of you who don't follow the acronyms in the military. Rangers Lead the Way. They're referring to my son in the infantry, Army, front lines, Ranger, fighter. Had to be that kid. You are correct. I made a joke once and said, nope, it's Moms Lead the Way, MLTW. So I am that mom that when I got a call from Iraq saying we're stuck and no pay, no nothing, my buddies are in here and they thought they were retiring and they can't even, they literally got signed back up in the military. I think people just forget this stuff. I'm like, I can't because it took my kid. It's like, you don't want the same administration. You don't want the same, there's times when you got to switch things up and it's now.
I swear wholeheartedly that's why they've done what they've done with August 21st or 26th, 2021 is if we push it aside long enough, it'll just disappear. And by and large, for a lot of people, it has. But for the families and those close to it, and my daughters and Riley's wife and that little girl at some point, it's like, no, we're not letting this go. There will be books written about this, I guarantee it, about what happened and everything. Riley's daughter needs to be able to know the truth as she grows up, who her dad was, what happened to him, who, how he was, who he was, what her dad was collectively. And she deserves that, if nothing else. So you got 13 families that are not going to let that shit slide. And you're not just going to push us aside and say, okay, go away, which is what they've done.
Exactly. So, Jim, we were talking earlier, and we do have the proof here in Arlington when the families were there, and we were talking about on YouTube that viral video of just being so upset because Trump was holding a gold wreath at one point for the mom that literally, I know that feeling. It's like standing there is, I can't explain it. I don't want you to feel it. And then you've got the vice president right now who immediately goes on the news, who should have actually been there, immediately goes on the attack of, Trump's here and he's here just for politics and everybody's jumping on it. And I was like, be careful. You don't know what you're talking about. And this is one picture right here.
Yes.
And it's because of the thumbs up. Everybody has their thumbs up, even the kids. I'm like, why is this a bad thing? I do it all the time and it means we're okay. Like, we want you to remember and honor our children. And we thank you for doing so. And then that wasn't a political anything. That was a family member's photo. It's not like I called Trump and said, hey, can you send me that photo?
That was Taylor Hoover's family.
Yeah.
With President Trump.
Yeah. And so I want to make sure we say that again. Like Jim just said, there you go.
Yep. Kelly, Taylor's mom is in the red dress. Then there's President Trump, and Darren is, right over, which would be his left shoulder. And his siblings and nieces and, and then Tyler Andrew Vargas is, and who was very good friends with Taylor. He's in the picture as well. It's just an absolutely beautiful photo and the family enjoying the moment. And we've had this discussion since that day too. What are we all supposed to just cry and be miserable every freaking day and on the 26th and never have any joy in our life again? No, we're still celebrating our kids. Like I told you, on that day, I did a 13-mile hike with my kids and my granddaughter to celebrate all 13 kids. We didn't cry, and it wasn't a sad event. We did it because, okay, we're going to make this as miserable on us as we can because the kids, they go through miserable conditions being in the military. Yeah, so let's man up and let's make this as exhilarating and exhausting as we can. And we did. But no, we're not just going to sit and mourn and cry for the rest of our lives. We're still going to live, and we had fun and, enjoyed the hike together and, some laughing with my granddaughter and things like that. So the people that want to judge us for that, like I said, until you've buried a son or lost a son or daughter, and especially until you've lost a child in the military, you kind of have to sit this one out because you don't know what you're talking about.
No, you really don't. I'm going to show the letter here now to prove that the next part to this before we close out. So make sure that you're seeing this picture. And you do see President Trump is in this picture right now. And I did say president. He is president. And I'm going to go now to, there's Jim right there. He's the father of Riley, who was not actually there that day, but Darren and Jim, and they definitely are the ones who will speak up in a big way. I like to show the whole picture though of everybody that was there, that should be remembered for the right reasons, not a political anything. I mean, I really want to push that one across. I really want people to understand this, because you're about to see the letter where right now, this is a letter to the president's office that was received by Biden's administration and the Harris VP right now that is running to be the commander-in-chief that you do not want in there. They literally went on the news and said, that Donald Trump is here. He is using the families. This is a political stunt. This is a ploy to get votes. And it was not. It is something that the governor in Utah, and it's Governor Cox is who it is, in the state of Utah. And Jim, you can tell a little more about the red tape. I'm leaving it up, so if they want to see this is an official letter. Did you get a letter back saying, no, we're not coming or anything? What did Biden and Kamala do?
Nothing. Absolutely zero.
Zero.
And the only family so far that has, after this, it was a couple days later or a week later, and Darren might have mentioned this when he was on the show. They got a call from the White House, like some low-level staffer asking, what do you want? That was the tone of their message. They did. One person finally reached out to Darren and Kelly and asked, what do you want? In about that callous tone. And you can imagine the middle finger pretty much went up, and it's like, nothing from you.
Definitely can, because of the YouTube. There's a YouTube video that that's what was sent to me. It was like, Tracy, you need to go see what's happening. And I said, no, not really, because I already know that Trump would not have done that. So, no. I mean, between my son, Sergeant Two-Step, and then the Two-Step Act, he definitely backs the Two-Step Act federally. The things that happen in these rental cars, I wish people would just stop and think for a minute. Think about history. Think about what happens in these rental vehicles. There is no law. There's never been a law ever. We assume a lot of things in this country, but we assume because they're asking for a license and they look at it, you have to be of a certain age, that it's being ran. It is not. There's never been a law. So certain people get these vehicles that know how to do illegal and illegal activity and avoid certain things because they've been in trouble already. Yep. They will take these vehicles and cause catastrophic things to happen in our country. Catastrophic deaths, moving illegally upon even just the road. I'm talking just the basics here. You get charged, though. Every rental company does charge the $9.99 fee. So the rental car company is making billions of dollars off of this. And again, like I told you, Jim, before, is I've had to start saying, okay, if you don't care about what's going to happen to the people, or the catastrophic things that are going to happen that are actually happening, literally. It's frustrating for the police. It's frustrating for the border. They're like, we can't even charge them. Like, we can't do anything. I mean, there is no law. There's never been one. And I'm like, man, I didn't know either till they knocked on my door at the military. And I'm like, I had to figure it out. And I'm like, there's just no way. This is insane. And I've been in front of everybody. Trump didn't question it, but I'm telling you, you would all be shocked if I told you how many people that I've testified in front of or been in front of, and they've looked at me and gone, you're wrong. I literally just rented a vehicle and they took my license. I'm like, yeah, they did, but they did not run it.
Nope.
They charged you, but they didn't. They can. They just didn't. So they keep the money. And so I have the rental car industry their headquarters is ironically located in my state. And they follow me around like crazy because I won't go away. I don't want these catastrophic things to be happening. And so just like they're trying to say that Trump pulled a political move there, he did not. That's the letter you can see right there that the vice president immediately went on media and said, look who's here. Look who's disrespecting row 60. Not the truth. The red tape that had to go through just to let Trump come.
Just to get him in was insane. And up to the last day, they didn't even know if it was going to happen because they had already gotten approval from Arlington that he could come, but there were other, hoops he had to jump through for him to even be able to get there and show up.
Yeah.
And they actually had to delay it. I can't remember what Darren said. It was a couple hours that they had to delay him getting there. So the Trump team and the Trump campaign, they did everything that they were asked to do, and they did it as correctly as they possibly could with all the permits and approvals and everything else. And the group of people that Darren and Kelly were working with, same thing. And we had governors and Speaker Johnson and other people working on this as well, saying this is happening and it's happening now, so they were helping to push it through. I do have to mention Governor Cox is actually in that picture with the Hoover family.
Is he?
Yeah.
He look again.
As you're looking at the picture, he is the furthest one to the right.
Let me look again. I'll bring it up for people since we're talking about it. We're talking about in Arlington, row 60, the Afghanistan 13 families were accused by Kamala Harris, current vice president that is running, that I hope you're not voting for today. Please vote for Donald Trump. We need change. We need health. We need safety. We need all sorts of things in this country. Here's that picture. Where is the governor the furthest to the right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's Governor Cox. So Governor Cox actually did show up. And he is the one that worked to get, he went through the administration, went through the red tape, and then
invited the current administration. And and he's the one that invited Darren through Darren, or I guess Darren through him. That's where the invitation came, was through Governor Cox for the Biden administration to show up.
Yeah, there it is.
Didn't have the decency to show up, yet immediately could jump in front of a camera or whatever the heck she did to criticize Trump being there. So when it's the third anniversary and we have heard nothing from you, and then you jump up and you start spouting this things that she did, it was so infuriating to us. It's like, you got to be kidding me. You can't show up, but you're going to ridicule him, and you're just going to pour salt in an open wound on us one more time and kick us in the gut. So year number 3 became enough is enough. We're done with you.
Yeah, I mean, he did everything. I was just reading fully through it. It literally states, it's interesting. Like, there's words that stand out to me now because of losing my son. So you immediately see sergeant, you immediately see hero, you immediately see 13, you immediately see a different country in a date. So that is something that the current administration ignored, did not follow through on. And then Donald Trump had to go through a lot of hoops just to be able to show up that day. did everything he needed to do to show up. Actually, that's what someone should be saying right now is, do you know what he had to do to even get there? And so for the current administration to even allow him back on the area that he has been president, like
Trump is such a good, genuine human being that he did everything he possibly could to make sure he could be there. You know, he was worried that he wasn't going to be able to be there. And I think that would have probably been somewhat devastating to him, because he did say, yes, I will do everything I can to be there. And had he not been able to, I think that would have probably hurt him a little bit. The lies, and then it keeps compounding, because not only did they run with that and Section 60 and everything else, but then they brought up the whole, he called people suckers and losers. For anybody listening to this, if you still believe that, take a time out and go research it. That has been debunked 1,000 times over. He never said it. Same thing with Kelly's new claims 4 years later that, well, he said this about the military. No, he didn't. The supposed scuffle at Arlington that happened when Trump's team was there. In this day and age, when you got video cameras everywhere and everybody's got a cell phone, and you can't tell me Arlington doesn't have cameras facing every direction and audio, video, but you can't produce one shred of evidence that anything happened. I call BS. You're making up a story. You're pushing the same narrative that Trump is horrible, and you're just going to keep running with the same crap that is proven wrong time and time and time and time again.
No,
I've never met a man so hated that loves his country so much.
Well, and not only does he love the country, but he does understand what it means to serve. And so to have someone serving and now they're not here, and take time off from being prosecuted and then persecuted and told that you're showing up somewhere that's a sacred area that you don't belong, when you jump through hoops, but yet the people that are right there in office completely ignored, completely just blew off. And then to go on the news and blatantly say, oh, look who's here. And he's like, I hope you all caught that. That's just one instance. I mean, lately you need to catch a few of the other ones. I mean, come on.
There's another thing, as we're doing fact checking, that people, if you still believe that he is a draft dodger, it's not that hard to go look and find out exactly what happened and how many times he did everything that he was supposed to do. Filled out all the paperwork, entered for the draft. He went through all the channels and the proper steps that he was supposed to. As luck would have it for him or whatever, he just never got called up. He wasn't a draft dodger. He did everything he was supposed to do, filled out the paperwork. And you can find this. Royce and I did the research on it, and it's out there. And then we've had other people that we follow on X and so on and so forth over the last couple of years just absolutely confirm with much more detail than I just gave you on here's exactly what it is. Here's a copy of his paperwork. So no, he is not a draft dodger. He did what he needed to do and was supposed to do. And his number was never chosen.
Yeah. No, it's that's one of the other things that I'm like, okay, please know your history and your information. I hope that we're helping at least some of you right there who are paying attention, and you're kind of back and forth and you're trying to figure out what's true and what's not. We've given you probably 5 true things tonight to tell you.
And on that note, don't trust me. I know what I know. You go find it for yourself. You take the time. If you have questions about this stuff, you go find the truth. And I guarantee
you don't have much time for them to do that. But I do know that you can trust anything that comes out of this show. Yeah. I can tell you right now that unfortunately we've had to live it. Like, unfortunately, the reason that we're on here is not, to be honest with you, Jim, I probably would be back at a station or something had this not happened to me. I was quarantining before everybody else quarantined because of what happened. It shuts you down like a bolt of lightning through your body. I don't know how to explain this. And the only way that I could move forward was to go fight with making a difference, making a change, supporting others, making policy changes within the military at each base. You can do this, by the way. Going forward with legislation, going forward now with the Two-Step Act, and then we did get it in federally, and then we got pushed out at the same time that Trump was pushed out. So the Two-Step Act is something that needs to be there when we're talking about vehicles and what happens on the road. If you know your statistics, one of the number one ways that everyone is dying is it is not safe to be on the road, ironically. So distracted driving, drinking driving. I can get the area that I need to go is a lot worse. What happens? 9/11, they used rental cars as well. We just had someone on from Boston. I don't think I need to explain it, but trucks, there's been trucks parked in garages before that were rented. Now, they could never track it though, because they do not have to verify a driver's license. You can show a fake one. You can do whatever you want because they don't use it. So they should. The technology's there and it's all linked up and you're already paying for it. So I am not wrong on this. Do not come at me. There's a whole website. The number 2 and step, like the 2-step when you're going to dance. My son's nickname is 2-step. And then act, 2stepact.com. ACT, 2stepact.com. You can find actually Trump's video with Dr. Wesley, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. His letter and his information is out there. May Cryer, the true Rose of the River from World War II. I mean, I have a lot of people. Trump's letter is actually on there. As a matter of fact, instead of looking behind me on the wall over there with my son's beret that I can see behind me like my shoulder, it's not mirroring me tonight, Jim. So I'm like, it's right there. It's by that hat that says grateful, which actually is from Scotty Hastings. He is a veteran that was shot 19 times and is now singing and doing well. So we always do a Christmas show, everybody, by the way, mid-December, Veterans Day. We do have a guest coming, Jim, on November 13th. Our head of security was able to get, it's in the headlines right now. I mean, the story is unbelievable. It's about a police officer. I can't give too much away, but the lengths that this officer went to save and what he did is so heroic that it's obviously not really on mainstream that much. It doesn't take much to look it up, but I don't know. I don't really want to give it away. Tonight it's about voting. It's about the election. But head of security just literally reached out and said, hey, would you come on? We're all about patriots, and your story is a very heroic story. They immediately said yes. And I said,
right on.
I need some information. I'm going to need pictures and everything. So for anyone out there listening right now, you come upon us later on the podcast, and you want to be a guest on the show, it's not that hard. Go to the website, patriotsinsidethewire.com. We will not make you stay for 5 hours. You can do 15 minutes if you're a company that's looking to get sponsored. You can sponsor our show. We're not going to represent your brand unless it's obviously a good fit, but we will take it into consideration. And if it is, not only do we have that, we have Patriot Fest. We have a lot of things working. So there's a couple of new companies out there. I'm not going to say who they are yet. But ironically, I happen to be around someone with Yeti. I will say their name. It's just a coincidence on how that happened. So that has not happened right now. So I'm not representing anybody. Right now, we don't have a single, actually, we pay to be on air just so we can be independent. We will stay independent, but we're going to look for sponsors so we can stay on air each year. It's not cheap to do this. It's very expensive to do independent on air. To do it like we do it. Like we're not just going live on something. We're on multiple channels, radio, audio, video, broadcasting, recording. We can do all sorts of branding, marketing, social media, whatever it is you have going on. But man, that takes a lot. But I can't wait to do the radio part. And then again, I do want to say this. So remember, it's November 5th now. We want you to vote. We hope that you are vote. Look, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to tell you flat out, go vote for Trump. If you don't know who you're voting for, I'm going to tell you right now, my son, Sergeant Two-Step, and Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, right there. You see his name. I have Two-Step back down here for Adam. So Sergeant Two-Step, Lance Corporal McCollum, you don't know where you're sitting. They can't vote. They no longer have their voice. We are the voice for the voiceless. Go vote in their honor.
Absolutely.
Go vote in honor of Sergeant Two-Step, Riley McCollum, and I'm going to go even further and say the other 12. We brought up a picture for you. Grab other people and say, you know what? We've just been like, I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. Fine. Go vote in honor of those who are no longer here, that are kids that we're serving, for you to sit there and it's hard when we have to talk about our kids, but it's worth it right now.
And what better way to tell Washington, D.C. that we're over you than to go vote and hit 100 million votes?
Yes.
And we're taking our country back.
Amen.
You want to be a rebel and do something different? Go vote and give Washington, D.C. the finger and say enough's enough and we're taking our country back. And the only way we're going to do that is with Donald Trump being elected.
That's right. We don't want chameleon after chameleon. I just thought, never mind. I won't go there. Another bad joke, but exactly what Jim said, it's our country. We vote, we decide. You're on the fence. You're not sure. You're figuring out, do I have time? Yes, you have time, because you have your life, your children, if you don't have a child, if you've got a friend, a family member, it is worth it. I don't want anything. And it's not all about fear. Be careful here. I hate it when people say that too. No, it's about the facts. We've pointed out some very good ones for you. But if you can't figure out what you want to do, then go honor those who can't go vote and can't be here. And I'm telling you, go say, okay, fine. I'll go vote in honor of Sergeant Two-Step. I'll go vote in honor of Lance Corporal Riley McCollum. And I'll go vote because the man you don't know, and the director that came on, and the ladies that were harassed and hurt, and the way that they were treated, I'm going to go vote for them too. And I'm going to go vote because the truth is there. You have to see through it. You have to understand.
Vote for Riley's daughter's future, for crying out loud. The future of the country is hanging in the balance.
It is. It's yeah, if you I want to bring that up again because you just said it, because it's so cute. One day we'll talk on a back channel about this. But right here for Riley is not here. And do you want to say it, Jim, or you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay. So Riley, Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, Jim is the father. Jim raised his children. And Riley there is a scrapper, wrestler, fighter, lover, and loved to play pranks and had fun doing it, just like my kid. And he had a baby that was born literally after he was killed. And I use that word because it's the truth. Yes. Riley is one of the Afghanistan 13. That is where most of those that are not military oriented understand maybe that name. It brought a lot of light and attention to our service members and how young they are and that they're gone. I think that America needs to wake up, and this is one of those instances that because of what happened in the pullout there in Afghanistan, Riley isn't here. And then his daughter right here welcoming the baby girl here at Camp Pendleton in the hospital, Levi was born. And my goodness, 8 pounds and 10 ounces. That's about what mine on September 13th. And if you do your dates there, August 26th is the real date that unfortunately the Afghanistan 13, we lost them, and Riley is one right there. And that's why that little picture is there. That's Riley. I'm going to pull up his real picture here. But look at that little face and look at the bow. And it's just like peaceful little angel going, I'm okay. Like, I'm good, you know? And honestly, she is, Jim. She's going to be great because all she'll ever know is great things and the heroic stories. And I think it's lean that way, and that way the kids are okay. You know, I do that. It's like
absolutely
siblings too. It's like, okay, I gotta put on this hat right now, and I can't be the one that's not okay because, you know, I have a real problem. You know that I do with the siblings. They're kind of just like
they're forgotten. Yeah,
they're forgotten. Yeah, and it's a huge in my life. But Riley, right there, it's so funny. I've always wanted to ask you, like, how tall was he? And was he that thin when he went in, or did he get thinner because of all the stuff they have to do?
Riley is right at 5'10", 5'10 and a half.
Okay.
And boot camp took, oh my goodness, I'll bet it took 30 pounds off of that kid.
Yeah.
And he was in pretty good shape when he got there. And he was, you know, slim and, you know, just, he was at that age where he's just getting the muscular structure.
Yeah.
But yeah, graduation day from boot camp, my goodness, that kid was teeny.
So the funny, this is the craziest thing. It's the same thing. So Sergeant Two-Step is what I'll say. Sergeant Two-Step, his uniform was hanging off him. You know, they measure them for their, when they get to boot camp, everybody. And I'm like, that's dumb, because by the time they get through at boot camp, they don't look the same. No. And it's just hanging on him. I'm like, why is this uniform so big? His dress uniform on him. He's like, Mom, do you know what all we did this whole time I've been here? And that, it was like, whoa. Like, they take their picture when they're first there. I've got that picture compared to now, and I'm like, wow. And then when he's in Iraq, if you looked at a picture, it's like nothing but muscle, and he's still smaller, but he's just muscle. It's like you have to be fight. There it is right there. So you've got, you know, the number 2 there. His friend there is at the head of the table, Pierce. We still have him with us. Arnold's in there. There's Hernandez. There's 3 in there. I hardly get to hear from them, but JP right there, Pierce at the head of the table, suffered a really bad TBI. And that's sad because he was the closest one to me. So it's like, oh, yeah, this all is difficult. But we're letting you see the people that were saying, vote for them. Go say, yeah, they can't be very voiceless. They're telling you, we got mixed up with some stuff that you don't want to be in this country, and that's why we went in. That's why we're fighting. Now, I'm going to tell you really straight up, my son and I didn't know how bad it was, a subject that happens when we go over into another country. Now, I'm not talking about the war. I'm talking about a whole other area that's come into our country now. And we ended up, and me, I'm like, stand up, speak up, go take care of it. This is the whole group here it's awful, but all these families, and then the Patriot Riders for the new memorial, Gold Star Parents Retreat. And then everybody wants to talk about Fort Hood, but Fort Hood has a whole room and building dedicated. I know a lot of bad things happen there, but a lot of bad things happen in our country. It is the largest Army base. Let me remind everyone of that. It just means it's like our country. It's like clean house. Clean house.
That's funny that you say that, because I say the same thing about Camp Pendleton. And Marines
Really?
are Marines. They're just, they're Marines.
Yeah.
But it's much smaller, obviously, but you get such a feel for where the country is, because you've got so much good, but then there's always there's those stories, and there's always some just horrible things that happen. But it is such a reflection on where the country is. So yeah, they got to do better. We got to do better, and we just got to make the country better.
Yeah. Affordable. This is the bus that was going around literally because Trump could not campaign. Even in the beginning, he was stuck. A lot of people jumped out there and said, hey, this is bad. We cannot have, I can't show you the side of that bus. I'll tell you that. This is the person, it's Trump's man, and has worked on multiple campaigns throughout the whole United States. Even he's been in Kenya recently about our food and water. He's agricultural. That's why I know about land grabbing. That's why I know about our farmers and ranchers that are losing their lives are destroyed, and it's so sad. I mean, it's so bad. But my brother, man, it's a bad thing. It's called Biden's land grab. That's what it started with, and then 30 by 30. You need to go pay attention. RFK is not wrong when he's talking about our water and food. If you really believe that that's off and that nothing's there, I'm like, come on, man, to grow things and technology. And sometimes we're like, oh, let's push it more. Let's grow more. And it's like, oh no. Now the research is showing that's going to kill us. Yep. So I'm not saying someone did it on purpose. I'm not going to go down that conspiracy line. I'm going to tell you that we are not off by telling you this information. We are giving you the facts. We've actually had people on. So I wasn't going to pull up any more of Trump except this one. This is an original picture. Nobody else has this. That's why we've got Patriots Inside the Wire marked all through it. And Patriot Fest. You see the elephant is there. This is way before Trump even did the show. What was it called? The Apprentice?
The Apprentice, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is before presidency. This is before he ever did the Apprentice television show. He's got a lot of hair there. And so we've got Patriots Inside the Wire through it for a reason, because this is an original picture that was given to me, like old school picture, not in a phone. Nobody else has this picture. A big elephant in the back. And I was like, wow, that's pretty fitting. Like, there he is, the elephant in the room. That is Donald Trump right there. And supporter of the people. Ironically, the elephant in his future is important. It also represents everything I have over here for the 164 Infantry. Is all an elephant. It's all over everything for my son and his unit. So when I went, oh my goodness, I forgot I had that. I have an original picture that nobody else has. But thank you to the commissioner. I'm gonna get away from that picture for there's just pay attention to Trump. That's what I'm telling you. Pay attention right now, wherever you are in your state. I hope you know your local information. So that way you don't even know who I'm talking about. We're making sure that you understand that tonight, the man you don't know is on X with Chris Martini, who is the director. Tonight he was on, he even sat in his car, and never expected to have a film where he's being, wow, the hate messages like we got tonight. He's receiving. So now he's understanding. He was like, yeah, I used to be Democrat. I was Hollywood and all of that. And that's Chris Martini right there. He doesn't really push himself. I do. I want you to know who he is. The man you don't know has its own profile on X right now, or you can go to the website, which is The Man You Don't Know. This is the original letter right here. You can see the actual sponsors on here. I was trying to look up, and it's got Gateway Pundit. It's got BuzzFeed. I would need to put on glasses to zoom in on that, but it's Grandfather, Humanitarian Father, The Man You Don't Know, Global Ascension Productions with Triple Martini Productions with Chris Martini. And You Don't Know is free right now. You really do need to go on to X, is what I advise you, with your own phone. It's that easy. Even if you just listen, like turn it on, or soon I'm sure it's going to get pulled for a platform, streaming platform, or get it back in the theaters. It is important. It is a part of our history. That's who you need to vote for. It's interesting. Look at I like the picture that they chose, and then you've got the one that's like, hey, I've already had to be in the president's office, so like I'm not even going to try to smile. Like, this is me. This is who I am. So
down to business, ready to go.
All right. And then I have to do this, Jim. So we're going to wrap here in a second. I see a bunch of you. We've been on for 5 hours. My record is 8. I'm not doing it. It's very important. It is, well, where I'm at, it's literally in about, I bet in 6 hours, Jim, you can vote.
Yep.
Like in 6 hours. So 5 hours in some places. You can now go vote. You're going to vote for the man you don't know that we have hopefully given you information on, to say this man truly is a patriot. This man truly is a humanitarian. This person really has stepped out there for the people. And I'm not talking about the entertainment, fully loaded people. I'm talking about the people, the patriots that make up this country. And then what we'll do now, we have to always make sure we take care of the artists that take care of us. At the end of every show, just so everybody knows, Brooks Herring, there's in a season for broadcasting, it's 3 months. So for 3 months, we chose Brooks Herring and Brooks Herring music because it didn't matter what the show topic was. He was like, they are doing something important. He is a veteran. He is also funny in his songs. If you ever go find him, Jim, have you done it?
Oh, absolutely. I've actually used a couple of his songs with my poems, trying to promote him.
But if you listen live when he changes the lyrics, have you heard that?
I have not heard that.
Oh, no. Are you kidding me? Oh, Jim, you're going to have fun with this one. When he goes live and he plays on Monday nights, especially, and Wednesday nights. So he'll be playing Wednesday. I bet he's playing tomorrow night, but you know where I'm talking about. I don't want to put it out on here. Well, on the Brooks music, TikTok, wherever you want to go, Instagram, he does stream himself live. I have him on ours as well. You can go to Patriots Inside the Wire on any platform. You'll find Brooks Herring music on Spotify. We have a Spotify. Put our show on your list as well. The podcast, every show we've done is put in every podcast you can do. So I'm talking at the levels of Amazon, Apple, not just Spotify, iHeart, the regular ones. And what I'm getting to is the wrap up here. Please go vote November 5th. You are fired, this current administration. You're retired and fired. Thank you, but no thank you.
And I have one more thing for anybody that's listening. Haven't decided how you're going to vote. And I can't remember who said this just last week or so. God voted on July 13th in the assassination attempt. God made his choice of who's going to be president. All we have to do is do our part. I wish I could remember who said it, but it's like, holy cow, that was good.
Yeah.
And I believe that. His life was spared for a reason. He turned perfect. I mean, it couldn't have been, there was some divine intervention there somewhere. And
I know the whole story.
Pretty powerful.
Yeah. If anyone wants to find the actual true adrenaline moving interview, we actually, so Trump's team, the individual that comes on every month with us, literally got on the show and just could not your adrenaline is flowing. So it's one of those shows I was like, I'm not stopping this. So the truth of that day, and we want to remember the firemen and the families. And, you know, there was a little kid sitting there. The nephew of Jackson, a person in politics, was sitting there. Nobody mentions that. There's a lady that was hit in her chest. There was, you know, obviously the fireman was there. And to right beside Trump was the person that comes with us every month, the last Wednesday of every month. So the true story about everything is there. And I asked the big questions. I asked the hard ones. I talked about the security. I talked about all of that. And you'll see in The Man You Don't Know, you'll see footage. You can't tell me that you believe that that was the amount of security and the amount of, that was all bad, every bit of it. So yes, what happened was there was a chart of the border and what is going on. And he literally turned. Do you know that he was going to do that at the end? I have his whole layout for that day. And he literally decided, he switched it up. He flipped it, decided he was going to start. Yeah, he was going to do the border part at the end. He decided, he turns around and he's telling someone, you know what? Because he's talking about it. He's like, no, you know what? I want to show it. That's what happened is he switched it. And so he goes to turn and he says, you know what? I want to show it. Can you put this up? And they're putting up the border thing and he's turning. And it was at that time. He wasn't supposed to be doing that part till the end. So talk about timing, divine intervention. The decision being made for sure was on the day that you just mentioned.
I was at the RNC with him the next week and we got to see him. You could see, I don't know if humbled is the right word, but there was such a reverence in his presence when he was at the RNC. It changed him. It sincerely changed him as a human being and as a man. And, you know, it was a beautiful transformation. I don't even know how to put that into words, but you could feel it and you could see that his demeanor and everything else. Very appreciative of life for sure. Mm-hmm. And I think he was somewhat humbled, but it was absolutely beautiful to witness that.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out because it is true. The going through a traumatic, life-changing, altering situation, you all need to take that into consideration too. When that happened, it really put a person in a whole different mind frame in life. And it means that we have to consider everything that's happening. Don't go backwards, go forward. And go watch The Man You Don't Know from Triple Martini Productions while it's on X for free. And we hope that you are voting. We're telling you, go vote. That's how you make the difference. Use your voice. You don't have to speak up like this, but you can go physically go vote. If you can grab someone else, have them go vote in case they can't get out. Whatever you do locally, it starts there. I really want to point that out. And that's where they asked us the question earlier, Jim, and I don't go there because there's not going to be a different outcome. It's going to be Trump. He's going to be in. Someone else said, well, what would you do? And I said, well, what you do is you pay attention to your local election and you actually vote based on your local election. A lot of people just skip over it or, oh, I like that name or whatever. And I'm like, no. So that's what I was teaching my youngest was, well, this is why I'm voting for this one. And the one that's the Democrat, the reason I'm voting for him, there's a whole personal story there. And I happen to know their own beliefs. There's just one area that puts them in that lane that's a little different. But ironically, the Trump team is very diverse. It is not one-sided. I have always said we need different minds, the people who can focus on different lanes very well. If you'll put together that team in there, because I want them to be able to have healthy discussions.
You don't want the echo chamber. You want conversations that are going to make you grow and expand. Yeah.
You don't want one leader. You want one leader or a team that's been there behind that person. It's like a puppet. So no, you've already had your chance. You've already been in there. You tell me you're going to do this, and you're talking about fracking. They're talking about that lately. I'm like, my gosh, go do your, all you got to do is literally in this day and age with, I say go to X. If you really want to see some information, go there. But we try to bring it to you as well. Again, so we'll go back to Brooks Herring because I see you all there, and let us know when you go vote. Follow Patriot on Air because there's 144 of you right now that are on X. And we want you to make sure that this gets out. This episode has the man you don't know. It has the clip in it. It has the director. The true stories about being banned. The true stories about people being harassed. The true stories about, my goodness, it's awful. New Jersey, like, literally banned. Like, wow, New York sure did turn. They loved Donald Trump. Wouldn't even allow the film to be shown. So I'm trying to stay on the positive side here to tell you, you don't want your freedoms taken. You don't want someone telling you what you can and cannot watch, what you can and cannot write, what you can and cannot learn and educate about. No, you're not going to regulate anything I do on social media. I understand about attacks and the depths and scope of, like, what happened tonight, for instance. That person, the threats like that, yes, that is something that will take care of itself when we figure that out. But again, Sergio Gonzalez, I can't forget. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have been on this show saying what you said. So the more you put it out there, the truth, the less likely, bless you, the less likely you will be the one not here. So, and that's what I would tell my son too. I mean, it's like, speak up, stand up. Like, the more you do this, the less likely somebody's going to be an idiot. But we do have to deal with.
There are still idiots, unfortunately.
I don't take Advil, but I might have to take it tonight. Brooks Herring. So we'll end on his song. So I hope that you all that are watching right now, you listen to his song, because what we do is we roll through the pictures. We'll do that tonight, and we're going to do a song by Brooks. Jim, I'm going to let you pick. We have, you know, probably a lot of them. So with Brooks Herring music, we have The Good Parts, Coming Home. Well, there you go.
Coming Home is my favorite so far.
It is. Okay.
I like them all, but Coming Home just hits differently.
Coming Home is by Brooks Herring music. Watch the pictures as we stroll through here. Don't go away. We want you to see the pictures. You'll understand what we mean. The people we've been talking about. We'll be right here. Thank you for watching Patriots Inside the Wire.
Baby, I won't say a word. I don't want to wake you when I go. Gonna kiss my baby girl. She's gonna miss me, yeah, I know. If I end up gone forever, just know I'll always love you so. I'll go quietly tonight, but soon you'll hear me coming home. You hear me coming home. Some things I don't understand. Wasn't born to be a fighter, but I'm following my soul. And if I end up gone forever, just know I'll always love you so. I'll go quietly tonight, but soon you'll hear me coming home. You'll hear me coming home. At home, in the morning when you wake, and I'm gone, and I'm half a world away. I'll be back before you know it. See you later, don't lose sleep. You can see me when you're dreaming. I'll be watching quietly. But if I end up gone forever, just know I'll always love you so. I'll go quietly tonight, but soon you'll hear me coming home. You'll hear me coming.
Here, Jim. There we have it. It ended on, that was not on purpose.
I love it.
Going through, he loved that picture. His best buddy took it. You can see where I cropped it. You can tell where that's at. That's definitely not in our country. Somewhere else. That was Riley McCollum that we were pulling up there with Jim, and then my family. I did pull up the Afghanistan 13 and the pictures that are there with Trump. I have more, but I really didn't want to. I really was trying to make sure we got Brooke's song into it as well. We're grateful to him to have a musician. He's a veteran that we thank for his service. He didn't ask. Most people are like, oh, you're going to do politics and people aren't going to want to hear my song. And I'm like, no. Ironically, there's a lot of patriots out there and you've served. I can market this properly. At the end of a show, the music is medicinal. I love it. And we get to roll through the actual pictures, the stories of our life, the voice for the voiceless. I don't even think I'm going to do our rollout, which, although it is Cash's voice, it's the only part that I'm like, which is a little brother. So I'm all about the siblings that now have to go forward and figure out, like, where's my brother? You have that same situation. So
yeah,
it's a tough one. It is a very tough one for me. And it's also a tough one, Jim, to balance over, Cash has mentioned to me, it's like, they'll ask you like, well, how do you say this? It's, not one child is more important than the other.
Yep.
And they are equal in my heart. Like, I tremendously go out of my way to not be upset and talk about the things that I talk about are about the positive, but yet we talk a lot about it.
Yep.
And so I was reminded recently that, well, are we doing that because I'm not that way? Or I'm like, oh gosh, no. We are doing it to honor, just like, Tai, who serves. He's part of the show with Security. The kid is serving right now. I say kid because they're kids. The siblings. So, man, it hisses everybody on this show. We know what it is, but I don't know if it's happened to you yet, Jim, but
yes,
that's a tough one.
With my girls, and then Asher, she'll be 5 next month, and she picks up on it.
What do you say?
I like you, I kind of take a deep breath, and then it's not one over the other. This is just front and center at this particular time, and it's different.
Right.
But I have to remind myself, it's like, hey, you still got two girls here that still need you. Because I do, and I'll get that tunnel vision, and I am just locked into it is. I'm doing this for Riley. I got this to do. I got that to do. And then it's like, oh shoot. Royce is really good at Cheyenne will internalize it and she won't say anything. Royce, she's not going to let it slide. She'll smack me upside the head and said, hey, don't forget, we're still here. So
so Cash is good about that, but he's definitely not a kid that I already told you, like, mine aren't allowed to join anymore. I'm like, we've done our part going down the road. Just no. The answer is no. Get Trump in there and make some changes. Right now, the answer is no.
And I'm not going to lie. If Royce come to me tomorrow and says, you know what, I'm joining the Marines, I would be 100% behind her, because I'm just that guy. I'm just the patriotism and everything that is just so deep in my soul. I would be so proud of her. It's like, hell yeah, I got you, girl.
I would too. I would definitely be.
What the hell did I just tell her to do?
I would not under this administration. I would say hell no.
Yeah.
Now under a different administration, I'd say okay, let's have a conversation. But under this administration, there's no way. I wouldn't. I've already experienced it with Sergeant Two Step. I used to go into his name, but no. The Obama letter is not hanging on my wall over there. So my own child said to me, Mom, if I ever get anything that after being stuck in Iraq with the stuff, I'll stop. Hey, Mom, if I ever I'm like, we're fine. He's like, I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. Don't you dare. He said, I have to deal with people deciding if they want a Diet Coke or a regular Coke. Like, he's like, what is going on? Like, I'm over here, taking bullets going by us, and then we've got our own country. Like, you're locked in. You can't move. You can't get paid. You can't do anything. You're stuck in Iraq. And again, like, this is a conversation that nobody likes to have. I have to, because when you're a parent, you get a call from a kid that's in another country serving, and they're like, hey, here's the deal. And I'm like, what? And luckily, running a military organization, I stay close to what's going on in my area. I stayed close to his unit. His colonel was amazing. Thank goodness. Now, there at the end, there's always one. I'm not going to lie. He did stand up, and he was the one that he stood up for all of you out there in our own soil, U.S. soil and overseas, both, on subjects that you don't want to deal with, you're going to deal with, because it's all of order now, right, Jim?
Yep.
They just go vote. We want them to vote. We are just parents who happen to be put in a situation that nobody wants to be put in. So on Patriots Inside the Wire, we promise you we have fun too. But we've got the election. And listen, when you see us on Wednesday live, you're going to see us maybe a whole different side. Maybe we shouldn't be like letting people see us. Maybe we'll just go into space. Who knows? But I'm not even a drinker, but I might have to have a drink. I don't know about that one, but my daughter had an espresso martini, and I had one with her last week. I'm not a drinker, so it was like weird. I like my food. So I had it, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it tastes like coffee with.
They're pretty good.
I was like, yeah, this is. I mean, I don't understand the whole because I've been around biological people that they fell into that, but it's one of those things I always said, no, that's not going to be me when I grow up. But I liked it. I mean, maybe I do need to have more fun. I don't know, man. Let's get this election rocking and rolling, and We'll bring back our fun. We'll bring back our music show. We are bringing it back. I already announced tonight live to everybody. We will be on the radio. Jim, you're going to love that one. 15-minute increments. It's called Song and Stories or Singer-Songwriter Sessions. The poems you do can be turned into a song. So like one that I have is about the green dot, literally. And I want that turned into a song. A green dot for all of you out there, because this is going to stay out there recorded, about the historical time, November 5th, 2024. This episode is about voting for Donald J. Trump, the man you don't know, the man you need to know, and the man that will whip this country into shape. The United States of America, Donald J. Trump will be back in the Oval Office, and we will all be able to go rock and roll and have espresso martinis, whatever you want. Like, it's free country. Free country, whatever your choice is. I had one recently, and I was like, that wasn't bad. Interesting. Yes, we know how to have fun, too. So, healthy fun. Healthy fun. I have to stress that. Again, we're going to roll out here on Patriots Inside the Wire. We did an official, 10 more minutes, we will hit 6 hours. Production and on air is going to get me, just so everyone knows. We did this for the votes. We did this for the election, Donald J. Trump. There's a lot of you still up. I see you. I might jump in this space with you, ironically, because coming down out of this, while I get this war paint off, I'll jump in and probably hear what's going on if you're in your spaces. I know you are. While we roll out, when we roll out here, you're going to hear one of the siblings. And we know that we want to change our intro and our exit. So if you're good at that and you're someone out there who wants to do something like that, or you know of a sponsor, please let us know if you have music and you'd like to contribute to. We'll check out your music and let you know. But we're rolling out here on Patriots Inside the Wire. Please follow, subscribe, share, any saliva liquids. Vote tonight. More than follow, subscribe, and share. Vote, and don't just vote. Go vote for Donald J. Trump, the man that's the humanitarian, the father, the grandfather, the man that's already been president and can still be the president, the man that will get the job done. Thank you for joining Patriots Inside the Wire.
Thank you for watching another episode of Patriots Inside the Wire, hosted by Gold Star mom, Tracy Two-Step. Help us broaden our reach. Like, subscribe, and share.
Outside, let's so I'm my brother Two-Step.
All right, we're going to roll out and say good night, or good day, actually.
Good morning.
Vote. I'll be in touch, Jim. I want to hear how you're doing today. We'll be back Wednesday with the full panel again to celebrate. And Jim, I will actually have a drink by me. How's that? I'll have a drink by me waiting on Wednesday. We'll even do a space. So thank you out there to our X family. Please go watch The Man You Don't Know. It is on X for free. I'm telling you, you need to know the man we know. That's the truth. Thank you for joining Patriots Inside the Wire.